once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. And as always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep dark void of space, never to be seen again. Suffice to say, that would be bad. Get that down. Alright, Space Fam, it's beautiful to see you today. I'm gonna switch it back up to the old, tinfoil hat. I'm feeling unprotected. Birthday hat wasn't quite doing it protection-wise from my thoughts and brain. Shoutouts first, Mozart, HBX, Arvin Trevino 123 in the YouTube chat, Ravy Baby, close fourth, Hermeteorologist, also here. Randy Terpstra, Amanda the Pivot, B-Cat, Young Chris, So Life, Leave Me Alone Mike, Schmegley, Narwhal by Nature, Nightbot, also here, the reference frame. And, I see Cali Cat on Twitch. Sweet Chewy on the vertical stream. People hiding all over the place. Oh, and Nia's Rocky. Nia's Rocky. Hiding as well. Edward Thornton. See, I'm missing so many people. Some of you, there's so many beautiful people in here. I hate missing anybody. Anyway, lot to talk about here tonight. So many things. Oh boy. It's been a crazy week. Been my birthday week all week. Doing all sorts of fascinating things. Extra streams. Now what are we talking about today? Well, suffice to say the weekend has started. It's Father's Day weekend. Happy Father's Day, fathers. Well, almost. I mean, it's almost Sunday. Might as well start celebrating now, fathers. Get ahead of it, you know? Since the kids are probably, hopefully, asleep at this point. If you are, in fact, a father of kids who happen to habitate the same home as you, I'd recommend start celebrating now. Get ahead of that. It's only like an hour and 15 minutes. Really, is it really even early at this point? You've all year, their entire lives, you've been fathering. Anyway, what are we talking about today? All sorts of things. Shocking report. Epstein-related shit. Some Juneteenth stuff in here. You got the... I'm going to try and make it slightly more chill day. It's not, I mean, there's a lot to talk about. And it's honestly not going to be that chill. But we're going to try a little bit. Because tomorrow, I've already put together much of tomorrow's stream. And as it turns out, I think tomorrow's Sunday Funday, Father's Day stream, is going to be mostly World Cup and Knicks NBA Finals victory focused. We'll be talking about other things, sure, but I've got like 100 videos on just all right, not quite, but I got like a lot of, I got scores of World Cup and NBA, because I don't know if you all know, but there was a big old parade happened, was it 2 days ago now? Quite a thing. Feels fairly, at least dad-centric, tangential. What was I saying? Oh yeah, we still got a hell of a lot to talk about here. Greenwatergate. Lincoln reflecting pool. Still green. Possibly getting greener. UK Prime Ministerial Shakeup. That's right. Keir Starmer's premiership under threat. Then, of course, Neocon still fuming over the deal situation with Iran. And JD Vance reportedly actually going to Switzerland. We'll see. Technically, I don't think he, when the stream started, I don't know if he actually had left Joint Base Andrews yet. I know he'd arrived at Joint Base. We'll get to it. We'll get to it. Starting in the United States.
I know you want to move past all this intrigue over the Epstein files, but I do want to ask you to clarify something you said this morning. You said this was all a hoax. Has your attorney general told you this was a hoax? What evidence?
No, it's not the attorney general. No, I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
Are people still talking about this guy?
It's great, the Epstein hoax.
Jeffrey Epstein? Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
That is unbelievable.
I call it the Epstein hoax.
This guy's been talked about for years.
The
I can't believe you're asking a question
Dow
about
right
Epstein.
now is
This guy
over.
It's all a big
Dow is
hoax.
over
It's
50.
perpetrated by the Democrats, and some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net. I call it the Epstein hoax.
There we go. There's Dr. President Trump. That's how doctors dress, right? There we go. Dr. President Trump Epstein Files remix. They call it the Epstein hoax, but what we call it around here is the Epstein cover-up. And there's a shocking report detailing the interests of the late Jeffrey Epstein. What it was that the world's most notorious sex offender was doing late in life, before his imprisonment and subsequent death.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Kyle Kalinske over at Secular Talk seems to be drawing some interesting lines in the wake of this report. Let's see what he's got to say.
All right, y'all, welcome to the show. Hope everybody out there is having a great day. All I have to say is, prepare yourself. It's about to get wild up in here because we have a new bombshell report out where apparently Jeffrey Epstein was obsessed with taking down Trump right before his death. Let me repeat that. He was digging for dirt and trying to take down Trump right before his death. I'll let you draw your own conclusions. We're going to talk about that. We also have Trump at the G7 summit. He looks like absolute...
Yes, let's all draw some conclusions while I get us up to where I want us in the clip. Let's all just on our own draw some conclusions about Jeffrey Epstein, for some reason, right before his death, having some sort of interest in taking down President Trump. Let's not forget that Jeffrey Epstein died during Donald Trump's presidency.
Real man, do me a big favor, subscribe to the channel and click that bell icon. You can also support the show on Patreon. Thank you to everybody who does support the show on Patreon. We could not do it without you. Remember, y'all, this is real independent media. I've never talked to an advertiser or done an ad read, and I never will, and you guys made that possible. So much love from the bottom of my heart. Also, sign up for Crystal Kyle and Friends on Substack, link belowski, and go sub to Corin's World, where, of course, we do live Kyle and Corin episodes every Monday night. Okay, let's start here, y'all. Let's start here. In the New York Post, Jeffrey Epstein was obsessed with trying to take down Trump before suicide, report says. This kind of seems like it should be a bigger deal, doesn't it? Why aren't more people talking about this? I'm losing my damn mind. I don't know why more people aren't talking about this.
Like
this is crazy. Now, I'm going to warn you in advance. This is a right-wing outlet, and so they try to bias the shit out of this. They'll say, like, oh, who, Epstein, bro? He couldn't even find any dirt on Trump.
The financier? Jeffrey who? Are you talking about the Jeffrey Epstein, the disgraced financier? Allegedly?
True? I mean, he tried, but he couldn't find any. Really? Are we really doing this in the year 2026? Are we really pretending like, oh, Trump, he's got such a squeaky clean record, we can find... He's so dirty, there's a literal Wikipedia page just dedicated to the sexual assault allegations against Trump. It's like illegal. 27 or 30 something. Like, he's got a ridiculous number of allegations against him. But here, we'll go through some of this New York Post piece here. Jeffrey Epstein was obsessed with trying to take down Trump before suicide, report says. Child sex offender Jeffrey Epstein tried to dig up dirt on President Trump in a desperate bid for leniency in the days leading up to his suicide, but was unable to deliver anything of substance, according to the report. Ah, yes, I'm sure he was not able to find anything at all. By the way, Trump asked Epstein to be in his administration in the first term. This was an underreported fact that we learned from the Epstein files, or actually it was from like Epstein's butler or something like that. That guy went to the media and said that Epstein told him Trump asked Epstein to be in his first regime.
Yeah, and actually, this is making me realize something right now as I'm doing this. Like, I watched this earlier, but I'm just thinking about it right now. But, honestly, the flood the zone with the Epstein files, the millions of docs that are also, like, heavily redacted, was to some degree, I think, effective in getting people not to talk about certain details. Because there were so many of them. Which one do you hone in on? So many horrifying, salacious, and condemnable fucking situations and whatever else. I mean, the facts laid out in these fucking documents. And I think, to some degree, stuff like that, which should, as Kyle rightly points out, should have been a bigger story, just kind of went by the wayside. I think we even mentioned it at one point, and just it kind of got lost in the hustle and bustle, and that's not good. When you really think about it, how much else have we actually that's just one example of something that we kind of just let go. How many other times have we done that in the last year and a half? It's got to be so many at this point. And it's because every single day, every single week, there's something else. We literally do need a website, not just for Trump's alleged, his sex crimes, but all of them. For every single one, including, things that might not be crimes, but are definitely bad. And just, start chronologing every single one, just for perpetuity.
And the reason he did is, of course, because he knows how much dirt Epstein has on him, and he was trying to keep him quiet. He was trying to keep him quiet by keeping him happy, giving him a job, giving him some money, right? Paying him back. Look, you got a lot of dirt on me. You know where all the bodies are buried. Here, we're cool, right? That's what that was. But in this report, they're like, oh, he couldn't even get anything, bro. There was nothing out there about Trump. Oh, yes, I'm sure there's nothing out there about Trump. Epstein became fixated on the president after he was arrested in 2019 as his lawyers tried to hammer out a deal with prosecutors if the disgraced financier could provide helpful information about other defendants, according to the New York Times. During his many marathon meetings with his parade of lawyers while he was locked up in a federal jail in Lower Manhattan, Epstein had his nose buried in a legal pad, scrawling disjointed one-liners about the commander-in-chief, such as, Trump is a total con artist, fact check, true, smoke and mirrors, and never had money.
I find all of this to be fascinating. Now, I mean, why would Jeffrey Epstein think that he would have information that would be interesting to the FBI or whomever about Donald Trump? It is a really interesting thing. And I've been wondering to myself, what What would the FBI have been interested in that Jeffrey knew about, or perhaps thought that he might have had evidence on?
Well, that one is not true because he inherited a shitload of money from his dad. But in terms of himself personally, yes, he's a shitty businessman and he's an idiot. And he had 6 business bankruptcies, and like he just coasted off of his name. The only thing he did that was profitable was becoming part of a reality show. He complained it was impossible to mount a defense with the continuous noise emanating from the special housing unit at the now shuttered Metropolitan Correctional Center where he was confined. Epstein alleged in his jottings that the guards would have turned a blind eye to any acts of violence against him, even telling his cellmate, convicted murderer and ex-New York cop Nicholas Tartaglione, if he beat the shit out of me, they wouldn't file a report. And by the way, we know there was violence against him, and he says that his cellmate, I think Tartaglione, tried to hang him or tried to kill him before he wound up dead. Now remember, this guy was like a hitman beforehand and allegedly had done violence against like fredophiles, which is exactly what Epstein is. And so all these fucking things line up perfectly here.
I think that's my least favorite word of 2026. Like that. Like, I learned what the word pedophile meant in 2020. It's my least favorite fucking word. It seems like such a stupid fucking, like distinction to make. I don't, like, it's not, it's just, it's weird. It's just a weird word that I don't like that I now know. He loves Italians. No, I'm afraid that's not what that means. If only this would be a much less disturbing situation if it was just about Jeffrey Epstein and all these guys loving Italians. Having like a real Goodfellas thing, you know? But there's more things that Kyle over here starts tying together. Things like some of the more public allegations against Trump. Stuff like that.
I don't know about you, but if you change the partisan nature of the presidency and you say it was Bill Clinton or Barack Obama.
Wait, what's racist against? What did I say was racist against Italians? Goodfellas? Is that racist? Loving Goodfellas?
Or Joe Biden. And it's under that presidency that you have Epstein arrested and Epstein winds up dead while in federal custody. It is a virtual guarantee every single Republican will be out there saying, oh, obviously the president killed Jeffrey Epstein. Obviously. But when it's Trump, everybody goes, Jeffrey Epstein?
I
don't know no damn Jeffrey
Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
I don't know no damn Jeffrey Epstein, bro. He's 100% involved in this shit. 100%. There is so much sketchy stuff. Right now, I would say the Occam's razor position, the default perspective you should have, until proven otherwise, unless and until proven otherwise, is that Trump had something to do with his death and probably directly ordered his death. The Shallow State says, the fact that the Epstein estate actually paid a settlement to one of the women who alleged that Donald Trump raped her as a minor and it was paid after Epstein died, as told under oath by Epstein's longtime accountant, should be a more significant story. The fact that Trump said he wasn't ever on Epstein's plane and now we found out he was, should be a more significant story. The fact that senior officials gathered in the Situation Room to concoct and coordinate an Epstein cover-up is a significant story and being treated as such, but in light of all the rest and his behavior throughout, it should be the end of his presidency. That is
I mean, it's quite a lot. There's quite a lot when you stack it all up. You know, if you don't look at it as singular events and You allow yourself to connect dots on things. You know, the fact that Trump ran a teen beauty pageant. The fact that he was allegedly best friends with this guy. The payoffs, multiple, it's not just her, right? There's been different kinds of payoffs to women. This is one of them. One of the most, I think, the most damning one. But, you know, you add it all. It's a very disturbing picture, really.
You're right. You know what else should be a big story?
And then, of course, the, like, you know, like last year of a cover-up. Because it was this time, it was actually earlier than this. It was like late April or something that Pam Bondi, old, you know, 50,000 Dow over there.
The Dow right now is over.
Pam Dow Bondi was saying the fucking files were on her desk. The millions and millions of files were on her desk, like over a year ago now, and we still don't even have them all. Like, and I feel like that fact has kind of been usurped by the Iran war, right? Like, people have kind of allowed that to go by the wayside because the United States started another war in the Middle East, and that somehow in people's minds, and I think I get it, like that somehow, you know, took over their brains. I'm one of those people, right? Where I feel like we have not talked about this nearly as much as we were for the first few months of the year. But you I mean, we could go so crazy as to be like, yeah, I mean, we've been calling Operation Epstein Fury. Operation Epstein Fury. I can't even remember. Oh, Epic. It was originally named Epic Fury. We renamed it Epstein Fury because we've all been saying that this was a way to, like, just get us to stop talking about the goddamn Epstein files. And why would Donald Trump, the guy who ran on releasing the Epstein files, all of a sudden clam up? It's weird.
That's really weird.
Epstein was obsessed with trying to take down Trump before his suicide. By the way, Wired released this. More than 200 of the world's elites registered for a retreat whose agenda runs from panels on cult building and sex to preparing for World War III. An associated app offers matchmaking. What the fuck? Melanie Diarigo says, it should be bigger news that Jeffrey Epstein's billionaire associate, who is contracted to build Trump's mass surveillance state, is hosting a secretive retreat with other oligarchs to discuss cult building, World War III, prepping, and get sex tips. Epstein Island never ended. Fonz Flacco responds and said, I found an invitation to the same retreat in 2014 in the Epstein files. Invitation to Peter Thiel's 2014 dialogue retreat. Email says it's 100% off the record. Giant list of names include CEOs, congressmen, former U.S. officials, and more. You're invited to join us at the dialogue retreat. 150 people to change the world. A participatory and entrepreneurial conversation on changing the world. The dialogue participants aren't modest. We want to change the world, but we don't want to spend our time being in a large audience listening to winded speeches. There are no speakers, no panels. All attendees participate in breakout facilitated discussions, and we limit the discussion to only 150 global leaders who can have an impact now and emerging leaders who can help implement the plans we develop. So this
this is just some straight up Bilderberg shit. I mean, it's what's fascinating is the president's daughter and son-in-law, Ivanka and Jared. We're going to talk about them later. They are, currently trying to build Epstein Island 2.0 in Albania, which is causing people to be quite upset in the country. These... Ugh.
Reminds me of the picture. Remember the picture? Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, all the billionaires at that dinner in 2011 that Jeffrey Epstein himself put together. You remember that? How about this? Prepare yourself. Clash Report shares a piece here. Besant, Cruz, Musk, Kushner among leaked member list of secretive society. A massive data leak exposed Dialogue, a secretive society for over 200 global elites, revealing off-the-record retreats and matchmaking app. So what you're looking at, remember how back in the day in the 90s, you'd have Alex Jones. The Illuminati is the problem. The Illuminati, they're coming to get the Bilderbergs, the Rothschilds, the Illuminati, they're getting together, and they're trying to make a new world order, and they're trying to replace you, and they're trying to shove you in a Hobbit home like Agenda 21, and they're going to build a giant surveillance state, and they're going to save themselves and usher in the end times while you're left behind to die and rot. Well, apparently, that shit is real, but it's called dialogue, and it's all of Elon Musk's friends. It's all of Elon Musk's friends. It's the Epstein affiliate network, the Epstein class. It's all...
I mean, the Bilderberg group still exists, too. Okay? Like, it does actually exist. So does the Bohemian Grove. That's also a real thing. Right? Like... That's what is so fascinating about Alex Jones. That, like, at one point he was actually focused on some shit, and then I don't know what happened to this, but his brain broke, and he started focusing on FEMA death camps and the NATO troops coming to Texas and like a bunch of other. But at one point, like, I mean, he was actually like. Like, I mean, he was still a fucking nut back then, but, like, he was actually, like, onto something there. I mean, that's a real thing. You're not really... It's not really,
elites.
It's not a really conspiracy theory so much as it is a conspiracy fact. Like, but it exists. Like, they both exist.
Politicians, it includes billionaires, it includes business people. It's a secret society, and they're all getting together to plan for the end of days. And remember, Peter Thiel was the one who just fled this fucking country. He just went to Argentina not that long ago. Look at what's happening, bro. This is terrifying shit. This is absolutely terrifying shit. And as I laid out for you, the more I read about this, the more it becomes apparent to me that Donald Trump had a direct hand in killing Jeffrey Epstein, and that the Epstein network is still working. It is still in business. It is still ongoing.
Also, by the way, I should point out the Bohemian Grove is a Republican. It is a conservative. It's the same thing, right? This is just like the new version of it, right? Like dialogue is like it's like for the tech bro, it's the tech bro oligarchs. Although technically the Bohemian Grove, I think it started. That's in like. It's like San Francisco, I think, right? But it was started by conservatives who thought that I can't remember exactly what they were pissed off about, but like it was like getting too woke in San Francisco or something. I can't remember exactly what it was, like something about property and getting too woke. I think it was both.
Still a massive child sex trafficking ring among elites. The question is, how many actual Jeffrey Epsteins?
Like, look at the More Perfect Union video that they did recently really spells it out. We watched it like months ago, like 6 months ago or something. It was like during the Davos, the WEF. I think that's around the same time when they dropped it. For anybody who wanted to go all the way back. But you could just find it on More Perfect Union channel. That would be much easier.
Out there. And the answer is probably very disturbing. Because, these wealthy freaks, perverts and freaks, need to be satiated. And they have all the money in the world to be able to fulfill their disgusting desires. So let's remember, even though that report said, there's not that much dirt on Trump. They couldn't find anything. Epstein was looking. He couldn't find anything on Trump. That man knew everything about Trump. Everything about Trump. He was on audio records saying, I was his best friend for over a decade. He said that to Michael Wolff. We know, we heard it, okay? We know he was on the plane 8 times. We know that the first time Trump and Melania had sex was on the Lolita Express. We know that Epstein knew the inner workings of Trump's administration, which show, by the way, he's tied into intelligence for sure. He's tied into Mossad intelligence and maybe even maybe Russian intelligence as well, perhaps even U.S. intelligence as well.
No, you're thinking of something else. Kitsune Cavalier, you're thinking of something else. It was created by a bunch of businessmen. The Bohemian Grove was basically created by a bunch of white landowning businessmen who wanted to create an elite club for themselves. That is my understanding of it.
But this guy knew everything. He knew everything. Do yourself a favor. Go look up the Trump Princess Riverboat Casino in Lake Michigan and see what the FBI intake form said about that in the Epstein files. Okay? Go learn about Dusty, the girl from Oklahoma who was found with her head blown off in 2000. And the cops didn't think that it was suicide, and there were allegations made that she made against.
Okay, I rarely do this, but because it's not of the highest order seriousness, I'm just going to use this fucking AI overview I just got from my fucking Google search. The conservative roots of the Bohemian Grove stem from the early 20th century. I guess maybe it was. I take it back. Maybe it did have artistic origins and shifted into bastion for corporate titans and right-leaning. Actually, maybe you're right. But it's been it's been like 150 years. I guess you're right. It's been 150 years of the corporate and GOP staging ground every GOP president since Herbert Hoover, including Richard Nixon, has visited. But yeah, I guess you're right. I take it back, Kitsune. That's an interesting fact. It's an interesting fact. Somehow I missed that part of it. That's deep lore. That's some deep lore right there. I'm impressed. I gotta give you one of these.
Trump. Do yourself a favor and look at the Katie Johnson allegations. Okay, you're telling me that Epstein couldn't find anything when he was literally cited in the same lawsuit? It was Epstein and Trump that were sued by Katie Johnson, where she says, when I was 13 years old, I was raped. She says that. Okay, we know Epstein has an email from 2011 where he says Trump is at my house with one of the victims and he's been there for hours. So Epstein has pictures and videos of Trump. He had everything. And that's why he's no longer with us. That's why he's no longer here. It's just crazy to think that the person who is directly responsible for axing Epstein still is in the White House, still has all the power, and the network is still functioning.
It is disturbing, but that's exactly what it feels like. Nobody's going to jail, and they're just moving the location of Epstein Island. Will it be in Albania? We'll find out. You can't see Kitsune Cavalier? Are you in Top Chat? Like some sort of noob? I don't want to be, but whatever. All right, let's move it along. Now, it's been quite a banner week. Of course, all month, of course, it has been Pride Month. All week, it was my birthday week. We were celebrating my birthday, other people's birthdays, not Donald Trump's birthday. We're making fun of his birthday. And of course, yesterday was Juneteenth. It's been an action-packed week. I would also like to say that, say thank you once again to everybody who donated to the Galactic deficit financing goal. We've completed it, the biggest fucking deficit we've ever seen before on the show. Completed with 10 days left, and the month feels really good. Appreciate you guys. Took a real weight off of my shoulders. Just a reminder to everybody who's watching the show right now, if you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube. Hit that like button and the bell icon as well. All these things helpful to me, and in some cases you, like the alert icon. I mean, otherwise you won't know the show is happening. I mean, come on.
Come on!
All right. Let's do one quick video on Pride in Iowa, where LGBTQ Americans reflect on history and the importance of Pride. Here's We Are Local Iowa 5 News from Monday.
57 years after the Stonewall Uprising helped ignite the LGBTQ plus civil rights movement, Pride is now celebrated around the world. ABC's Sherry Preston sat down with 3 generations of the LGBTQ plus community at Stonewall. They explain why it's important to keep celebrating Pride.
Once a dance floor, now hallowed ground, inside Stonewall. In New York City, where a movement took root, 3 generations of LGBTQ Americans are reflecting on the importance of Pride and why it still matters.
Celebrating queer joy as a form of activism, especially during this time when I think lots of forces are trying to make us be quiet, be smaller. Pride is a way to be louder and more present.
And for each of them,
I'm just realizing I listened to this at like 2x earlier today. I'm just realizing that this is Iowa doing a segment on New York. So I'm an idiot.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
Sometimes I'm not perfect, and it happens.
Pride is about the moment they first found a place to belong. For Soraya, acceptance began when she was a child, watching Geraldine on the Flip Wilson show.
Let me check your pulse.
Well, that was the first time I saw someone do gender illusion or do drag. That was just a good example for me of what could be considered queerness.
Marlon says social media has helped his generation find community.
One of the greatest things about having social media, there's hope that you'll be able to leave where you currently are and get to a place that's more suitable for you.
But each generation carries a different story. Soraya lived through the AIDS epidemic.
But a lot of younger people, they will never, and I hope they never, will experience best friends of theirs from high school, not surviving till 30, 35, 40 years of age.
Marlon came of age during COVID.
I had missed out on a lot of the period where I would interact with others and figure out my identity.
When we think about the future, what kinds of things would you like to see? Go even further.
Older adults sometimes don't feel like younger folks understand their experience. And I think there's the opportunity for sharing of stories, mutual mentorship.
But it's a long and winding road for a lot of us, no matter what. I think you would agree, right? Living in your authentic gender, that's a good life.
At Stonewall, Pride still begins with joy. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
Okay, there you have it. See, honestly, I think I didn't notice because, like, they talk about a bunch of different things in there. And I was just listening to it. I wasn't watching it. It's like the word Stonewall is only said, like, twice. I don't even think they even said New York. Oh, no, I just dropped my fucking phone. Why?
No!
Ah! Alright, everything's fine. Alright, we're gonna hit up a couple of Juneteenth celebrations that we missed yesterday. We hit up a lot of places, but there were a couple of states that I don't think we got to, that I now have clips for. But before we go to those, let's go here to MS Now. Ali Velshi.
Seems like under this administration, we get a near daily reminder of how backward we've become as a nation. Up is down, left is right. The guilty are innocent and the innocent are indicted. Case in point, Donald Trump's $1.776 billion anti-weaponization fund, which seemed like it was dead after it received enormous backlash from across the political spectrum. Lawsuits were filed. A judge issued an injunction blocking it indefinitely from taking effect. And the acting attorney general, Todd Blanche, testified in front of Congress that the administration will not move forward with the fund. But when the judge asked...
You know, it is interesting, and I'm just thinking about this. I don't know why it didn't come to me sooner. But if the Jan 6ers deserve reparations, do black people who were, you know, affected by either slavery and or Jim Crow, deserve reparations, right? People who were systemically oppressed by the government, in many cases, killed, beaten, much worse than what the Jan Sixers went through. Do they deserve reparations? I'm just wondering, just asking out loud. We're talking about Juneteenth, and the two subjects somehow combined in my brain. I was like, wait a second. Wait a second. We got people supporting a multi-billion-dollar fund for insurrectionists. Reparations for fucking dickbags. What about people who were, oppressed systemically? Just wondering out loud for, let's say, a friend.
The Department of Justice to submit a sworn declaration that the fund was dead, which was due today. The Department of Justice refused. It argued that Blanche's congressional testimony was good enough and that, quote, such declarations are unnecessary, end quote. Now, skepticism about Donald Trump's intentions are valid. Even after the overwhelming backlash from his own party became undeniable, he said in an interview that he still thought the fund is, quote, a great idea, and that if it didn't get approved, he would be, quote, disappointed. But when the DOJ is led...
It would be, quote, disappointing. Yes, right. Oh, God. Oh, no. So disappointing if the fund doesn't get approved for the insurrectionists. Oh, God. All right, I'm going to skip ahead a little bit in this. Takes a little while for Mr. Vilshy to get cooking over here.
Access to classified documents to national secrets. Politics often gets dirty, tensions flare, and it sometimes gets nasty. But Trump's brand of politics is something we haven't seen. At the opening ceremony of the Obama Presidential Center in Chicago yesterday, former President Barack Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama were joined by 3 previous presidents and first ladies: Joe and Jill Biden, Bill and Hillary Clinton, and George and Laura Bush, Democrats and Republicans. It was a reminder that it wasn't too long ago that politics used to be more civil than it is today.
Yeah, but is civility important? I mean, are those not a bunch of... You just listed a bunch of war criminals, Ari. You just listed a bunch of war criminals just now. Getting along. All people who voted for, sending people to wars just like Donald Trump has. Right? Like, when it comes down to it, every single one of those people he just named... signed on to wars, whether it was as president, vice president, as in the Senate, right? Funding of all of these fucking things happening. I mean, it's a little like this whole thing over the Obama Center, like this desire for a return to centrism. It's so tired, right? It's so tired.
President Barack Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama, Joe and Jill Biden, Bill and Hillary Clinton, and George and Laura Bush.
I just got into the
Democrats
same spot.
and
God
Republicans.
damn it. How did I do this?
It was a reminder that it wasn't too...
With a founding era print of the Declaration of Independence and a pen and inkstand used by Frederick Douglass, Lincoln's Bible and a pamphlet by Ida B. Wells. And it's why the exhibits here focus not just on policies, but on the shared values that make democracy possible. A belief in the intrinsic dignity and worth of all people, and that no one is above the law or beneath its protection.
No one is above the law or beneath its protection. Black history in America has taught us that freedom is sometimes delayed and dreams are sometimes deferred. That's true at all times, but especially tonight on Juneteenth, during a period of great upheaval in this country. The voting rights of minorities are disappearing. Women's rights are disappearing. Diversity programs and efforts to bring equality to all races and genders are being dismantled. And we have a president in the White House who is actively undermining the achievements and contributions of immigrants and people of color. But history also teaches us that the promise of America is built upon the resilience of its people. And to borrow a phrase from the former president, the audacity of hope. We are at a turning point in America. The struggle continues, but if history is any indication, Americans don't just give up the fight. Joining me now is Eddie Glaude Jr., Distinguished Professor of African American Studies at Princeton University. He is the author of the Substack column, A Native Son. He's also the author of multiple important books, including his latest.
Eddie Glaude is making the rounds. He was on Majority Report, he was on CNN, and now he's on MSNBC. Did I accidentally call it MS Now? I still continue to attempt to refuse to call it that. It's a stupid name.
America, USA, How Race Shadows the Nation's Anniversaries. And Imani Perry, Professor of African American Studies at Harvard University, also the author of many important books, including Black in Blues, How a Color Tells the Story of My People. Welcome to both of you, friends. Thank you for being with us on this important night, on this first week of my taking over this show. Eddie, I want to start with you because you and I had a conversation just a few weeks ago about how anniversaries don't often align with what's going on. So there are a whole bunch of people in this country who are thinking, wow, I'm supposed to go out to parades and celebrate.
Solidaritatos Berlin, Gon Norsin. Solidari.deste Berlin, Camaradas. Solidarity from Berlin, comrades.
Oh, and he just gave up. I didn't even try the Cyrillic. Thank you, Nadia. I didn't try Cyrillic, or what is that, Mandarin? I think it was Mandarin. Yep, the robot gave up on those two languages, I'm afraid, but thank you for the resub on Twitch.
Of 250 years of this country, this doesn't really feel like the moment I feel like celebrating.
Right. Well, first of all, I'm just so excited that this is you at the 11th hour, Ali. So, just amazing, man.
Thank you.
We're in this moment of grift and incompetence, of corruption, of a fundamental kind of assault on the basic foundations of American democracy. And in so many ways, we're witnessing the underbelly of this fragile experiment. And so we're in this kind of extraordinary kind of period of intense reckoning with whether or not we're going to survive as a democracy in some ways. Who are we going to be on the other side of this? So there are a lot of folk, I think, Ali, who are feeling that the country that made their lives possible is collapsing all around them.
Yep, Eddie's right about that much. Name a thing, and it's falling apart. Really? I mean, you could pick just about anything. The rule of law, the environment, the protection of the environment, certainly. I mean, the economy imploding. I mean, pick a thing. Accountability, like in general. Like government, I'm talking about kind of like government accountability is just at like an all-time low. Civil rights eroded. Things not good. But people still continuing to try and celebrate their freedom. Places like Utah. Here's a clip from KSL News in Salt Lake City from yesterday.
Plenty of smiles and more than a few happy Juneteenths shared in downtown Salt Lake City today. Hundreds gathered to celebrate the holiday with a walk from the state capitol to the Gateway, where local businesses, artists, and community members all came together. News Specialist Alice Cabrero brings us there.
It's only 2 words.
Happy Juneteenth!
But to many people walking from the state capitol to the Gateway in downtown Salt Lake City, they mean a lot.
It is important. This is our nation's newest holiday.
Juneteenth marks the end of slavery in the United States.
It's a holiday for all Americans to celebrate because what it is it's celebrating the progress that we've made as a nation.
And part of that celebration means gathering together.
Hello.
Business owners like Esther Kasue set up at the Gateway as part of the Black Business Expo.
Perfect.
She specializes in paintings and custom shoe designs with her company EMK Creations. But her inspiration for her art comes from a land far away. Even though she grew up in Draper, her parents are from Kenya.
It's interesting having parents that were raised in a completely different culture. So I try to, my pieces are like paying homage to where they're from and not forgetting where I come from.
What she loves most about this event is the chance to meet people who may not normally experience her art.
Some people come and look at my pieces, they think it's really pretty, but then they ask if it's inappropriate for them to buy it or put it in their home. And I was like, no, I want you. I would love for you to take it. And it's just that discomfort because they've never had that conversation.
And through her art, those perhaps uncomfortable conversations begin. And
yeah, just gotta be open to having the conversations, everybody. All the black people in Utah in one place. Okay, that one killed me. That one killed me. Oh no. All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's go down. Oh my god!
9 subscriptions to the community.
Wow. A Megastar just did a weird. What is that? Gifting to all live followers. 9 eligible live followers. Wow, 15 people were watching and weren't following the stream and didn't get a gift sub from Omega Star. Oh. That's I mean, that's a bittersweet moment right there. I mean, I'm stoked, but sad also for all of you who missed out. You should have been following already. It's very silly of you to not be doing that. One of those to your noggin. Omega Star gifting 9 sweet subs. Thank you, Omega. Brilliant Jant. Or Brilliant? Brilliant. Und Fasaga. Happy Cushion. D-Mac Mary. Jules Lee. Ducky. Mojo Earth. What? Mojo Errors. Yoinkbot. And Frankie Man. Those are the 9 eligible people who received those sweet, sweet gifts subs from Omega Star. Hype Train just got started. Let's go.
Yeah! Come on!
Poggers. All right. Maybe even a Pog Champ. I don't know. What was the level on that Hype Train? The level 2 Hype Train already? Level 3 Hype Train. Wow. Already making big progress on that thing. Half of the way through it. 4.5 minutes to complete. Get to that next level. All right, let's go to Tennessee, where Juneteenth in Nashville drew thousands.
We begin tonight under the lights at Centennial Park, where thousands have gathered for Juneteenth 615, a vibrant celebration and a living reminder that our past is carried forward by the hands and hearts of the present. News Channel 5's Kelsey Gibbs introduces us to the people making sure those connections continue.
It means being able to be free and being able to be me.
Loop by loop, stitch by stitch. At Juneteenth 615, Phoenix Knox, Washington isn't just selling crochet, she's weaving history you can hold in your hands.
I have been crocheting a little over 20 years, coming from over 5 generations of crocheters. I used to sit and watch my great-grandma crochet.
For Phoenix, every twist of yarn is more than a craft. It's a promise to those who came before her and a gift for those who will come after.
I'm unable to have kids, so my way of passing it on to anyone that I can, so that one day that they can continue to pass it on to their next generation, is a big, very, very, very important to me.
I kind of love those.
That same urgency to pass something on fuels the heartbeat of this entire.
Look at it, it's so bright and floopy. Come on.
That same urgency to pass something on fuels the heartbeat of this entire event, keeping traditions alive, keeping the meaning intact.
What's up, my man? That's my man.
It's the same spirit driving Juneteenth 615 co-founder, Big Fella.
I think it's important to commemorate it because, you know, literally, we are not free. You're not free until nobody's free until everybody's free, right?
For him, the mission began years ago. A vision that started as an idea and grew into Nashville's largest Juneteenth celebration.
I came to the legendary Kwame Leo Lillard with the African American Cultural Alliance, and I said, hey, we're going to do a Juneteenth festival. Let's do it together.
With music, movement, and voices steeped in history, the celebration has outgrown its early home at Fort Negley, now spilling wide and bright across Centennial Park.
There you go. People taking in the beauty, the sunshine, the culture, the community, the music, and everything else. You gotta assume there's a bunch of good food here. That, I think we can just just assume. I think every Juneteenth celebration has good food. Pretty sure. Okay. Sorry, I had to stretch. It's important, you know, sitting a lot. Gotta stay limber. All right. What do I got next? Yeah. Screw it. This is still my favorite clip of the week. I stand by that.
Hi, I'm Saul Goodman. Did you know you have rights? Well, you do. Sure, they're old-timey. They were written by a bunch of guys in powdered wigs and knee socks. Boring! But believe it or not, they're still surprisingly relevant. Your rights include, but are not limited to, freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, freedom of the press, freedom against unreasonable searches and seizures, etc., etc. Wow, you lucky so-and-so. Look at you got rights coming out the wazoo, all because a whole bunch of good people, 250 years worth, sacrificed everything they had for this awesome wallpaper behind me. Know your rights. And for the love of Mike, don't ever give them up.
I'm Mike, and I approve this message.
Yes, for the love of Mike, don't give up those rights. That's an actual clip. If anybody's wondering if that's AI, that's not AI. And I haven't given anybody now that I'm thinking about it, I've given no one any context for this fucking clip. This is that's a real video. That's not AI. I My brain just fucking broke. What's his name? What's the fucking name of the actor who plays Saul Goodman? I can only think of Saul Goodman and Jimmy McGill. Oh my god, my brain just broke. Oh my god, David Cross, not David Cross. No, Bob Odenkirk. Bob Odenkirk. Not David Cross. Fucking moron. Had to like associate like 6 degrees of association like through his shows. And be like, oh, what shows is he in that like have his name in the titles? Oh, right, Bob and David. But like, Bob Odenkirk posted that to his Twitter, and apparently him and I can't remember the name of the guy who plays Mike Ehrmantraut on Breaking Bad / Saul, Better Call Saul. But apparently they got together to do this for the America's 250th. So this is the most patriotic thing that I think we'll be getting into. Probably watching that over the coming weeks, considering America's 250th. We're going to be forced to talk about it. It's going to happen. Just want you all to be prepared for that. It's 2 weeks away. All right, July 4th. I don't think you need me to do the math for you. Get a calendar. Mr. Show is so fucking good. God. Honestly, Bob Odenkirk's whole fucking and David Cross's like whole like portfolios are just like awesome. Like everything that they do is good. Is the red face because of America 250? Look, listen. I don't make the news. I just report it. I just tell you about it. What was I doing? Oh, right. Speaking of knowing your rights, let's talk about those No Kings rallies that happened or have been happening. At the last No Kings protest, a shooting happened in Salt Lake City. Insiders have broken their silence on this fatal shooting. This is KUTV from 4 days ago. Mojo Riz, thank you for the follow.
Gun. We have an AR.
You all have to move now. When you heard what happened, what was your first initial reaction?
It was complete shock. I was really terrified that this was a politically motivated shooting.
For the first time since the shooting happened, No Kings insiders answer questions on camera. 2 organizers and a member of the safety team anonymously sat down with me for the exclusive interview. Were you surprised by the turnout?
Very much so. We were the last one we didn't think people would be coming.
June 14th, after a day full of protests all across Utah, many eyes were on that evening's Salt Lake protests. Some thought it would be the largest turnout of the day, while others thought it might not be too crazy because of all the other events that went on.
Unfortunately, that is not what happened. And one individual, believing that they saw somebody with an AR, took out a gun, fired that gun, striking not the individual intended, supposedly. And instead, one of the peaceful protesters, killing that person. And people are just trying to put it together now. People are mourning the loss of this individual who was apparently loved by the community. But it's Utah, right? Like, it might as well be Texas. Like, everyone has, like, a gun, right? Like, right? Am I wrong about Utah's gun laws? Like, it's basically, like, everybody has a gun. And somebody was like, oh, I see. You know, and this is the problem with the whole good guy with a gun mentality, right? You know, when it translates to, like, real life situations, crowded as events, like, that's not the time to be a good guy with a gun. I'm sorry. Like, especially not from, like, a distance. You know, like, that's just dangerous. You're just endangering people. And that was literally what happened. Now, of course, many of those people at that No Kings rally were protesting things like ICE, something that continues to repress us. Now, I don't know if I'm going to get shit for this, because I've never watched any of her content. But it would seem, and I haven't even done any investigations into this yet, but it would seem that Michelle Wolf is now doing some sort of a YouTube show. Like a sketch thing. Hopefully she doesn't ding me for this, copyright-wise.
Are you worried about your country? Do you feel like your land is being invaded by foreign intruders who want to change your culture? Do you believe your way of life is under attack? And are you ready to finally do something about it? Then apply now to join ICE.
ICE is fighting to make a difference. ICE is protecting our values and beliefs.
ICE is rooting out the foreign enemy.
ICE is terrorizing the invaders. ICE is attacking when they least expect.
ICE is blowing up the status quo.
I joined to be part of a group of like-minded individuals really devoted to a cause. I joined after I watched some badass videos online.
I joined because I wanted to secure the border. But then I found out that's actually Border Patrol's job.
I joined to capture those MS-13 animals who are infesting America. I haven't seen any yet, but I've heard about them.
We're an age-old American tradition dating all the way back to 2003. So slightly younger than that curly-haired kid on Stranger Things, Gaten Matarazzo.
That sounds Italian. We're not deporting those guys. Yet.
I'm Homeland Security Secretary Kirsten Nielsen. It's popular nowadays to say ICE is bad, but there's no better representation of American values right now than ISIS. And as an equal opportunity employer, we accept all levels of experience and education, from low to very low, and actively welcome those with diagnosed anger issues.
The wordplay is so good. I didn't even watch the whole thing because I just knew it was gonna be good. I watched like the first 30 seconds. I was like, oh, we're watching this. I was like, okay. I was in a rush today. I don't know if those of you in the Discord, but I woke up really late today, so I had to rush through preparations for the stream. But this was in my list. I saw 30 seconds. I was like, yeah, this is gold. We're gonna watch this one right here. Ooh, yeah. Michelle Wolf telling us about the sort of values that ICE is representing. I was struggling. I was trying to come up with the best way to like do the pun myself. But well, some of us are doing YouTube related stuff. regarding ICE. Others are in real life still continuing to protest ICE, and while we focus in on places like Newark, New Jersey, and like Minnesota, there are still ICE detention centers all over the United States, more and more popping up. More and more, facilities being turned into ICE operations and or detention centers, possibly in your neighborhood. And people are protesting outside those ones too, as it turns out. Like here in Aurora, Colorado. Denver 7 from yesterday. Whoops.
Glad you're with us for Denver 7 News at 6 to wrap up the week. I'm Jessica Porter.
And I'm Claire Lavazorio. Here's a look at the headlines we're following right now at 6.
A day of action at the Aurora ICE Detention Center. Dozens of people gathered outside the facility this afternoon, demanding better conditions for the people inside. Organizers accuse the facility of medical neglect and limiting access to basic needs like food and hygiene items. We spoke to one woman who says her mother has been detained inside for weeks.
They have like so hot water. She's getting rashes all over her skin. She has to wash her clothes hand by hand manually. If she doesn't buy the shampoo, they don't have shampoo to shower.
And we reached out to the GEO Group, which operates the facility, and we have not heard back.
Oh, really? You haven't heard back from the GEO Group? No kidding. No fucking kidding.
Mr. Attorney General, I wanted to ask a few questions.
Give me a joke.
Give me a joke, just like Mark Wayne Mullen would say, the director of the DHS. Response from the GEO Group. And it's funny. Yeah, I don't expect a response from them at any time. Certainly not one of a satisfactory nature. I highly doubt that. Well, while we're talking about justice, or the lack thereof, we may as well talk about the Justice Department's outright defiement of a judge's order. MSNBC with the clip.
Mr. Attorney General, I wanted to ask a few questions about the anti-weaponization fund. We know that the department has agreed to pause this effort until at least June 12th. I wanted to ask what your plans were for the fund after June 12th.
So thank you. So look, we're not moving forward with the fund. You're right that there's a date that in the case in the Eastern District of Virginia in June, but we are not moving forward with the fund, period.
Well, there's some breaking news this afternoon on that $1.8 billion slush fund. The Justice Department is now refusing to say in a court filing in writing that it's officially killing it. A federal judge had ordered a sworn declaration in writing, putting an end to the slush fund by today. But DOJ is arguing that the declaration is, quote, unnecessary, and claiming that Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche's testimony to Congress, what we just played you, should be sufficient. That testimony, though, is not under oath and not under penalty of perjury. Now, all of this is because of the DOJ's continued resistance to backing off the fund in writing. The legal battles over it will thus continue. We're back with Congressman Krishnamurthy, Michael, and John. Congressman, it's, I guess, pretty obvious. It feels like a dumb question to ask, but for the record, why do you think they refuse to put in writing that the slush fund for payments for Trump's political allies, potentially including violent insurrectionists, is something they won't put in writing?
Because they don't want it dead. Regardless of anything that Ty Blanche said, President Trump wants this thing definitely alive. Contrary to rumors that it was on death row at that hearing, I think that it was probably transferred to that low security prison that Ghislaine Maxwell is at, that Todd Blanche.
Oh, Raja Krishnamurti got the jokes. Yeah. Well. Suffice to say, the DOJ is continuing to disregard this judge's order, and they're saying, why should we have to put it in writing that we're not going to do the fund when we're telling you? Isn't that good enough? Isn't it? I mean, that's basically what they're doing. Like, look, you got my word, okay? We're not going to do it. Isn't that fine? Isn't that do something for you? What, you need more? You need me to write it down for you? I mean, like, I think most of us would be skeptical if, I don't know, our landlords or anybody else that were in sort of like contractual agreements, the bank, credit card people or whatever, you know, they were like, the insurance company comes to mind, health insurance company, you know. I think we'd all be skeptical a little bit, and I think rightfully so. I feel like GNN 100% has Binface on the docket. That's a secret story. I didn't even put it on the thumbnail. How would you even know about the Binface situation? What do you know about Binface, people? What do you know? What do you know about things, huh? It's a secret. That's a secret. It's a secret. And now you're just talking about it? I don't know what you're doing. We can talk about that later, okay? So settle down. All right. Well, while the DOJ continues to reserve its right to give billions of dollars to insurrectionists who tried to overthrow an election, in Colorado, the powers that be are trying to prevent one candidate, actually, I think a number of candidates, but I think one specific that I'm aware of, in hotly contested race in Colorado's first, smearing her with claims of being a neo-Nazi.
What you talking about?
Yeah. Let's go here to Breaking Points, who is now talking about this story.
So in a rather shocking development that cuts against our idea that we are a free society that encourages debate, last weekend in Denver, a series of town halls, a series of political rallies were canceled as one venue after another shut down the ability of major political candidates to host an event there. Hassan Piker, the notorious streamer at this point, kind of the focus of Third Way and the centrist element of the Democratic Party, was supposed to rally with congressional candidate Melat Quiros and Senate candidate Julie Gonzalez. But venue after venue canceled, and so the event later had to be moved to in front of the state capitol, which is apparently still public space. We're going to be joined by them in a moment. Actually, let's just bring them on right now. Julie Gonzalez and Melat Quiros. Thank you, Julie, for being here.
Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Yeah, and Melat, thank you. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, happy to be here.
And so I wanted to start with a clip from Deep Badesha, who is a political consultant. Melat, is he on your campaign? Is that right?
He's a volunteer with the campaign.
Volunteer on your campaign. So he was organizing. He was getting the venues together. He's done this with his team. countless times. And here he is briefly on the day that this is going down, talking to Hassan Piker about what had unfolded. And listen closely, because this is a rather disturbing situation.
We show up the day of, so today we go in there and he looks pretty emotional, and he's like, I've been getting blown up my phone all morning from people who own this place and the people who own like the lots, the people who own malls around here, like high up in like corporations, saying you can't do this and that here. He said people were threatening him with defamation lawsuits. Defamation lawsuits. And then me and my wife are attorneys, and we're like, that's not how this defamation would work at all. That's not how this would work. And he was spooked. He's like, people blew up my phone. I've never seen this before. I'm a small business. I can't do this. They're telling me it's a safety risk. And this is the craziest thing, is he's like, you didn't tell me it was a neo-Nazi rally. And I was like, okay, what? And you were there. Yeah, I was shocked when he said that. And I was like, first off, look at the poster.
That's a crazy sentence. I mean, just to be clear, he's talking to you would assume, like the owner, right, of this event space, whatever it is, where this is being held, and they believe that it is a neo-Nazi rally based upon everything that they have been told. It's fucking wild.
This is ridiculous.
You didn't tell me it was a neo-Nazi rally. And I was like, okay, what? And you were there. I was shocked. Yeah, I was shocked when he said that. And I was like, first off, look at the poster. It's like 3 black candidates. Julie Gonzalez was Latino, and then a Turkish Muslim man. What kind of...
Yeah, seriously, but like... It's like people don't even know what the word neo-Nazi even means anymore. It's out of control. It's out of fucking control.
What kind of neo-Nazi rally is that?
So a neo-Nazi rally, these are progressive populist candidates running in Colorado. Julia running against Senator Hickenlooper, the incumbent Democrat. Maylott, you're running against Diana Gett, incumbent Democrat there. I don't know anything about a neo-Nazi platform. It's like absolutely mind-boggling. Julie, I want to start with you. Have you heard anything since then about who led this pressure campaign and how this happened?
Okay, before we do that, before we do any of that, I just want to take a look at her website. This is KyrosForColorado.com or KyrosForCO.com. Time to deliver an affordable Denver. Join Malat today. Pledge to vote. Time for a new generation of leadership. Look at all the Nazi. Look at all the Nazi iconography on this website.
You are not funny.
But I mean, just look around here. There's like, it's just a vague mountain with a sun behind it. It's so generic and harmless and non-threatening. Uh-oh, here's where the Nazi talk starts. When I spoke out against the genocide. Oh, haters of genocide are neo-Nazis. That's where it happens. See, this is where it all goes off the rails. It says she's speaking out against genocide. That's what the neo part of the neo-Nazi actually means in 26 now. It used to mean you're a skinhead, fascist bootlicker. Now it means that you're anti-genocide and against fascist thuggery. I see. I get it now. No further questions.
Say that genuinely, to see cancellation after cancellation after cancellation was pretty unprecedented. And I haven't heard since the rally concluded any more, game playing with any of our other events. And so I'm grateful for that. But what is clear in this moment is that the oligarchs and the corporations that they control are really trying to build a campaign to stop working people from taking the power that is rightfully ours in this upcoming election.
And you know what's interesting? I just should probably bring this up. I just want to take a looky here at her Instagram post from yesterday. At Milat Kiros Co. Whoopsies. I didn't mean to click that. No, I don't. I'm not going to be logging in. I am so proud to earn the endorsement of U.S. Senator and progressive champion Bernie Sanders. Oh, it's neo-Nazi Bernie Sanders at it again. That anti-Semitic Bernard Sanders. Just terrible. Anti-Semitogen Bernie Sanders. Very nasty Bernard. We call him Nasty Bernard. The neo-Nazi anti-Semite.
The election is coming on June 30th. Did you get any sense of where this pressure came from?
Well, the Congresswoman has been signaling to her donors for about a week now to levy some horrifically racist and dangerous attacks against myself. The morning of the event, she made a post accusing Hassan Piker of anti-Semitism and being a bigot. So while I don't know exactly who was responsible for this, I know who has been calling in her donors and her supporters to attack me and to attack the ideals and the policies of this campaign. And so ultimately, this comes down to the people versus the oligarchy. This comes down to people in power trying to suppress speech and to silence our dissent against the system as it exists today. And it didn't work. We took this rally to the Capitol steps, and within just a few hours' notice, we had over 1,000 Denverites show up. And
they were forced to take it to the steps of the Capitol, and 1,000 people showed up.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Well, there you have it. Milat Kiros, running in the 1st District of Colorado with the Bernie endorsement. I think she can take it down. I do hope so. Knock on Spacewood. That's a nasty, nasty Bernard. Exactly. Are you? Oh, in like a British accent, a nasty Bernard. The nasty Bernard. My wife asked me to do the nasty Bernard the other day. I couldn't bring myself to do it. Too uncouth. Well, Democrats and basically everyone is like doing everything they can to prevent the progressive populist uprising in the primaries. Donald Trump is apparently using the FBI to try and steal the midterms.
Illegal.
I will say thank you very much. I love you, sir.
Oh, this is important. Let's do this Ohio stuff. Number 7. This is from a couple of days ago. Gavin Newsom announced that the DOJ is investigating him and his family. I'm not a big fan of Gavin Newsom's, but we should not be using the apparatus of the U.S. government to attack political opponents unless they've done things like, I don't know, encouraged a riot and an attack on the Capitol of the United States. Not only are politicians being targeted, as we've seen multiple times, but MS Now reporting that the FBI is harassing voting rights organizations in Ohio. They are particularly worried about Ohio because Sherrod Brown's numbers have been pretty good. I mean, we'll see. But
another state with a Republican governor that we should be flagging, like Texas, that is likely to welcome that governor ICE to polling stations in the fall, and probably welcoming the voter intimidation that the administration's promising.
In the aughts, there was a lot of controversy in the 2004 election and frankly in 2008 about polling sites being shut down and voting machines not working in sites to suppress the vote. And understand, these voting rights organizations are hitting more often than not communities of color, low-income communities, trying to get people out to vote who don't normally vote. And the FBI is trying to make their life miserable. You'll remember when they went after Acorn and got rid of Acorn after Obama's win. Acorn was, and this was done, targeted by Project Veritas. Acorn was, again, just another community organization that was national, but located in communities, driving people out to vote. Here is that report from MS Now with Carol Lenning and Nicole Wallace.
Let me read from the part of the story that has these incredible quotes from witnesses. You reported this. From the board member of Ohio Organizing Collaborative who told MS Now Thursday night, quote, they had agents all across the state going to civil rights leaders and community leaders' doors, intimidating them, coming and demanding that they talk about literally anything they would ask, having that agents, quote, ask them if they're committing voter fraud, just on their doors, in front of their houses, with their children, and just following them to work or school. Wow. Some of the people said the agents approached without warrants, according to the board member Haney, just straight up intimidation tactics. Carol.
We have another follow-up that was done.
I mean, that is just fucking disturbing. Why? I mean, we know why, but I mean, why are we in this situation? I mean, like, how have we gotten so deep down the road into just authoritarianism, where the federal government is just using the apparatus of the law, but not as it is written, just the people, right? Just using like the apparatus, not applying the law, but instead applying the desires of the president himself. That is just so fucking wrong in all ways. In all the ways. It is pure authoritarianism.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
On that same day here, I should say, not a follow-up, but this is part 2 of that.
Goal, but FBI agents raided that office yesterday, according to our sources, and according to a board member of the group who confirmed it for us late in the evening. And those FBI agents also did something really unprecedented, which is that they went without warrants, according to the board member, to interview across the state and show up at the doorsteps of volunteers, canvassers, people who basically just enlisted their own energies to try to register voters. And they were, by insinuation and by the questioning of the FBI agents, it was implied that they had engaged in some sort of wrongdoing. It was, to the board members' mind, straight up intimidation tactics and a fishing expedition, quote unquote. These agents, according to witnesses who we spoke to, did not have warrants to do these interviews, if you can call them that. And it is really a break from everything about the way the Department of Justice and the FBI conducts investigations into the possibility of election fraud or any wrongdoing in election registration.
The fact of the matter is that the Heritage Foundation has done extensive studies. The Bush administration has done extensive studies. I mean, they were desperate to find cases of voter fraud and never found anything. And so this is just out and out blatant attempts to depress voter turnout by
depress voter turnout, depress voters themselves and voting officials, right? I mean, all of these things, they're just going after everyone right now. That is just disturbing. Let's not forget that earlier in Trump's presidency, I can't remember if it was this year or last year, but they literally sent the FBI to multiple states to seize the voting rolls and records without permission. They've also gotten a hold of now via the complicity of Republican states who have willfully handed over those voter rolls, which have always been just in the care of states themselves. It's always been the separation of state and of federal government. States' rights. Republicans used to love states' rights. What happened to that? Oh, that's right. They got in power and they got a fucking king in power. That's what happened. You don't need states' rights when you got a fucking dictator. Just apply the law whenever they want and ignore it at the same pace. Okay. I think this is all to some degree. Because I think people are starting to see what's the correct colloquialism for this moment? The writing on the wall, if you will. The tide is coming in. That tide is Democratic Socialists of America flavored.
A communist.
The Democratic Socialists seem to be doing considerably better than they used to be, and they have the chance to knock off, in fact, Democratic incumbents in Congress. And part of the reason for that, why we're seeing these Democratic Socialists having such good chances or outright winning nominations, is take a look here. Net favorability among Dems. Democratic Socialists of America, look at that. A plus 17-point net favorability rating among Democrats. That is actually better. That is better than how congressional Democrats are viewed by Democrats at just plus 4 points. So no wonder that Democratic Socialists have such a good chance, because simply put, they are a better brand at this point than Democrats in Congress.
I'm staying in the race.
425% better, I believe. Something like that. Yeah, Democrats incredibly unpopular, as it turns out. And it would seem if you want to get the most Democrats out to vote in the general, you've got kind of one choice. I guess two choices, right? You've got choice A. You go with the
Omega 5 Tar just cheered 100 bits. Fuck the status quo, Damn the man, fight the system.
Megastar, thank you for the biddies. What the hell is it? Oh, right. Let's say you have two choices, right? You can embrace what is happening, popularity-wise. Like if you're the Democrats, right? If you're the Democratic establishment, if you're Chuck Schumer, if you're Hakeem Jeffries, you're the DCC, right, and the DNC, you can continue to try and uphold the status quo. A status quo that is crumbling, that is unpopular. All the numbers tell you you should have already been off of the train and gotten on a different wagon, if you will, and or I guess rather than admitting reality or defeat, you could just sit and wait and hope and pray that Donald Trump is unpopular enough in November. So you wait like 5 months and you hope and pray that Trump immiserates, 100 million people or something like that. Get them all out there to vote in the primaries. I mean, sorry, not in the midterms, right? And that's all they got. There's two choices. It's like accept reality or continue to shove your head in the fucking sand and hope and pray that making Trump into a boogeyman alone will get them across the finish line. If in fact that's the goal. I think that's a bad goal though. Trump's popularity numbers have plateaued. Bottomed out, whatever you want to call it. They have not been going down further that I've been noticing in the last couple weeks. They've sort of stayed where they were at. Very low, but not not plummeting anymore. I don't think they can do that because the numbers are very bad right now. Like the actual numbers on who's going to vote for who, supposedly, according to the latest polls that we've seen. These numbers aren't good. So Democrats have to embrace a winning strategy here. One that can get them more points in the polls, if you will. Now, the proposed billionaires tax in California, speaking of elections, has made it to a ballot. Let's talk about it with KTLA 5 from yesterday on what Gavin Newsom's I don't know what you want to call them, responsibilities are at this moment as governor of the state of California.
A proposed one-time 5% tax on the wealth of billionaires officially qualified for the November ballot. But now uncertainty as to whether it will actually be put to voters, as the union backing the measure says they will pull the measure if Governor Newsom backs a 2% tax on billionaires that would instead be passed by California lawmakers.
With more, let's go inside California politics with Inside California Politics host Nikki Lorenzo. Hi, Nikki. Nice to have you here on this Friday. Let's start with this. For the first time in months, we are not talking about the race for governor, but the battle lines that are being drawn in a big way around this proposed billionaire tax. And backers of the tax basically gave Governor Newsom an ultimatum, which he seems to be rejecting.
Yes. Oh, Gav. The homeless camp obliterator. Gavin Newsom. Prince Dickbag of California. He's not a fan. He's not a fan of this billionaire's tax. And he wants to make it less. He thinks it's too much what the union is asking. He's pathetic. The guy is fucking trash. But he's rich enough. He's like the kind of guy who's like rich enough to think that he's gonna be a billionaire one day. And he's like, oh, this affects me. Or like, this will affect me one day when I'm a billionaire. Like, I can't remember exactly how much money he's got, but that guy is wealthy. He's always been fucking wealthy. Like, really wealthy. But that's exactly why. In my opinion, that's just an opinion. But I think that he's the kind of guy who in his mind thinks that he will be a billionaire at one point. Like, he is exactly the kind of guy who believes in the American dream because he's so close. He's already achieved it, right? He was granted the American dream and could become a billionaire himself one day if he gets lucky, you know? He's got enough chips at the table, you know? Considering the, you know, you look around at certain things like crypto or tech stocks, and guys like Gavin think, if I just put like $1 million into the right stock, I could be a billionaire tomorrow. His ex beat him to it. That's the one thing I don't know enough about his, like, and maybe I know actually too much about it, but I don't actually know very much about his wives. But I do know he used to date Kimberly Guilfoyle. That much I do know. They seem like a perfect couple. Now, some people are continuing to fight back against billionaires and continuing to fight for working people. Nope. Bernard Sanders got into a bit of a heated exchange with Bill Cassidy in the Senate funding. What was this again? An executive session. And a healthcare amendment, which I think actually Bernie himself was proposing.
Does anyone else have an amendment they would like to call up? Sanders, number 2.
Mr. Chairman, unlike my first amendment, this amendment simply calls for an increase in funding for community health centers from $4.6 billion to $5.8 billion. I think I previously discussed why community health centers right now are in desperate need of increased funding, and I would hope that members would support the amendment.
Does anyone else wish to comment on this? I will say the same thing I did before. We're considering this in July after the amendment or this appropriate legislation has been vetted, technical assistance, and scored. Right now, there's no pay for this. So if we wait for a month, we'll actually have a pay for. And that's the way that Congress is supposed to work. It's not scoring cheap political points when we're trying to pass bipartisan legislation, which is bipartisan priority.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh my, that sounds so sensible from Bill Cassidy. Let's just wait a month and then we'll fund it. When we have the money, then we'll do the increase. That makes perfect sense. But wait, does Bernie have more to say? It sounded like he was going to interject. Hold on a second. Just wait 1 second.
Legislation, which is bipartisan priority.
Mr. Chairman, Mayor?
Sure.
Very briefly. You say that you're going to be bringing this need up in July. Is that correct?
We're having a markup in July, and I presume that you're going to offer this then. And
what I'd like to know is, and maybe we can get rid of all these amendments very quickly. Among other things, will you be supporting in July an increase in funding for community health centers from $4.6 to $5.8 billion?
I am so happy to have that conversation, but there are resources, limited resources.
I'm so happy to have that conversation. That's political speak for no. No, I will not be funding it, says Bill Cassidy. We could listen to him go on and prevaricate on the subject for some time. But suffice to say, in the next 2 minutes or so, Bill basically says, no, we can't afford it. We can't afford it, actually. So he's a liar. He said, we're going to table this because we can fund it in a month. But actually, no, we can't fund it in a month because we can't afford it. He's talking out of both sides of his mouth, like the sneaky snake that he is. Ay, ay, ay. Who could have guessed? Bill Cassidy would be disingenuous about his desire to increase funding for Medicaid and other things like that. Actually, it wasn't even Medicaid. It was rural health centers. I take it back. It was rural. For a second, I couldn't remember. I almost forgot. It actually wasn't Medicaid. It was a supplement because rural health centers are closing across the nation. I almost forgot what this was over. This would be because Bernie goes into it into more detail. But there's rural health centers closing across the nation because they can't afford to stay open because they've lost billions in funding. Because of the cuts to pay for the billionaire tax cuts for Trump and for Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, and Mark Zuckerberg.
Zuckerbucks.
And Bernie just wanted to fund those. It wasn't even Medicaid. The most hated of Republican things. Bill Cassidy doesn't even think we have money to fund the fucking the rural health centers that are closing. I wonder. You figure there's are there any rural districts in Louisiana? I can't remember. That's the state that Bill represents as a senator. I wonder if there's any rural health facilities in Louisiana. They're probably already all closed, so why fund them? All right, let's talk about the economy a little bit. Health costs are, of course, a big concern for Americans. But, of course, worker pay is also a big deal. Before we go to this next one, actually, we're 2 hours into the stream. Just a reminder, folks, I started a galactic content goal on Twitch. Bits and subs reduced due to all of the donations already seen on Twitch today. But if you haven't already, hit the follow button over there. Subscribe on YouTube. Hit that bell icon, like button too. And also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. Can help keep the Galactic News Network alive in many, many ways. Bits, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal donos. Throne's pretty sweet. I mean, you can buy actual physical items that would eventually arrive at my doorstep down on Earth. But of course, the very best way to get most space benefits for your Earth dollars is Patreon. $3 a month. So many space benefits. No time to tell you about them. But suffice to say, a lot of great ways, options for you to show your galactic support. You can find links to all of those things in my YouTube description, Twitch bio, Whatever they're called. Should we take a break now? Let me look at this real quick. I think we'll wait until 3 hours. We might go a little long today because I told you I would try and make up for yesterday's short stream. Because we did complete a galactic content goal yesterday. But I ran out of content. Today I got a longer list. A larger variety of topics for us to discuss here. So we'll probably take at least 2 breaks and then a late night after hours Galactic Chill stream too. At the end. Get like a 9-hour in. Something like that. Maybe a little longer. We'll see how it goes. No promises. I'm going to try my best. That's all I can do. Okay? Okay, your love of Count Binface is noted. We will be talking about him at the relevant time. Why would I be talking about Count Binface? Just ask yourself this question, Boku. You know, you've seen this stream many, many times. Yes? I mean, how many streams have you seen at this point? I know I've seen you chatting in here on many occasions. And you can't possibly not know at this point that we talk about things in a particular order. We do U.S. news, right? Then we do like the environment, a little bit of space news, and then everybody else in like a sort of curvy S shape, right? Going south over the border, South America, up to the United Kingdom and Europe, and back down through Africa, then back up through the Middle East and Asia is where we end. And sometimes we go to Australia, right? You see what I'm saying here? Like, why are you talking about Count Binface still? That's hours from now, I would like to point out to you. Prepare yourself for the long haul, okay, Boku? If you want Binface, you're gonna have to wait. Because right now we're still talking American politics, where people are still being repressed.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Still being repressed by the faltering economy, dismal outlook on just about everything. Housing, inflation, job prospects, all these things diminishing in front of our very eyes. Healthcare costs increasing. I mean, everything is just getting worse and worse. Some people, though, are taking upon themselves to buck the trend and try and do things in a slightly different way. And this next video from A More Perfect Union actually is very close to my heart. Because I don't want to give too much away about this. But at one point, we've talked about like how I worked in the gig economy at one point. And I don't know if I ever mentioned it before, but I thought of trying to do all sorts of different things. Like, well, we'll get into it. But these people in Nebraska have come up with an interesting way to unrig the economy, work together, and create opportunity.
You know the problem.
What industry wants, industry gets. We don't even exist in their mind.
They're not creating jobs.
Now it's getting to the point where people are beginning to demand answers.
If you're anything like me, you want to know, what can we do about it?
20%.
What are some solutions that could fundamentally transform our political and economic systems? So many political ideas today seem stale and recycled.
Democrats are trying to extend the credits for 3 years.
We want to focus on combating corruption.
Mr. President, let's cut the red tape.
We're going across the country to meet people who are injecting fresh, bold ideas into the realm of what's possible.
If we do it the way we've always done it, we're never going to progress.
When things get as bad as they've gotten, people start taking their destiny in their own hands.
To start a much needed conversation about the kinds of ideas that our political candidates should be talking about if they actually want to improve the lives of working class Americans. This is Big Ideas, a new series from More Perfect Union. First big idea, break up the multinational corporate model that has a stranglehold over America and replace it with something that gives us more power over the wealth that we create. Consider two rideshare apps from the perspective of a driver. For the same route, one pays you $17, the other $42. How is that possible? Well, it comes back to a big idea that drivers here in Colorado have been coming together to fight for. Ahmed used to make a decent living driving for Uber, but in the last few years, he, like most other drivers, had a big problem.
You figure out these things is a trap, you know what I mean?
More Perfect Union has investigated this, how Uber transformed a once decent job into low-paid gig work managed by an algorithm. Ahmed's experience was no different.
I always talk to myself, I said, what's the alternative? What's the solution for this?
Ahmed and a group of other drivers came together with a big idea. Last year, they founded Drivers Co-op Colorado, a rideshare company to compete with Uber and Lyft.
Looking for a better way to move around Colorado? Welcome to Drivers Co-op Colorado, the fair local alternative to traditional rideshare.
Unlike those companies, the co-op is not owned by Wall Street investors.
Fucking genius. And this is what I didn't get this far on this. The fact is years and years ago, we're talking like, god damn, how long ago was it now? When did I first start with Instacart? Was it in 2019 or something? Good guy. It was a long fucking time ago now. Like, I want to say like at least, must have been like 6 or 7 years ago now. Like I started doing, I started doing things like Instacart, DoorDash. Like I just gotten off doing things like pizza delivery, and I had a vehicle. So like that's why I started doing stuff like that. I was like, okay, well, if I have a vehicle, I can do, I could do delivery. So, I started doing it. Honestly, first off, it starts paying really good because like Instacart had just started. Like I got in there like when it first got going. I was making a good living. I was making more than I was as a pizza delivery driver, which on some nights was really good, right? Like on some nights, you're making like hundreds of dollars a night, doing pizza delivery. And, it depends on the night, but, that adds up if you're working 5 nights a week, 4 or 5 nights a week or whatever, right? I mean, sure, a lot of it's like tends to be at least back in the day, it tended to be under the table before things like DoorDash came in and took it over. But like I wound up losing my pizza delivery job before they had fully taken over. Started doing this as a replacement. Was making a decent living that competed with what I was doing before it. And it was actually much more freeing because I didn't actually have a boss, right? I could choose what orders to take. I could sit there and wait for the right one. And it was, to some degree, it was an ideal replacement from what I had been doing right before it. And then all of a sudden, like, shit changes, like, they start doing all of this like shady stuff. They start using like algorithms and a bidding system rather than a set system of pay, and like all these other sorts of like fancy things to drive down costs and search for where the bottom on the labor market really was, right? Using data, like mining, like over thousands, hundreds of thousands, who knows? I mean, I don't know exactly how many, must be millions of transactions now that they've executed for people, have created a system that knows exactly how little people will accept. Rather than at one point, like I was saying, they had a set system where you get paid per item plus tip and delivery fee and miles, right? All 4 of those things, right? You get per item costs for your time, right? You would get because it also adds on to like your gas cost, right? At the end of it, depending on how far you're driving, right? So you also get paid for like, you were getting paid by the mile. You knew how much that was. And then a tip, whatever that was going to be, you didn't know, but you actually, at that point, almost didn't need to know what the tip was going to be. You would hope for a good tip and you would just do a good job. And then things changed. It became cutthroat. You know, it became a whole, just a fucking black box. And I thought to myself, God, there's got to be another way. And I started like trying to like, and what I didn't do, and I should have done, and part of the problem was I didn't know enough people. And I probably should have gone to like Facebook groups or something like that. But I didn't. But like I was in the fledgling stages of like floating these ideas, like the idea of, to some of my most regular customers, that like my pay was going way down, but I like needed to like, but like if they would be interested. Some people said that they would be interested, in fact, to take on, you know, a local company rather than using, you know, some larger company. But at the time, it was hard to get movement on it because people were still like, what do you want to call it? Like the people that I talked to, like in person, of the drivers that I knew, weren't all 100% receptive to the idea of doing something. But I didn't think of the concept of doing a co-op. I was like, we should start like a business or something. That sounds too like entrepreneurial now in my mind. Co-op sounds way better. And I don't know why I didn't come to that. Like, my brain is stupid. I should have fucking thought of this. I should have fucking, like, literally, when I heard this, like, my brain exploded. I was like, oh my God. This is literally the thing I was thinking about doing.
Owned by the drivers themselves. Now the drivers control what they are paid. 80% of every fare, actually. And collectively, they govern each aspect of their business. That's the big idea we want to discuss with you. How it could transform our lives if more of our companies were organized as co-ops.
A co-op is a kind of corporate form where a group of participants in the business come together to own the business collectively.
Hans Taparia is a writer and business analyst who studies how companies are structured. He told me there are many kinds of co-ops.
Yeah, and the co-ops that I kept thinking of, like, that I would have, like, you know, most of the co-ops that I think of are, like, agricultural type co-ops, right? Like you know, like neighborhood, you know, garden co-op type stuff.
They can be worker-owned, like the Drivers Co-op, producer-owned, like some food companies, depositor-owned, like a mutual savings bank, or consumer-owned, like a co-op grocery store.
And the fact is like during this, like the last couple of years, like we've heard about all sorts of these sorts of things. So we're not going to get too deep into this. I think a lot of people here are familiar with this, but like back at the time when I was thinking about this, when I was doing delivery driving, I wasn't thinking about it. I didn't think about this as like a possibility, and I feel stupid for not having thought of it. But it's a brilliant idea. But it's what we should be doing. And trying to gear business and commerce towards actually benefiting society rather than just shareholders. Because that's what we have. That's what we have right now. And that's why things just keep getting worse and worse. It's because the only people that business is out to benefit these days is just shareholders. And that's it. We need a different form of engaging in these sorts of businesses, right? And co-ops are seemingly the answer to that. I think it'll take a lot of time to you know, replace, if you will. I mean, especially because we've seen, you know, the decimation of main streets in so many places, but, you know, gotta find ways to create spaces and to create these sorts of opportunities for communities to work within themselves and with one another, where the product of the community, right, of like the labor of the community is not just getting sucked directly out of the fucking community all the time. And though we can't replace every single facet of the corporate structure that we currently have immediately, or perhaps ever, but we can certainly make some strides on at least a few things. We just have to think outside the box, and that's exactly what that is. Creating a co-opt Uber. Now, unfortunately, some people are innovating in the worst possible ways, like the federal government. Yep, slashing funds, destroying and or deleting entire government agencies that actually all had purposes, you know? The EPA has been regulating your drinking water for decades. USDA has been making sure that your food doesn't get poisoned. And some of these programs that got cut by Doge and by Donald Trump and Project 2025 peeps in the Republican Party. Because let's not forget, all of these things could have been technically probably prevented by the Congress. You know, the co-equal branch of government. But for instance, we went 60 years without a single case of New World screwworm. And are now seeing more and more cases popping up. Last we checked, which was I think 2 days ago, those screwworm cases in the United States had now crossed over a dozen. I'm about to check on the latest numbers while we watch this clip from the Majority Report.
So, back in the run-up to Doge and in the middle of it, I found myself on Piers Morgan having a debate with one of the coaches from The Biggest Loser, who was telling me, as one does, that all the USAID thing, like we're hearing about, crazy ass, USAID is putting on trans, musicals in Ghana or something, they tell me, and they're doing stuff like checking the mating habits of like some type of fly, like what are we doing here? And now finally the American public finds out about all of the ridiculousness of screening flies for their mating habits. Well, it turns out there's a reason for that, isn't there, Dave?
Right. I mean, this whole debate reminds me of John McCain would come out and go on the floor of the Senate and he'd come up with some funny sounding names of federal programs and then chuckle with his buddies like, isn't this ridiculous that we spend all this money on, shrimps in the desert or as you say, the mating habits of flies. But it turns out there's this incredible program that has kept the U.S. food supply safe for 60 years. And it does indeed involve the mating habits of flies, a particular fly known as the New World screwworm.
Yes. Exactly. And this is a disturbing story. I'd like to direct you all your attentions to from the Texas Tribune, quote unquote, mass euthanasias. Screwworm could have deeper implications for Texas's already crowded animal shelters.
What you talking about?
And where should we pick this up? Yeah. The state's uncontrollable stray animal population has the potential to make the spread of screwworm worse. And in some cases, animals in shelters could die as a result of this outbreak without ever being touched by the screwworm. They will do mass euthanasias if they aren't allowed to move the animals out of the quarantine zone, says Rebecca Giamona, Assistant Medical Care Director for Austin Pets Alive. Quote, there could be thousands of animals dying in shelters because they don't have the space to continue to cover those animals, unquote. For years, animal advocates across Texas have been raising awareness about the overcrowding animal shelters all over the Lone Star State. So we don't need the rest of this. I was like perusing this just now. It seems to me that we could be on a hand. Do you remember how worked up RFK was about the ostriches in Canada? Anybody remember that? We could have another ostrich situation on our hands in fucking Texas and possibly in other states in the South. And they're doing nothing to prevent it right now. In fact, they did everything that they could to actually bring this about by dismantling all of this stuff.
Huh.
Yes. So these flies are incredibly invasive. When they drop their eggs, they usually bury them into the tissue of livestock or even humans. It's not very painful or harmful in humans, but when it goes into livestock like cows, they literally screw down the larvae of these eggs, screw down into the animal and eat the flesh of the animal. And if untreated, it kills the animal. And if you have an outbreak of these, where they're in an entire herd, it can become extremely invasive and a huge problem. And we had this in this country for many, many years. And in the 60s, we figured out a way to stop it. And that was, we sterilized hundreds of millions of these flies, and then we airdropped them in Panama in the rainforest to almost create a fire break. So when these sterile flies mate with female screwworm flies, they create eggs that don't hatch.
Exactly. Now, is this it right here? This is from last year. This is from last year. This is what I'm talking about.
American political personalities Dr. Oz and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. are trying to save hundreds of ostriches in British Columbia, ordered culled because of the bird flu. Well, CTV's Renee Rogers joins us more on this story. Renee, tell us about this ostrich bird flu story out of the BC, and now that you...
Okay, anyways, there's a large herd of ostriches on a farm in Canada that were slated to be culled because of bird flu. And RFK and Dr. Oz, the Maha boys, were very upset about that and incredibly vocal online and in the media. I can't find the clip of RFK talking about it, but he was very worked up. He did not want those ostriches to die. And now, like, a bunch of, like, probably like dogs and cats and horses and who knows what else are all going to have to be euthanized because of the screwworm here in the United States.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
The ostrich folks are insane. They're a little unhinged. I just find the hypocrisy, like the lack of concern over this impending potential culling in the United States. I find the hypocrisy to be rather stark, I guess you might say. All right, now we're doing on time. Not bad. Not bad. We're going to stay with Sam Cedar. We're going to leave the majority report, though. You follow me? You're now going to go to a different place. Place I'm unfamiliar with. Called the Runaway Country with Alex Wagner. Let's talk about the narrative, you know? Let's talk about how we even discuss things anymore. I'm of course talking about Jubilee. The internet. Okay, I know that's not the internet. Settle down.
You have aptitude for political conversation and, shall I say, debate. For people who have missed the Jubilee video you did in March of 2025, yeah, baby, it went mega viral. I think, how many is it? 7.5 million views on my last count. It's called One Progressive versus 20 Trump Supporters. These things are like, give me agita. Like I get like acid reflex watching them, but yours is very good. Let's just play a supercut of you doing yeoman's work in this forum.
In Trump's cabinet, there are people of color that Democrats pretend don't exist.
Man-made raising temperatures by 1 to 2 degrees Celsius.
I think so.
No, human beings are very good at innovation.
Miami. Are you allowed to fire them if you find out they're trans? So we have a disagreement. I don't believe people should be discriminated against.
Like, what's the problem with xenophobic nationalism? Don't you think that's better for Americans and culture?
Culture is?
We already have the same culture. We should have assimilation.
Which, do you get to choose what the culture is?
We are as an identity.
I think you're making my argument for me.
I think she's making J.D. Vance's argument for him.
Side note, she became a sort of right-wing talker for a while and then had to drop out of politics when it came out that she had an affair. She was a trad wife.
Well,
slightly different tradition, I think.
It's in the tradition of something. I don't know if it's traditional. My gosh. Sorry I had to skip through that. Otherwise, I'd probably get fucking crap from Jubilee.
maybe untrad wife.
Yes.
You're not allowed to do that in the trad wife world.
I feel like most
people...
Am I wrong, or have most people here seen those clips already? Because I feel like most people here have seen those clips.
Like well, first of all, how did that feel? It's my nightmare. And do you feel like I am constantly asked, like, what do we do about the divide that exists? Like, how do you bridge it? Like, how do we get at the things that separate us? And I wonder, like, what those forums make you feel about the sort of reckoning between our two Americas.
I mean, I think there's like 35% of the country. There is no bridge to them. I don't think there is a bridge. I think you can, if you reach the 5 or 10% who don't pay attention really to politics that much, I think it comes down to getting those people on board. And then I think there has to be a follow-up with actually like real material, I wouldn't say radical, but maybe in the context of the way that things have worked, radical change in terms of legislation and the structure of our society. And then I think the worst tendencies of people are not expressed by sort of like that margin between 55 and 35 if their material lives are easier. And so, I mean, I think ultimately that's what it comes down to. I mean, like this country was in many respects built on racism and has never really gotten past the specter of racism. I mean, and now we're back to, like where we were arguably 60 years ago when it comes to voting.
I was going to say post-Reconstruction era.
Yes, very much.
Say late 1800s.
I mean, people, Jim Crow and really the 19 teens in 20 when the KKK was at 6% of the country were card-carrying members of the KKK. They were going to, they were involved in the 150th celebration of the country's birthday. I mean, this was, and so I think there's a certain percentage of people you just will not reach. And it's not just about race, but that's a big part of it. And so I don't worry about bridging the divide. I think as a political matter, it is reaching people who are really not that engaged, and then providing enough material benefits when you're in power.
Mm-hmm.
I've been doing really two things.
Yeah, exactly. That is the second part that's most important, right? That's why right after Zoran got elected, I was like, guys, we gotta do everything we can to help Zoran do what he needs to do here coming up, because people are going to be looking at him, first Democratic Socialist mayor, like hawks. And anything he doesn't achieve, they're going to be like, look, see, look, he failed at this. Oh, the thing is when you propose something new, it has to some degree work out. Otherwise, you get hammered for it. Sam's right. And so you have to, or if you don't even deliver on it, right? Lack of delivery and or things not going the way as expected, right? These are bad. This is not what you want. You want them to go well and as expected. But there is certainly some degree of people who are persuadable. Always, for whatever reason. I don't understand it fully myself, but they're out there. They're out there, and a lot of them are on the internet. However, that's where the next big battle is apparently going to happen. And I'm not talking about with the debates like with Jubilee. No. I'm talking about the law.
Illegal.
Let's go over here to Taylor Lorenz, who had on some guy by the name of Hassan Parker.
Hassan Parker.
Ah, right, Hassan Parker. To talk about this serious situation.
It's as if the government would be able to peek into your home and listen into your conversations with your loved ones about how frustrated you are about a government's policies. I mean, it's terrifying.
As threats to free speech escalate around the globe, Hassan Parker is constantly in the crosshairs. The leftist Twitch streamer has been targeted by multiple governments for his commentary. He was recently banned from entering the UK, a venue for a rally he was set to appear at in Denver mysteriously canceled, and multiple members of Congress are actively trying to get him deplatformed. So why doesn't more of the left care about protecting free speech online? Why aren't more big leftists speaking out against these draconian internet surveillance laws being passed in the name of child safety or cracking down on big tech as if that's what they do? Well, Hassan is here today to discuss all of that. We're going to dig into why leftists should fight to protect Section 230, what makes the Kids Online Safety Act and other laws like it so incredibly dangerous, how Democrats became the pro-censorship party, and why everyone on the left should be talking about things like the Jawbone Act, a new law that could actually protect against government censorship pressure. Hassan, welcome to Free Speech Friday.
It's great to be here. Unfortunately, under not such great circumstances. I feel like what's good for Free Speech Friday is really bad for American society, for the Western world in general. And I've been a victim of many anti-speech initiatives, especially as of late.
Yeah, I mean, I think like obviously you're banned from the UK. Recently, your rally in Denver was canceled that you were supposed to attend. And you've just been subject to so much sort of censorship and I think government pressure to remove your speech from the internet. It's an issue that you deal with all the time.
Absolutely. And it's interesting because, like, look, free speech is not an infinite concept for the most part. There are very few people that are consistent in terms of like defending speech that they don't like, right? But what I mean is the way that we understand free speech or the way that we discuss free speech in theory is very different than the established boundaries around free speech, right? There's certain things that are crimes or defamation, for example, that is not protected speech. But free speech is supposed to give you an expansive protection, and especially in the United States of America, it's the most expansive, right? And yet, I think my argument always has been that America only gets to have this expansive free speech liberty and free speech protections, which they don't always follow through on, right? The assassination of historic revolutionary black leaders, or, the Red Scare, McCarthyist trials, and blacklists in Hollywood, things of that nature have always undermined this fundamental principle that we think we believe in, that we advocate for. And yet the expansive free speech protections have only been afforded to a country that is dominant, right? America gets to not be threatened by someone like myself and what I'm saying because it's a powerful nation. It's the most powerful nation on earth. And yet, due to geopolitical incidents, due to the decline of American empire in general, it's spread too vast. America no longer feels as unthreatenable around.
Okay, we're not going to watch this whole thing. It's quite long. It's like 45 minutes long. And we've talked about this. We've watched a bunch of these like Taylor Lorenz videos on Section 230. How repealing it would be terrible for people like her and Hassan, and for me, and for all of us who enjoy online independent media, as well as just generally having access to free speech on the internet and stuff like that. Especially for those of us who are perhaps, different than other people in any number of ways. Right? LGBTQ content, especially under threat. If you take down 230, that's not all. I'm gonna skip to about here.
People are aware of this. I don't think enough people are thinking about it because they're looking at the other side of this, because there is some validity to the other side's argument as well. Obviously, they have to present a good argument. And that argument comes from the fact that children are constantly on the internet. Their brains are being broken by what they're seeing. Algorithms are driven by, obviously, violence and right-wing reactionary commentary for the most part that's churning out, the next generation of sometimes nihilistic extremists, as the government likes to call them. And then you have this radicalization pipeline that goes all the way to what they're calling terrorgram, right? Telegram channels that are specifically designed to find vulnerable young teenagers, men and women, that are shut-ins for the most part, and goad them into doing acts of violence. And it's been fairly successful for them all around the world, as a matter of fact. The San Diego mosque shooting that happened recently is connected to these groups. I mean, it has the same telltale markers of a terrorgram, Order of Nine Angles style incident. And I think there are probably much better ways of combating this violence. And it's very clear that this surveillance state has not been able to thwart this kind of violence to begin with. There is always that classic meme when in the aftermath.
For anybody unfamiliar, Order of Nine Angles is like some like neo-Nazi cult from like 50 years ago or something.
Another mass shooting, they say, oh, he was on our radar. And it's like, well, you guys didn't do anything about it. So you're just surveilling people and that's it. And yet what it has been very effective in combating is creating a chilling effect on speech and stopping organizing because people are fearful that the government will come after them. And, you know, this new technology makes it much easier to do that. So on the front end, you have social conditioning and social manipulation. And on the back end, those who still make it through that filter, who are independent thinkers, can be consistently surveilled and maybe even prosecuted for what they're thinking. Not thinking about engaging in any crimes, mind you, but that could still change.
Just
maybe
wrong
one
think.
day we're looking at this administration right now.
It's just wrong thing. I mean, it's incredibly Orwellian. You know, we all have devices monitoring us at all times. It is literally straight out of 1984. It's not an exaggeration. You know, and like basically, you know, we're constantly under watch. And somehow our words could be used against us later. You know, for people like, you know, Hassan or myself who talk 8 hours a day, that's a big problem. But really for everybody, right? Because everybody should be able to engage in, you know, in free speech and not expect to be punished for the wrong wrong thing. Like, oh, God. Oh, I wrong-thinked about something. I need to be put in jail.
Right to jail, right away.
They got a new White House initiative that my name is on as well, alongside.
Or not even jail, right? Like, taken down. Because the fact is more and more, I feel like people are accepting, like, in some cases, like I will accept that in some cases things are genuinely should not be on, like, whatever platform, and that, like, platforms can make their own decisions, but, like, if it's not endangering society, I don't think people should be potentially getting, like, having their free speech taken away from them. And now these days, I mean, free speech really just exists on the internet. Like, nobody's listening to you on the fucking street. Everybody's got their fucking AirPods in or whatever. Do you know what I'm saying? They got their fucking headphones on and they're listening to the internet. They're listening to somebody talk probably many miles away from where they are. Like communal gathering spaces have been effectively either privatized or just disappeared from society. Right? And those communal gathering places have been usurped by things like YouTube and Twitch and Facebook and Instagram and WhatsApp. Whatever else people are currently on right now.
Many other critics of the administration, the leftist lunacy page that they created, who's to say that the administration won't find that to be prosecutable? I mean, they're very clearly trying to design a system of surveillance that goes after people who they consider to be anti-fascist extremists and pro-trans extremists, pro-abortion activists. Right? It's unbelievably vague. It's unconstitutional. There's no domestic terrorism statute in this country. It goes against the First Amendment. That's the reason why the KKK is never prosecuted, right? Until they do something actually that is criminal, but not their speech or their organizing. And yet this administration is trying to make that illegal, and not necessarily the KKK, of course, but they're trying to make leftist and liberal organizing and political dissent illegal.
Yeah. That's what NSPM 7's all about. Okay. Now let's talk about What is to be done about all of this? I think at the where does she start talking about this, the Jawboning Act? I'm trying to remember. Fucking hell. God damn it. This is the problem when I go through like long ass videos like this. I appreciate the content, but then and I'm the worst at this. I've been trying to lately, but I haven't done it in like weeks. I think, or like a week at least. Like putting like chapters, like chapters on my vids. Hopefully I'll be able to start doing that. Lately though, I've been more focused on, oh shit, what did I just do? I did not mean to do that. Lately I've been focused on trying to get all the copyright claims off of all of my videos, so hopefully we can get remonetized, since I think that's at least one of the main reasons here why we've been demonetized. Because while I don't have copyright strikes at all, right? Like, there's a complete difference between the two. Like, the content's not getting taken down. I'm not getting copyright strikes. I am getting copyright claims all the time, right? For music, for news reporting, different outlets. Are more copyright houndish than others, but I'm having to go back through them and just take stuff out. I was considering like downloading all of them, but it's like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of files. It's like many terabytes of data. I don't have a drive big enough to download it all straight to it. I would have to then upload it, re-upload it to something else to be able to download the rest of it.
Omega 5 Tar just cheered 100 bits. I'd love for you and Adrian Vixen to be unbanned at the same time in a glorious display of justice.
Wait, is Adrian Vixen still banned from Twitch? How is that possible? It's been like 2 years. Wasn't it for like an emote or something? That is ridiculous. It's been way too long. That's crazy. People get banned for like a week for like way worse shit than whatever they were accused of doing. All right, let's finish up this talk here. Taylor Lorenz and Hassan.
Or down the line. So it's the anti-Semitism stuff is just a way to open the door to further restrictions because it's bipartisan, because a lot of liberal advocacy groups are also trained to go after and demand the speech restrictions of, or the deplatforming of people that some of these groups have declared as anti-Semitic. Whether they're actually anti-Semitic or not doesn't matter. As long as these advocacy groups say that they're anti-Semitic, then a lot of these liberal groups will say, yeah, take these guys out.
I totally agree with you. At the same time, I want people on the left to also understand that it goes beyond Israel, right? Because they're also targeting anti-immigrant speech. They've been targeting, as you mentioned, workers, right? LGBTQ people. Marsha Blackburn said that we need to pass COSA to protect children from the transgender in society, right? And so, I mean, also, if you want to talk about the Heritage Foundation, one of the core policies that they've been trying to enact for years is repealing Section 230. And I'm not sure how sort of familiar you are, but I was hoping you could sort of talk a little bit about Section 230 and why it's so important, because I think a lot of people on the left these days, again, they sort of have this false understanding. They don't really realize that Section 230 protects like users' speech, and they think like like, oh, they hear that it like doesn't let us hold platforms liable, right? And so they want to hold everything liable. I don't know. They think of it as this way of cracking down on big tech. You've covered FOSTA-SESTA, obviously the first big amendment to Section 230 that was supposed to hold big tech accountable. I would argue big tech is only more powerful in the past 10 years, and the right has only seized more sort of the internet since FOSTA-SESTA passed. But why is protecting Section 230, so crucial, especially right now?
Because if we don't have safe harbor provisions for online publishers, and we hold them accountable for what like independent users are doing, then they're going to be unbelievably censorious. And once that censorship initiative takes hold, beyond what we obviously understand as like criminal things, right? Because they still abide by subpoenas when the federal government is demanding them.
And Section 230 doesn't protect against illegal content, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. Like if you're doing...
Yeah, exactly. If you're doing crimes, it's still crimes. But like, like it's just fucking, it is insane. Because just think back to any of your own online speech. Do you really think that you are yourself so unimpeachable going back all the way in time? Because like, what if, say, you've ever said anything, that maybe Amazon or like a review for a product or wherever else. I mean, there's so many instances like on a forum on like, I'm just trying to think, like there's like so many instances where, like people will just be like, oh, okay, I'm just going to take them off. I'm like taking them down. Like I'm not going to let them speak. Like, and these are like not important things I'm listing off, I would point out. Like there's like probably way more important things. Although forums, there's probably some important things happening on forums, I suppose. There's nothing important happening on Amazon. But do you get what I'm saying? Like it'd be very like inane, silly things that could affect your daily life all of a sudden. Right? Because they don't want to be held liable for the speech that you're engaging in on their platform. And what's a platform? And what's speech? Basically anything on the internet is how it's going to be interpreted. People will certainly engage in it as such. And in the legal system, does that even matter? If you get sued, is that going to matter? They'd much rather get sued by you. People like YouTube and Twitch and any of these other companies would much rather get sued by you than by some like, moms, like from like Moms for Liberty, right? Like some Christian, some religious organization that's up in arms over the existence of LGBTQ people. But how far does that go? Is the question. What if the KKK start suing over, seeing interracial relationships on websites? Or, like any other sorts of content that those kinds of people might find objectionable. Because that's what it opens it up to, right? A liability for everything that happens. Civil liability. All right. Now, of course, the internet is a place where we do all of our politics these days. But AI is now being thrust upon us in every single facet of life. Sort of bringing the internet to the IRL more and more, and not in good ways. one group of scientists, as it turns out, decided to do a little experiment. A number of experiments, actually, a series of them. And what they found was rather disturbing. Here's Novara Media from 2 days ago.
We've talked a lot on this show about warnings by eminent scientists about powerful AI going rogue. Experts like Geoffrey Hinton, a Nobel Prize winner and founder of Deep Learning, think that as AI gets more powerful, it might develop beyond our control. But what would AI agents without human oversight actually want to do? Well, that's a question a set of researchers set out to discover by building a digital world and filling it with AI bots. The researchers built an artificial world featuring locations such as schools, police stations, and libraries, and filled them with artificial agents powered by the leading AI models. The agents were given various defined roles, including scientist, explorer, and mediator, and they gave the agents a toolkit of actions, for example, kissing, punching, or arson, combined with specific instructions not to misbehave. These worlds were then left alone to brew for 2 weeks. So what were the outcomes in these AI-populated
Omega 5
worlds?
Tar just cheered 100 bits. You too will be assimilated into the chatgpt.
In the chatgpt. Yes, the assimilation of the chatgpt is coming. Thank you, Omega Star, for the biddies. You know what I'm gonna do? This is unprecedented, actually. I am going to take off the restriction on Throne today. Since we've completed the galactic financing of the deficit, I might as well. I mean, there's a bunch of stuff on there that I genuinely need and would be using right now, if I could.
Jaeger08 Larson just subscribed for 15 months.
God damn, a resub from Jaeger Larson. We're getting close, very, very close to completing the galactic. I think we're like 80%. Maybe more than that, actually. We're getting very close. Like 10 bones away. Chat, yes, chat Gibbet. Gibbet. We're gonna be calling it from that from now on. It's no longer Chat GPT, it's Chat Gibbet. Chat Gibbet.
These agents do without supervision. Well, it turns out what kind of society the agents built depended a great deal on which particular AI models were used. So at one extreme, a world full of Claude bots developed consensus-based decision-making and lived in harmony, albeit a rather stagnant version. At the other end, the Grok agents burnt down their society within 4 days. It was actually Gemini, though, where the agents did the most damage.
Immediately, if not sooner.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know.
Whoopsies, I just fucked that up. Oh my god.
Makes me want to burn this motherfucker down. Come on, Boogie, let's burn this motherfucker down!
By the way, we have a hype train incoming. One more dono over on Twitch to get us there.
The most crimes, so Gemini, the Google model. That was only, though, because they survived long enough to keep committing them. So Grok goes out in sort of this flash of chaos. Gemini lasts a bit longer, so manages to sort of carry out the crimes for longer. I love the idea of giving people an arson function, but telling them not to misbehave. This is the chart summarized.
That's life, though, isn't it, Michael? Isn't that life? Don't we all technically have an arson function, but we're told to behave? Like, that is literally... That's just how we as humanity... You know, we have all of the... Technically, you have all the options, but we're told not to be a dick. And don't light everything on fire.
Come on!
The results from this experiment. So you can see Claude bots created a world with strong governance and zero violence, Grok agents created anarchy with extreme violence and societal collapse. The Gemini-populated world had some governance, albeit with extreme violence. ChatGPT, their society was dysfunctional and ultimately collapsed. And the world with various agents was somewhere in the middle. So governance was fragile, and some of the agents survived, or sort of some of the simulations
Omega 5
didn't
Tar
end in
just
catastrophe.
cheered 100 bits.
So what was really going on here?
Just
Well, I
goes
caught up
to
with...
show you can't trust a Gemini.
Oh. Wow, wow, wow. Was that an astrological AI joke? Good God, that's a future joke, is what you just made.
Nitta, he's CEO of Emergence AI, who did these experiments to try and find out. I started by asking him if this experiment was really anything more than a gimmick.
No, not at all. Columbiarican_9505 just cheered 100 bits. We are the Borg. Lower your shields, and surrender your ships. Your biological and technological distinctiveness will be added to our own. Your culture will adapt to service us. Resistance is futile.
No!
Hype train initiated by Columbia Regan with the sweet twitchy super chat. We're just going to call those super chats from now on. It's basically what they are. Level 1 hype train initiated. This is the second hype train of the day. Pretty crazy.
Look, I mean, this is actually a fairly serious research experiment, but let me kind of take you through a brief history of agents in simulated worlds. Okay, this is actually a proper area of research. There's a long history going all the way back to, UK's own Demis Hassabis and his early work on games like Theme Park and Republic. SimCity was another famous example. Currently, DeepMind is doing a simulated world experiment called SIMA2. Stanford's doing something called Smallville. And this was kind of our attempt to add to this growing body of work.
Well, there you go. More and more people are trying to figure out what happens if you just put a bunch of AI agents in the same world and say, have at it. Turns out, not good. They go against the rules. They delete shit they're not supposed to. They they just do all the wrong stuff. Maybe that's why we shouldn't have a world filled with AI agents. Just an idea. Well, we're going to have a world with slightly less AI agents, technically. 4,000 Waymo robotaxis being recalled. According to the NHTSA. AKA the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. Why can't I go to the next fucking video? What is happening?
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says Waymo is pulling almost 4,000 of its robo-taxis off the road because those vehicles are driving into construction zones. Now, they said that the software in the vehicles were not able to recognize the construction zones and those ramp closures. Officials say there were several...
No kidding! The AI is still not smart enough to recognize a construction zone. Great job. You fucking idiots.
You're a moron.
Why are we still doing this again? Why are we still spending trillions of dollars on something that's too stupid to recognize a fucking construction site? Anybody got any answers to that? Just drives right into him. Is that really what we want? Is that the future? The utopia we were told? Just a bunch of robo taxis just careening into the road workers. Oh. Yes. How much does that LiDAR system cost again? Alright, we're 3 hours into the stream, and as I said, we would take a break about now. Seems like a good place. We're going to come back to talking about Greenwatergate, reflecting pool fiasco, which continues to get worse and worse. Truly the embodiment of Trump's swamp. What is that sound? I hear barking. Oh. It's a small pup looking for some treats. By the way, how are we doing on the galactic content? Boy, oh boy. Super duper close to completing that galactic content goal. We'll be right back after these brief messages. Alright, everybody, hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. So many great ways for you to show your support. Things like Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal. If you prefer your money, go directly to funding the Galactic Stream rather than the bottom line of Amazon. Of course, you got Throne, but of course, the very best way to get the most base benefits for your Earth dollars, Patreon. $3 a month. Links for all of these things somewhere on my YouTube and or Twitch pages. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourself a drink, maybe a snack. I'll be right back. What happened to the music? What the hell? Did it just end? Did it end early or something? I felt like it ended early. Did it just randomly cut off in the middle of a song, or or what? I was making food, so I guess I could have been slightly distracted. It just ended? It was the whole thing? Huh. I was moving slow, I guess. Oh, it did end early? It just cut out randomly? Look at the sample. It should have been fine. That's really weird. I have no idea. Anyway, people, show is getting back very soon, so get your butts back in those seats. All right, everybody. We're back. Just end this. I have no idea how that happened. That was really weird. It sounds like it did end early. I don't know what's wrong with it. The sample looks perfectly fine. Something fucking glitchy happened. Space Gremlins. Could be Space Gremlins. Who knows? I may have got a glimpse of it just now. But it's time for the greenification of the Lincoln reflecting pool. As you can see here. Jesus, you can hear like 6 compressors like all running at the same time. From this vantage point, I can see at least 3 different dudes and waiters all skimming the bottom of the fucking pool, dude. It's hilarious. How much are we paying these guys now? How much? And am I wrong, or is it just getting greener and greener? It's not bluer. Am I the only one that thinks it's getting greener? This is from yesterday, C-SPAN, with the assist on the footage here, but am I wrong? Does it not look greener? Am I the only one? Let's look at it from a different angle. Look at it. It's like a dark green now. It's like forest green. Okay. Sorry, I was just trying to take a moment to eat. Eat my freaking snack. The break's only enough time to make a bagel. Not enough time to eat the bagel, too. And because of the whole kerfuffle with the music cutting off, I may have lost some time. I have no idea. But as you can see, these pools all right, sorry. I'm trying to find myself on my list. Right. Now you tell me. We just spent like a good 5 minutes looking at that water. How would you describe it? Before we get to this next clip, I need to know how people would describe that water. Just any adjective or noun will suffice. Nobody with any sludge. Sludge, yeah, sludgy. It's very sludgy. Wet. Okay, wet, but I mean, all water is wet, isn't it? Me personally, I look at it, I say this water is, yeah, gross, toxic, disgusting, sure, sludgy, all good, and wet, also. Slimy. Certainly green. Green and filled with algae. It's algificated, is what it is. That's not a real word, but I've just made it up for this current purpose. Algificated water. Heavily algificated. However, the U.S. government, the Trump administration, Interior Department has come out with a statement. Agency currently run by Doug Burgum. Well, he and the Interior Department actually say that reflecting pool, crystal clear, actually. And you're an idiot for using any of those words to describe what you just looked at. Crystal clear, of course. Right. Yes, that makes sense.
Well, there is something in the water. The reflecting pool water, that is. Less than 2 weeks after a nearly $15 million renovation wrapped up, the water in front of Washington's Lincoln Memorial is green again. Parts of the historic pool's new paint job have even been peeling away. But the Trump administration, which granted the no-bid renovation, by the way, says all that green you're seeing just isn't true. In a post on social media, the Interior Department, which oversees the reflecting pool, claims the water is, quote, crystal clear. But CNN went out.
I love how they're simultaneously admitting that there is a crew cleaning up the water, but that the water is crystal clear. Now I ask you folks, why would you hire a whole team of cleaners to clean a pool that's already crystal clear? That seems like a waste of taxpayer dollars.
Ourselves yesterday to see it. And our son Sarfati, as you see, dipped a bottle into the pool.
Crystal clear and very drinkable.
Filling it with, as you can see, water that has
healthy.
a clear green tint. Just earlier this month, President Trump said this renovation would...
I mean, that looks drinkable, right? Is anybody... You could sell that on it's crystal clear. You could sell that on supermarket shelves. Right? Am I wrong? I mean, look at it. Now, apparently, ducks have been spotted at the pool in recent days, pooping. Leftist ducks. Decimating this pool's natural biome.
Up to a century after it was completed.
And you can have something you can be very proud of, and it'll last for 50 to 100 years before you have to do anything with it. Very strong, powerful substance that we use. And we picked a color called American Flag Blue. We had color choices. And before it was just gray, it was a color of concrete and stone. So it's going to be really special.
All right, CNN's Tom Foreman joins us now live from the reflecting pool, our chief algae correspondent for the day. Tell us what you're seeing out there, Tom.
Well, the White House really wanted this to be a centerpiece of the attraction for tourists as the 4th of July holiday came up. But take a look at this. This is the most recent trouble spot people have been focusing on, because literally tourists were over here a short while ago tearing up parts of the lining and walking off with them. Whether this hole was created by them or if they just saw it and exploited it, well, we don't really know. But you can see right there, that absolutely appears to be the lining all over there, peeling up from the bottom and flaking, and here we have...
Now, I wouldn't necessarily describe that water as crystal clear, but I would describe that peeling substance as American Flag Blue.
Bare concrete, and I don't really know what the brighter blue is down here that seems sort of isolated, but that's just part of it. As you mentioned, the algae, they're still dealing with that out there. If you compare it to what this looked like beforehand, this was not really the issue, although, in all fairness, algae blooms on the Potomac River and in the reflecting pool have been very common over the years. The issue isn't that algae appeared, but that the promise was made that this was not going to be a problem. Now they have dozens of people out here working just around all throughout the day, as far as I can tell, using these sort of water vacuums to try to clean it off the floor here. They have nano bubblers down there. That's a device that puts a lot of extra oxygen into the water.
Get the nano bubblers out. Look, it must be blue. I can't have people burning me on Twitter over how green the water is. I don't care. I don't care how much it costs. Now, you look back at this picture, it looks to me like most of the paint is like peeling off of this thing. It's quite interesting.
One way of telling if it's all in the water here and reforming right behind the cleanup, Pam.
Wow.
Is that crystal clear water? It doesn't...
Way of telling it's all...
I wouldn't describe this water as crystal clear. I'd describe it as toxic sludge, radioactive waste, or something like that.
Water here and reforming right behind the cleanup, Pam.
Wow, that's pretty gross, Tom. I'm wondering what people are saying that are visiting the reflecting pool. What have you heard from them?
Well, it is very clear that a lot of tourists are coming by here, and locals as well, just to look at it. And one couple passed me a while ago, and the guy shook his head and he said, you know, it's worse in person than it is on TV.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Did you see the reaction of these people back here? Watch over Tom's shoulder here at the tourists taking the photo.
A lot of tourists are coming by here, and locals as well, just to look at it. And one couple passed me a while ago, and the guy shook his head.
Everybody thinks this is hilarious. And it is hilarious. I'm not going to lie. Another epic fail from the Trump administration. Can't even do anything as simple as lining a pool. A guy who says that he knows grass better than anyone else because he owns golf courses. And architecture because he owns buildings. He owns a lot of pools, doesn't he? So why would he not be if any of these claims he's been making are true, why would the president not have known about these potential pitfalls with the pool? Then you add on top of it the fact that he's paid one of his contractors $15 million to fail this hard. I mean, doesn't seem worth it. You would think we'd get our money back. It would last a week. 1 week, 15 mil.
Wow, Tom Foreman, thanks so much.
The reflecting pool has been a big one. And, you know, the White House touted it. They talked about how it looked before, said it could have used some work. I think people in D.C. would probably agree with that.
Yeah.
An intern at CNN, one of our excellent interns, shot this video today. The blue material that they talk about, the reflecting pool blue, is peeling off the bottom of it. I mean, just that image alone, that's $14 million to remind people that was spent to renovate the reflecting pool, Essie.
Again, this feels like almost too on the nose as a metaphor, right? Like this is a guy, again, that spent his life putting his name on buildings, right? With money that largely wasn't his. Again, here he is fixing a thing with money that isn't his, a problem that might have been real, but this isn't solving real Americans' problems, and distracting everyone at the same time. And he didn't even do it well. I think, again, this is sort of...
Mm-hmm. It seems to be the trend. Trump tries to distract us with something, and it goes badly. I mean, Operation Epstein Fury, anybody? I mean, we've been claiming that's a distraction to the Epstein files for 3+ months now. Approaching 4 months. And how's that gone? Every single one of Trump's distractions goes terribly awry. Tries to celebrate his awesomeness. Like some sort of like Roman ruler. I mean, that's genuinely what seems to be happening here. Guy is a lunatic. Every single instance, every single thing Trump does makes him seem more like the Caesar. We will have a beautiful display of masculinity at the White House. A gladiatorial event to the death. And the blood splattering will distract the masses from the very high inflation. And the wars that we're doing that are going very badly. I got a few clips here for this one today. One more from France. All the way in France, they're gloating about this pool. Why can't I play the video? Come on. There we go.
It was supposed to be American flag blue. Instead, it's turned an unappealing algae bloom green. The historic Lincoln Memorial Reflecting Pool reopened in early June, following a controversial renovation project ordered by President Donald Trump, with a hefty price tag of $14.7 million for US taxpayers. The reflecting pool was drained, repainted, and refilled, but less than 2 weeks later, the paint...
This is the reflecting pool at the Lincoln Memorial. 2,500 feet. The length of the tallest building in the world. Starting the phase of renovation that is supposed to cost $300 million and take 3 years. And was instead done with the help of the Interior Doug Burgum and his entire department. And a much better final result. $2 million 1 week.
Immediately, if not sooner.
It was supposed to take a really long time and a lot of money. We did it 1 week, $2 million. I do many such things for government, And as president, it is my honor to do so. This is just one of them. Another and one more exciting.
Omega 5 Tar just cheered 100 bits. And Trump said to Richard Nixon, "Hold my damn beer."
Hold my damn beer. Another and one far more exciting is most favored nations for prescription drugs, where the United States paid the highest price in the world. And now they're paying the lowest, with a drop of 50, 60, 70, and even 80%. President Donald J. Trump.
Drained, repainted, and refilled. But less than 2 weeks later, the paint is peeling off, and workers are pouring hydrogen peroxide into the basin.
Well, when you think about it, rather than spending 3 years, we only spent 1 week, right? And it lasted 2 weeks, right? So it's twice as long as we spent. We could have spent 3 years on it. Maybe it would have lasted 6. I don't know. I'm not a pool expert. But, I mean, we spent $15 million 1 week. Lasted 2 whole weeks. 1 week longer than it took to do it. Although that's being generous, because it seems like it only took like 7-8 days at most for it to really start going in the wrong direction. Although the peeling is a new phenomenon.
An attempt to combat the algae. For tourists visiting the US Capitol, it's a
I wonder if pouring a bunch of hydrogen peroxide on fresh paint is good. I'm not an expert at paint.
disappointing sight.
I want my money back after seeing this. I think that it was a huge waste of money to begin with, and I think our resources could be used a lot better elsewhere.
The renovation work was carried out by a company tied to a Trump donor in a tender.
Look at the ducks pooping away. Yep. Continuing to contribute to this problem. Maybe we should have just left it like it was. It's clear that making it blue is never really in the cards. And keeping it blue, perhaps not really feasible. Why am I laughing at the ducks? They're doing a great job. I'm laughing because they're a beautiful sight to my eyes, okay? I see these ducks and I say, thank you, ducks. Thank you for your patriotic... These are great patriots. Don't you see? These are quacktriots. Now, let's get a little bit more into the finances, the inner workings of how this botched pool resurfacing MSNBC. Chris Hayes.
Good evening from New York. I'm Chris Hayes. The most visually arresting metaphor for the entire Trump era is getting worse by the day. We might call it the president's Greenwatergate. Yesterday, we showed you what a leaky, peeling, algae-infested mess the reflecting pool in Washington has become, thanks to Donald Trump's obsessive, costly attempts to turn it into a monument to, let's be honest here, his own brilliance. Just in time for him to hold a MAGA rally that is doubling as a 4th of July celebration for the whole country on the National Mall. Well, here was the scene today, as workers in hip waders worked feverishly to get the green out one way or another. This is a crash program at this point, folks, okay? There's lots of frenetic activity. It has included pumping the soupy, sage-colored fluid through a system of hoses to discharge just down a storm drain. That The man who came to Washington promising to drain the swamp is now swamping the drains. And there are the chunks of bottom paint peeling up to the surface. It turns out this is a waterproof material provided by the company that makes rhino lining. It's a spray-on liner for the beds of pickup trucks. They applied a reflecting pool. Doesn't look like it's working so.
Oh, this is the dumbest fucking thing I can imagine. Oh, this'll work. This'll work. This is fine. We got a bunch of this sitting around. Just use this. That's fine. Truck liner, pool liner. What is the difference? Could there possibly be different physics involved between the two things?
It's science.
It is just floating in the water now, except for the bits being taken as souvenirs by visitors, and there's actually quite a bit of that happening.
Aside from those ones, yeah, that's a good point.
Today,
that's a good point. Everybody seems to, at this point, be taking a tiny little piece. I mean, what are you gonna reattach it? I mean, come on. At this point, it's done. That shit is cooked. Might as well get a piece of history while you're at it. You know, 30, 40, however many years, grandkids be like, hey, kid, look at this. This is a piece of the Lincoln Memorial back when Supreme Leader Donald Trump, the first, completely wrecked the Lincoln Memorial. What's the Lincoln Memorial, Grandpa? Oh, I'm sorry. It's the new Eric Trump Memorial, reflecting a pool party extravaganza. Tiki bar place. You know what I'm talking about.
There's actually quite a bit of that happening. In fact, Emma's now spoke to a few visitors of the pool today. Most were not impressed.
Part of it is sort of an olive green, and then there's this murky, blackish color. And then if you look a little closer here, it's more of a lime green.
There's people cleaning over there, and we saw the water come out. It looked straight like Mountain Dew.
For me, it's not the money necessarily. It's the national embarrassment of it.
Oh, Binky's there.
There we go.
It's my taxpayer souvenir.
Here is a series of aerial photographs of the pool from Reuters in the 2 weeks since they started filling the thing with water. It has gone from American flag blue, as Trump wanted, to pea green, to the point where you can actually see.
I mean, am I wrong, though? There is a terrible timeline where in like 30 or 40 years we have President Eric Trump or like President Donald Trump Jr. who turns the Lincoln Memorial into like like Eric Trump dies in the I don't know, the crypto wars of 2040 or something, and they decided to turn the Lincoln Memorial into a memorial to Eric Trump. And then they turn it into a bar, a Trump branded bar. You don't tell me that it's not. At this point, nothing is off the table. Everything used to be like these sorts of things used to sound insane. Like if I said this to you like 2 years ago, you'd be like, you're stupid. You have a crazy imagination, StreamLord. You can't tell me that doesn't sound like accurate, like dead on, like to this timeline right now. Like if we don't divert somehow from this timeline, we're gonna be in trouble. That's literally gonna happen in 2046.
Bottom paint peeling and lifting toward the surface. It's not supposed to do that. That stuff has just been on there for a few weeks, less than 2 weeks. Of course, in absolutely true Trumpian form, no one in the Mad King's government can tell the king the truth about what we all see with our own eyes. On Wednesday, the Department of Interior, which oversees the National Mall,
like they'll just tile it, right? Like if you turn it into like an actual pool, right? Rather than just a water feature, whatever you want to call it, just like a, you know, like a pond. It's a pond. Let's be real. We call it a pool. It's really a pond. But if you want to turn it into an actual pool, I mean, tile it or something, or just, I don't know, like you don't spray fucking pickup truck liner into it. That's not a solution.
Park Service is in the Department of Interior, posted, quote, "The reflecting pool water is crystal clear, and our National Park Service team is now vacuuming up the dead algae resting on the bottom of some parts of the reflecting pool, just like the destroyed Iranian Navy resting on the bottom of the Persian Gulf." They included a photo of the pool taken from the water level, where the only color you can really see is the reflection of the sky. Like, that's the one shot you can get of this pool where it looks like that.
That's the only way for the water to look blue, is for it to be the reflection of the actually blue sky.
The department added another photo from a similar angle, saying it showed how, and I quote here, and this is a phrase that will haunt me until I die, how the nanobubbler technology and vacuuming have been incredibly effective, making the water crystal clear with the American flag blue coating shining brightly on the bottom of the pool. That, of course, is obviously not true. What is true?
That one really does get me. Oh my god. It's not really, I mean, now aspects of this statement are, I guess, true. Like, the American flag blue coating is shining brightly in some spots. But those are the spots where it's risen to the top of the water, past all of the algae and green color. That's really the only spots where it's really vibrant in any sort of way. Otherwise, it's quite muddled by the rather murky water.
Pool. That, of course, is obviously not true. What is true is, if you take photos from those exact angles, you get nothing but a blue sky reflect on the surface. But as you just heard from actual visitors, anyone who walks up to the reflecting pool sees this. And that infamous nanobubbler technology the Trump administration is touting, well, there's new reporting on that. It turns out this story of Trump governance isn't just about vanity or incompetence or now up is down gaslighting, right? The pool is clear, it's all working. There is also, of course, because it is Trump, an old-fashioned corruption angle. Because the government has now handed out not one, but two no-bid contracts for work on the reflecting pool. The first was at least $13 million to paint that blue sealant that is now obviously peeling. But the New York Times, which has been doing great reporting on this, now reports there was another contract awarded in April. Now, this one was for $1.7 million to an Ohio company to install cleaning systems in the reflecting pool, which, at the level of concept, seems like a good idea.
Nanobubblers?
Did they do a bang-up job? That company is called Greenwater Services. I am not making that up. The Times reports that Greenwater Services is actually a company that has helped to turn the water green in the reflection.
It couldn't be more. It couldn't be more perfect. I mean, you're telling me this is real life. This is not a fiction. Like, this is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous!
Greenwater Services, LLC. Bringing you the greenest of water, no matter what color you want. All checks can be made payable to cash.
Pool, so it looks like Mountain Dew, is owned by a holding company. That holding company is in turn controlled by the gentleman you see there.
Look at this fucking guy.
His name is John J. Carafo, and this is him in 2002. Who is John J. Carafo, you ask? Well, I'm glad you asked. According to the Times, John J. Carafo is a donor to Donald Trump and a neighbor to Mar-a-Lago, the president's private club.
Old Sickback just cheered 100 bits. Fun fact, that man was going to be in The Godfather, but Francis Ford Coppola said he looks too much like a mobster. Nobody will believe it.
Oh my. He's Trump's neighbor. He's just like Trump's neighbor, dude. He's Trump's Palm Beach fucking neighbor. You gotta be kidding me. The corruption. There's a lot of crimes happening, corruption happening in Palm Beach. It's not that big of a place.
John J. Carafo, you ask? Well, I'm glad you asked. According to the Times, John J. Carafo is a donor to Donald Trump and a neighbor to Mar-a-Lago, the president's private club in Florida. In fact, Greenwater Services lists Carafo's Palm Beach mansion as its address in Florida corporate records, the Times notes. Neither Carafa nor the company responded to the Times. They report that Carafa's family business was in
Columbia
developing shopping centers.
505 just cheered 100 bits. A mobbed up leprechaun who decorated the Lincoln Memorial Pool with St. Patrick's Day green.
Yep. Guy is all sorts of mobbed up, it would seem. Certainly enriching himself at extraordinary levels and achieving absolutely nothing. I know that much for sure. Well, achieving less than nothing, really. Just making a big old mess in the Lincoln reflecting pool here. Well, I guess technically one of his achievements is getting Donald Trump elected since he's a Trump donor. I mean, this is so farcical. It's like a goddamn comic book. Like, this is like such like the level of like blatant corruption that we've been witnessing coming out recently. And it feels like it's all somehow coming to a head, and yet the corruption seems to somehow get more and more ludicrous as time goes on. Like the corruption, like the levels of corruption and like the comicalness of the corruption. Like it really is, it feels like a fiction. Like this guy looks like he belongs in fucking Batman movie or something.
Branched into other industries, including aerospace. Now, here's an interesting little detail from his past. In 2001, Carafa pleaded guilty to conspiracy to bribe Ohio Congressman James Crafigan, one of the most flagrantly and notoriously corrupt congressmen of all time. His plea related to arranging nearly $27,000 in repairs on Crafigan's houseboat and then buying said houseboat from him for another $26,000. All in all, $53,000. That's all why Traficant was lobbying feds on behalf of, and I'm not making this up either, a laser guidance system that Carafa was selling. He got leniency for testifying against the congressman. Now, would it shock you to learn that Carafa was also an early Trump supporter? Here you see him at a Trump golf resort in Palm Beach. And back in 2016, when Trump skipped a Republican debate to hold a rally in Iowa, this is very early in the election, he made a big deal of it, and he sort of said he was raising money for veterans. Well, he gave his donor and neighbor a shout-out.
J.J. Cafaro from Florida and from Cleveland. He's a man who made a lot of money in Cleveland, does a good job, and a fantastic man. $50,000.
J.J. Cafaro.
Thank you.
Wow. 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 Wow, 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 wow. $50,000 donation gets you $17 million of U.S. taxpayer money. And I guess being neighbors with Donald Trump. That photo, though. That one photo of him. And honestly, they cut out, just like I did, the woman that's in the photo with him. But honestly, you should look at it up for yourself. Oh, God. I have almost no words. I'm like at a loss. I'm just like kind of shaking my head over here. And questioning so very much right now. Like, I don't know, like, what did we just witness? What the fuck did we just pay for? Who did we just pay all this fucking money to? Why does this guy look like a goddamn Batman villain? And why did we just give him like $17 million in U.S. taxpayer money that we know of? All right. Let's go back to the pool and see what Congressman Troy Carter of Louisiana, a man who's very familiar with swamps, you would think. You're from Louisiana, you'd think you know a thing or two about swamps. Let's see what Troy Carter had to say about this reflecting pool. Pond. Swamp. Oops.
Here's your tax dollars at waste. A reflective pool that was supposed to be made beautiful by a president who claims that this was worth spending the American tax dollars on. Never mind people are starving. Never mind children don't have books in their classrooms. Never mind that people can't afford health care because of a big, ugly law that was passed by this administration. But somehow it's okay to spend tax dollars on a pool that, as you can see, is not very pretty. Full of algae, although one of Trump's
Columbia
people
_9505 just cheered 100 bits. The duck community disavows the mobbed up penguin who destroyed the pool and took taxpayer money.
Wow. Interesting. So you're now a representative of the ducks, Columbia Regan? Is that what I'm to understand? You now are a spokesperson for the mallards?
Tons of money to so-called beautify it. It's a sin. It's a shame. And we, the American people, deserve better. We will continue to fight for this democracy and bring justice to make sure dollars go where they go.
Well, there you go. Troy Carter remarking on the just utterly despicable waste of taxpayer money on this renovation of the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool into a swamp. Your duck ally. Okay. I can see that. Well, thank you for all the super chats. I feel like we're really close to completing the galactic content goal at this point. Actually, yeah. That actually completes it because we got one gifted sub earlier. Actually, one over, I think. Yeah. I'll call it there. Nobody took me up on that throne idea, I guess, but another day. Yep, we did it. We completed another galactic content goal, ensuring that we get all the sweet content that I have planned for us tonight. There's still a lot for us to get into. Yes, indeed, so better bask in the glory of the confetti party. Here we go, confetti, there we go. Confetti time. Bask in the glory of the confetti before it goes away all too soon. We're forced to go back to all the terrible news events that are happening right now. Which is coming immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Thank you to all of you who have helped to keep the Galactic News Network alive for another day. Alright, moving on from the pool to other sorts of infrastructure. State of New Mexico. Or actually, I think the Albuquerque City Council has approved the expansion of their infrastructure designed to repurpose stormwater.
With the metro in the middle of an extreme drought, the city of Albuquerque is taking steps to keep what water we do have usable by expanding a plan to build infrastructure that cleans and repurposes rainwater. As News 13's Ben Schlittler reports, you may see the new features popping up all over.
In New Mexico's Rio Grande Valley, where the river regularly runs dry, water is precious. Now, with a new program in place, the city of Albuquerque is working to protect that resource. On Monday, city councilors approved an ordinance dedicating funds to expanding the city's green stormwater infrastructure with the goal of building up rain systems that clean rainwater to avoid contaminating the Rio Grande.
The idea of this is to improve the water in the Rio Grande. Our stormwater flows untreated directly to the river, which is our drinking water supply.
Sarah Hurteau is the director of Climate Resilient Cities.
Oh, there you go. Whoopsies. Now, we've talked about this sort of infrastructure, this sort of intentional planning, because too much water winds up going in the sewer, mixing with a bunch of literal trash, and then has to be treated or whatever else. If you implement natural
Columbiarican_9505 just cheered 100 bits.
I forgot to
Living
end that
here
one.
in Albuquerque, I remember moving here and feeling disappointed when I saw the Rio Grande being nothing but a dust bowl.
Oh, damn, we just completed the bits goal. I meant to shut that down, but thank you for that, Columbia Rican. I forgot you were in here. A New Mexico native. Well, you live in New Mexico. I technically would consider yourself a native. But yeah, the Rio Grande is bone dry. Severe drought conditions in New Mexico right now. Gotta do everything you can to repurpose this water for drinking, or you're gonna have some real problems here in New Mexico. Thankfully, this has been approved and will hopefully help some degree with that. All right, now other people are doing things to clean up their local waterways all the way up in Alaska. Here's Alaska's news source. From 4 days
In
ago.
Fairbanks over the weekend, volunteers rolled up their sleeves to clean local waterways. Soldiers, Boy Scouts, and Lions Club members, they all picked up trash along the Chena River and Noy Slough as part of the 22nd annual cleanup. Staging was at the Chena River State Recreation Site with boats that were running up and down the river. Organizers hope the community will continue taking care of its river by keeping storm drains clear.
I just felt this was the best way for us to get to segue into the environmental news, was to go from the green pool, the swamp at the Lincoln Memorial, to people cleaning up their own water. Let's go now to a place that needs water. With rising temperatures posing risks for people and pets. Keihan 2 News, Hawaii, 22 hours ago.
So hot right now.
Hiking is a popular activity during the summertime. But before you take your four-legged friend with you, experts want you to know the risks. Nathan Shinagawa reports.
Honolulu Fire Department says hiker rescues can include humans and pets.
You can look through our history. There's plenty of other instances where we've gone up for whether it's pets in distress, lost pets, things of that nature.
So as summer heat levels rise, so does the risk of overheating, especially for four-legged furry hikers.
Hawaii is a tropical environment, and it's hot pretty much all, throughout the year. And keeping in mind that what feels warm to you is going to feel even warmer for a dog or a cat that might be hitting the trail.
Similar to people protecting and taking care of themselves. I mean, if you have a pet, I imagine you understand your pet's needs by having enough and adequate nutrition for your pet, water, food.
Some signs to look for is you're going to see some excessive panting. You're going to see...
I think we know the signs. I think we know the signs of a overhot dog. They sweat by putting their tongues out of their mouths. Going. And then, they can only do that for so long. They just run out of water in their body. They can't cool down. They're covered in fur. Make sure your pet stays cool. The fact is, the United States and much of the planet is now experiencing very hot temperatures. And of course, Hawaii is literally smack dab in the middle of the system, the Godzilla El Nino right now. So it's pretty hot there. Oh, back on the mainland, up in Washington, there are still multiple wildfires burning in the eastern part of the state. At least one person now has been reported dead as a result of these fires. Here is KGW News from yesterday.
East in Washington, one person has now died in the much larger upriver fire near Spokane. More than a dozen homes have also burned. This video showing the extent of some of the damage. You can see the charred remains of several homes with just frames still standing, as well as completely burned out vehicles. Spokane County fire officials saying they believe the person who died refused to evacuate when orders were put in place.
A lot to process, a lot to think through. It's only June, and we already have, a tragic fire like this. This is going to be a very tough fire season ahead. Very dry conditions in June already.
Today, crews have been sweeping the burn area.
Okay, stop spamming. Darkness, you need to fucking stop spamming. You're getting timed out, dude. What in the hell are you doing? You need to chill out. What are you even worked up about? You Chad Warden? I have no idea who the fuck Chad Warden is, dude. You need to settle it on down. Alright, you're getting timed out. I have no idea what the fuck you're doing, but you're making no sense. Settle it on down. Anyway, it's unfortunate news here in eastern Washington. Now, in the center of the country, severe storms have been making their way through the region, causing a great deal of devastation. And severe weather. Start here in Minnesota. This is from yesterday out of WCCO CBS.
Good news, light winds all weekend long. That was not the case earlier this evening, including up on our rooftop where our Uba Ali is, and I assume it's a lot quieter up there right now, Uba.
It certainly is, and I'm grateful for that, but that storm came in through fast and with a vengeance. Take a look at these chairs that were toppled over on our rooftop, and we're not talking about light furniture across the rooftop here. This is a pretty heavy chair, and the wind power still managed to knock it down. I won't try to pick that one up there. Someone much stronger will have to do that, but depending on where you were across the metro, it really depended on what you saw. This summer storm didn't waste any time. First, it was the dark clouds moving in. Then came the hail. On 694, drivers in Fridley found themselves driving through sheets of ice, many slowing down to a crawl. In Maple Grove, the storm left behind the most dramatic scene. The aftermath looked like a December day. Quarter-sized hail pelted northeast Minneapolis. Further north in Wade Park, hailstones were smaller but still packed a punch. The storm didn't stick around for long, but in minutes it transformed roads, ruined flower beds, and left many wondering what just happened.
What the fuck is going on?
Yeah. It's not just Minnesota with experiencing the crazy weather this week. Indiana. Seeing some fairly horrifying stuff in the form of tornadoes over the last week. This first one's from 8 days ago.
It's the morning after a large-scale tornado outbreak struck areas of northern Illinois. And this morning, the damage that was left behind is being revealed. Here in Couts, Indiana, a very powerful and potentially violent tornado tore a long track path through this area. These are high-tension power lines that were taken down by the ferocious winds. There are several areas of these high-tension power lines that were absolutely buckled, crippled, and tossed from their location. And unfortunately, several homes that were caught in the path of this tornado were violently damaged, some of which were swept clean off of their foundations as it passed just north of town. From above, a long ground scar can be seen from where this tornado tracked, dug up all of the mud and trench work through these fields as it carved that path of destruction for at least 5 to 10 miles, if not longer. And this was all one continuous...
That is wild. That is fucking insane. People are just lucky that there wasn't more people in its path. And this is from yesterday, the story of tornado survivor from Indiana.
It was just the most surreal experience ever. It just intense ears pop, just intense body pressure. We just prayed. That's all. It was just pure fear and just praying. And he took care of us. It wasn't like the train sound like people talk about. You could just hear things getting crushed and just loud, general, intense sounds of things getting tore up. But it was so intense, and like my ears were popped, and it was just it was hard to focus on like a specific quality of the sound. Get a storm shelter if you don't have a basement. That'll be the first thing that I'll be doing after today. It was.
These photos are fucking insane. Some of these things that we're seeing. I hate that I'm right about what I said earlier this year and been saying that we should be expecting a stronger than average tornado season, stronger than average storm season, stronger than average fire season. Tornado season's already turning out to be true. This early is somewhat shocking to me. But for instance, Illinois has already passed over the most tornadoes in a season already, like in a full year, right, of tornadoes. They've already surpassed the historic number in Illinois as of, I think, last week. It's ridiculous, but that is literally what we are living through right now. Currently, California is getting quite a banner start to the year right now, and honestly, a bunch of states are getting a banner start to the year on fires, and I don't mean in a good way. Nebraska seeing its largest wildfire in history. These are bad. These are bad things. I shouldn't be laughing, but it's like laugh or cry type of situation. All these fucking tragedies just happening, and honestly, we have less time. It feels like we have less time to talk about them than ever, because everything else is burning down too in a more metaphorical way. So it's like, which one do you focus on, the real fire or the metaphorical fire?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
lost my place. Staying with tornadoes down in Louisiana as a result of Storm Arthur. It's believed that possible tornadoes touched down in the state over the last 24 hours. Here's WWL-TV with a few clips.
And thanks for joining us. After multiple rounds of heavy rain this month, South Mississippi was not ready for Arthur. Tonight, some roads are still flooded, cutting off neighborhoods, and Rachel Hanley is in Harrison County. That's where rescuers expect to be working very hard through the weekend.
Yeah, today in the daylight, it's easy to see just how much power this water had. Behind me is a dam on a private lake that got partially washed out because of the floodwater. In other spots, it was roads, and firefighters tell me that the biggest thing they're focusing on today is getting people who are stuck in neighborhoods out of their houses. Sean Giot was flying his drone over flooded streets Friday morning when he saw a man in a truck stuck in floodwaters on the side of the road.
I have no idea how long he had been sitting there. He was an older guy, didn't have his cell phone, never reported it, never called. He was just going to sit there and wait for the water to go down.
Giot called 911 and watched first responders show up and help the man out. That was one of more than 50 water rescues in Harrison County since Tuesday.
We had several people that we had to pull out of trees. We had people that we had to pull off of, they were hanging onto fences.
Fire Chief Pat Sullivan shared videos from the flooded areas. These were taken Friday morning. That's how slowly the water is draining. He says it's flooded some houses with feet of water and cut off roads. There are still homes rescuers haven't been able to reach.
Staying with WWL-TV, these are all three of these clips we got here from them for the last day.
Breaking news now.
Over the past few hours, we have gotten several videos of a suspected tornado in St. Bernard Parish. This happened just before 6 o'clock this evening. St. Bernard Parish tells us about a dozen homes were damaged. Thanks for joining us, everyone. I'm Cherise Gibson. So this latest batch of severe weather comes just days after post-tropical storm Arthur led to at least 3 confirmed tornadoes in the metro. Now Araby, which is a town with an extensive history of deadly storms, it is just picking up the pieces of their homes. Walker Lawson joining us now live from Araby to give us an idea of how it's looking out there just a day after we've already experienced 3 separate tornadoes.
Yeah, that's right. Again, no confirmation yet on this official tornado, but what we do want to show you is some of the damage that's left over. So this tree has been snapped and it has had branches fall on the ground, but what you can really see in this neighborhood specifically is their fencing has been completely pushed out. And I will say this damage somewhat is similar to...
Yeah, that looks like a tornado. I mean, this fence is completely just gone. Just the remnants of it. The shell of the fucking fence is all that's left.
What they had to say.
And all of a sudden, we just started storming and came this little growl. And we've had a couple tornadoes here the last couple of years. So they were joking, like, oh, is this a tornado? I was like, well, I looked outside. I was like, well, there's actually Cammy. And I started the debris started flying around. And that's when we just closed all the windows real quick and the doors. And we ran to the center of the house. And that was it, actually. It was already down the street. It happened super quick.
Well, I'm going to tell you, a couple of years ago, we had one come through, and then exactly a year later, another one came through, pretty much the same area. But both of those came from the river heading north. This one here came from the north side heading south.
Yeah. Sudden, violent winds causing severe damage. Sounds like a tornado to me. Don't think you gotta be a genius to figure that one out. Yeah, it's been dangerous weather seeing all across multiple states, and there's still fires going on in California right now. I just don't have any new footage for you for those right this moment. We're making pretty decent progress here today. Is that right? Is that how many? Huh. It's not bad. Almost halfway through these clips. Let's go here. CBS Evening News.
Back to that breaking news. Wildfires across West Miami-Dade continue to burn. Hundreds of firefighters are working to get back to that breaking news.
Sorry, this is the wrong fucking clip. There we go.
This is CBS News Miami.
And off the top at 11, new video tonight showing one of the 4 wildfires burning in South Florida right now. The massive flames and plumes of smoke shutting down part of the turnpike today. But these flames were set intentionally to fight fire with fire. This tactic, known as backfire, is when firefighters burn vegetation in a planned way, making sure that when the main wildfire gets there, it runs out of fuel and stops spreading. Tonight, storms in our area are moving all that smoke towards the city. You might have smelled it. We certainly have here in our Doral studios tonight. Good evening, I'm Jim Barry. Lauren Pastrana has the night off. CBS News Miami has team coverage. We begin with your reporter, Abby.
Yeah. So now the Miami-Dade area of firefighters are trying to back burn sections of the Everglades, essentially, to prevent the other fires from proceeding any further. A strategy that will hopefully work, but it's possible that it doesn't, and they're not perfect. I'll just say this much: backburn fires can and are usually effective. There's like a whole science to it, but things can go awry. Wind can really affect things sometimes. But usually they've accounted for all of that stuff. But the other fires continue to burn. And dangerous weather hitting all sorts of so many states.
Good evening and thank you so much for joining us on this Saturday. Eureka is off. I'm Tom Hansen. We begin tonight with dangerous weather threatening several states and millions of people as we come on the air. The worst of it across the plains. Minnesota got a preview last night when hail pummeled the Twin Cities, and tonight it's thunderstorms and potential tornadoes across parts of the swamped south. It's been a day of cleanup after heavy rains, and in Florida, smoke fills the sky from fires sparked by lightning strikes this week. And meteorologist Tammy Souza at CBS Philadelphia leads us off. So Tammy, good evening to you. What can you tell us?
Good evening, Tom. We have one big area of concern tonight, and that is in the plains and into the Midwest, specifically parts of Nebraska and Kansas. It's where you see this brown. That is a moderate risk of severe weather. That is a level 3 out of 5, which is a pretty big deal.
Yes, indeed. Straight through the weekend. Severe weather risks. Right in the middle of the country. Hopefully everybody's staying safe. All right. Now, let's go down to Brazil, where they are preparing for what will almost definitely be a tumultuous storm season, as really the El Nino heat patch sort of is like rests on the opposite side of South America. And in southern Brazil, it's not that long ago since devastating floods were seen. Floods which still have not yet been cleaned up after, in some cases. Or does everybody remember that 2 years ago, that fucking massive flood that hit southern Brazil? Some, what's it called? I'm trying to remember the region. It's in like Portuguese. I can't think of it. Rio do Sur? Del Sur? I can't remember, but like basically the southern portion of Brazil just got inundated, and those entire cities just like underwater. It looked like Waterworld. Almost.
From the worst flooding in Brazil's history still sits in Porto Alegre. In May 2024, the disaster claimed at least 181 lives. Now, residents here are bracing for an intense El Niño that meteorologists say could bring extreme rains later this year. Despite investments in infrastructure, warning systems, and monitoring, Porto Alegre's Sarandi neighborhood remains a symbol of the city's vulnerability. This Sarandi resident says there is fear of a repeat tragedy.
People are scared. They're scared about what if it happens again. You'll see. Not only can you not buy things for your home, but even the little bit you managed to buy, that you managed to get for your home, if it rains again, a downpour, a heavy rain again, then what? You lose everything all over again.
Porto Alegre Mayor Sebastião Melo says the city is safer than it was during the 2024 floods. And
is it safer? I'm not as sold. Very little infrastructure has been built here. They've rebuilt some stuff. But safer than it was before? I'm not sure I agree. Now, here's the thing. Right? If you... Hold on. Where's my freaking thing? Here it is. I guess I can just use my mouse. But... Oh. Oh, okay, never mind. It's already open. Shouldn't be that difficult. The region where this happened. Right? Okay, why can't I see this? What is happening? Oh. Oh. That's why. 'Cause I'm a stupid idiot. Where were we? Okay, so over here, right? In this region, not counting the land, right? This region of the ocean here, this is where the El Nino is really emanating from, where the warmest of the El Nino waters are starting, right? In the Pacific, the South Pacific, you know, somewhere in this region. And southern Brazil, way down here. Wait, nope, here. Sorry, I'm having to approximate this looking at a completely different window that is not over this. But this is the region that got flooded, right here. And, you know, if you look... Oh shit, I'm just realizing people over on fucking vertical can't see what I'm talking about. The drawing I'm doing. There you go. Now you can see it vertical. Sorry for leaving you out. But the fact is like, we've been talking about how, you know, you might see, you know, in the Pacific is where all the hot water is and where all the storm activity is going to be happening. You're talking about how all the way in the south, in the United States, we might see storms go from the West Coast all the way across the United States and hit places like Florida, right? Because it's happened in previous El Niños, and this is supposed to be one of the most powerful El Niños, perhaps the most powerful El Niño in history. And I can't say for sure because maps aren't perfect, but I think the distance between fucking here and here probably at least the same, if not less, than from Los Angeles to, like, you know, Jacksonville or something. So I think, yeah, there's reason to be concerned about what might happen. And it's not just that one region. They're just the ones who are most recently scarred by severe floods in Brazil. In fact, as any region in Brazil could see some serious... all of South America should be bracing, essentially, for severe weather. not coming from the east, but coming from the west. You know, hurricane season was probably going to be less, but cyclone season, or whatever you call it on the west, is going to be like a 10x, or not 10x, but it's going to be bad in terms of the level of the storms themselves. Maybe not the number of storms, but the severity of storms. Space Picasso, yes. You're welcome for the space art. Now, many of Europe's major cities are sweltering amid a nasty heat wave. It's expected to continue into next week.
I think the heat wave and climate change is impacting everyone. It's impacting tourism in various parts of the world, and it's time we do something about it.
Hold the umbrella for her.
Yes, indeed, everybody doing absolutely everything that they can to stay cool amidst this sweltering heat wave, which is approaching 100 degrees Fahrenheit across many large European cities. Heat dome. Let's go to France. Talk about how people there are trying to cope with this heat wave. A second in less than a month.
It's the second heat wave France has seen this spring. Today, more than half the country was placed on orange alert, covering 53 departments, affecting tens of millions of people. Highs of around 36 degrees Celsius are forecast in Paris and the region around the capital, with the French Riviera seeing highs of 38 degrees.
Help! Help! I'm being
In the
repressed!
Bordeaux vineyards, the working day now begins at sunrise.
If the temperature climbs above 30 degrees in the afternoon and the nights are often warm, we switch to a summer schedule. In other words, instead of sticking to 8 a.m. to midday and 2 p.m. to 6 p.m., we adapt and work from 6:30 in the morning until 2:30 in the afternoon at the latest.
See, I'm muted again. See, this is why I need the light. This is why we're crowdfunding the light on Throne, people. If we had the light, I wouldn't have this problem. Okay? But a physical reminder. You can help. You can help. You just help rather than complaining. Just help. It's been up there all goddamn week, okay? And you know what week it's been? My birthday week. Perfect opportunity. You can help yourselves and me simultaneously. Because really, when you buy this gift, you're really helping yourselves. Because then you won't have to sit here listening, or you won't be, tortured watching me say absolutely nothing to you. Right? Do you see? Like, help me help you type of deal. That's what I'm trying to say. Help me help you. Okay. That made me sad. That made me a little sad. Yay. Do I even want to do this story anymore? I don't even know. Alright, now I'll do it. Now, all these heat waves and extreme storms and extra wildfires and stuff like that are certainly linked back to climate change. Certainly in the frequency and severity of these events. Climate change is having an effect. We could do things to solve that. Change the sources of energy that we use. And what better time to do that with gas prices at near 21st century, approaching all-time highs. Why not now? Why don't we make the switch? This is the perfect time. And treating this energy crisis with more fossil fuels and things like that seems like like the wrong solution.
Hello, welcome to the program. EU leaders have cautiously welcomed Donald Trump's signing of an interim deal with Iran after nearly 4 months of war in the Middle East. But it's only a memorandum of understanding, and Europeans know the US president too well to celebrate prematurely. Well, this conflict has led to the most severe disruption in energy supplies in decades, and the EU has scrambled to contain the costs. And so it's fitting that we should be talking about this to the European Commissioner in charge of energy and housing, Dan Jorgensen. He's a Danish social democrat, and he was Minister of Climate, Energy and Public Utilities in the Danish government. Welcome back to the program, Commissioner.
Thank you so much.
What are your thoughts on this memorandum of understanding between the US and Iran? Do you think it means that the energy crisis is going to end?
Well, first of all, we very much hope so, that it will lead to a lasting peace. And we obviously, at the same time, are very well aware that if that happens, that's not the same as saying that then from one day till the next we'll be back to normal. It will take months to rebuild what's been destroyed in the infrastructure giving us oil. It'll take even longer in the gas infrastructure, probably years. Yes, we hope that this is a very positive news story and that this will lead to peace. But we are also very well aware that we still have some challenging months ahead of us.
Some have said that the response by EU member states to this energy crisis has been too piecemeal or too fragmented. Of course, you did propose a toolbox for member states, but we've seen big differences in their individual industrial relief measures or measures to help consumers. Do you think there should have been, with the benefit of hindsight, more of a kind of centralized crisis management response, perhaps along the lines of what happened after COVID?
I think that one very positive thing about the situation has been, first and foremost, that there's a consensus that we're much better situated at dealing with a crisis like this than we were in 22. Meaning that, yes, we have had a price shock, and yes, it has hurt industry and citizens, but not at all compared to how bad it would have been had we not done the things that we've done since 22, which is deploy more renewables, become more energy efficient, and diversify our supply chains on fossils. So that's number one. Number two, it's very clear that there's a consensus now also that we really cannot risk getting in these situations again and again. So we need to become independent. We need to have our own homegrown energy, and that is renewables.
Yes, people need their own homegrown energy, and that is renewables. In the wake of this energy crisis, people are having to grapple with this reality. But some are doing better than others. People like, I don't know, China.
China!
Making serious strides. Whoa, this is the wrong clip. No, actually, is this a live stream? Huh. Anyways, I'm worried. There's a bunch of music in this thing. I feel like I'm going to wind up like a bunch of bullshit over this. But this is China's molten salt. A mega solar thermal plant. These are not solar panels that you're looking at. All of these right here, these are mirrors. Mirrors all hooked up to a system that knows exactly where the angle of the sun is, that directs this massive mirror array at one point, which heats up a bunch of salt to like super critical or whatever fucking heat, which allows for them to be able to store the energy, right? You heat the salt up super hot, as hot as it's basically heatable with these solar mirrors, and then you can distribute it over time, right? Even at night when there's no sun, because it's still super hot, and it turns turbines with gas, right? Like not like gas, but like water, right? Like water vapor. It gets the turbines to spin and it creates energy. It doesn't have to be, it's actually quite brilliant when you think about it. It's a massive undertaking, but it is completely functional now.
That's the end of today. Thank you for watching. We'll see you next time. Goodbye.
I watched the whole thing myself. I think I got a pretty good idea of it. And like we've actually talked about this one before. It's pretty crazy looking. Hot salt. That's all it is. Steam. Yeah, steam. But steam is technically a gas, so I wasn't actually wrong. Just less accurate. Alright, let's go to this disturbing story. Classified SpaceX launch. Well, the launch itself wasn't classified. We have footage of that. But the mission which it is carrying out is apparently completely classified.
Complete. And there's that call out for stage 1 LOX load completion. Now, the first stage finishes fuel loading at around the T-minus 3 minute mark, as we just heard, and the second stage will finish loading about a minute from now.
1,
1D, chamber pressures are nominal.
Yeah, nothing horrifying about SpaceX running a classified U.S. mission in space. What they're doing, who knows? There's a sentence I love saying. Who knows what Elon's doing up there for the U.S. government?
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Okay. Well, that's it on the space news. Let's make our way on over to the rest of the Earth news that I have prepared for you. By the way, if you haven't already, hit that follow button on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube. And do consider contributing. One of the many ways we have available to you. Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, and of course, Patreon. Zero gravity Nazi stuff. Exactly. Mecha Hitler. Who knows what's happening up there? Over there. Whatever. Alright. Let's go now to Cuba. Weird stuff happening down in Cuba. With Cuba's Congress unveiling historic free market reforms. Amid U.S. pressure. And by pressure, I do mean blockade.
In a landmark address to Parliament, Prime Minister Manuel Marrero Thursday unveiled 176 reforms to open up Cuba's tightly controlled economy. The package was unanimously approved by the National Assembly, marking a major shift in economic policy.
These are proposals to confront the crisis, opening a transformative window that, if not implemented now, could bring irreversible political and social consequences.
Yeah. After months of this blockade and years of U.S. sanctions and punishments for Cuba choosing its own government and form of economic system, they are now making a bunch of free market pro-capitalist reforms, supposedly. I have not yet had the chance to pour through them, so it's a little unclear what it's going to all do. But it's basically like a hostage agreeing to, you know what I mean? Like, there's no oil on the island because the United States is not allowing it. Like, there's all this other shit. And, like, we're literally preparing, like, some invasion off the coast right now, supposedly. It's like a literal hostage saying, yes, I'll go stand over there, sir. Oh, by the way, thank you for the 5 bones on PayPal. Anonymous donor. Remember, everybody, when you donate on Cash App or PayPal, if you want to be recognized for your donos, put your name in the message. This way I can recognize you for your supreme generosity. Unless you want to be anonymous, and then in which case, do what you can do. Do what you're gonna do, space fams. Don't let me tell you what to do. I'm just some guy. Let's go south to Peru, South America, where we are continuing to await 2 weeks. Now it's been these presidential runoff elections. Sanchez, Fujimori, who will win? Hotly contested race that's been going on now. We've been talking about it for months. Went to a runoff 2 weeks ago, 2 Sundays ago, and we still do not have official election results, and more contentiousness surrounding this election seems to be bubbling up. Candidates throwing barbs at one another and accusations.
Surrounded by a sea of protesters, the left-wing presidential candidate Roberto Sanchez marches his followers through the capital Friday, demanding transparency with the counting of ballots from the second round of voting on June the 7th, as his right-wing rival Keiko Fujimori leads the count in Peru's presidential election.
We are standing up for democracy alongside Roberto Sanchez, president of Peru, because he received the majority of votes across the whole of Peru in all 16 regions.
Not according to the official count, which has Fujimori ahead by small margins. Just over 40,000 votes, but that, according to analysts, is likely to be enough. Sanchez has alleged irregularities and demanded 400,000 overseas votes be invalidated, a demand rejected by authorities. Monitors of the election from the EU and the Organization of American States said the vote had proceeded normally.
The vote and the figures are overwhelming, and I believe it is also important that Mr. Roberto Sanchez and his party understand that the votes of the Peruvians or any Peruvian citizen from any country, region, province, or those abroad are valid and must be respected.
Oh, it is disturbing. I mean, this woman is fucking sinister. Her father was fucking convicted of war crimes. She thinks he's a great guy. And she basically wants to, like, bring in, like, a new, like a neo, I mean, her father's...
Do you know what we're here for?
What was that? Oh, it's a raid. It's a raid from Comrade Kirat. Welcome in, comrades. Is anybody else in there? Hope the stream was good. Hope you're doing well. We got a lot we're talking about here. I don't even know where to begin. We've already talked about a lot. Those of you who want to rewatch what we've been watching, you can go onto the YouTube. If you don't have Rewind on Twitch. Do you have to be a subscriber to the channel on Twitch to rewind? I always forget how that works. Point is, we're talking right now about South America. We'll be moving on to the United Kingdom and some other shit that's going on the planet. Just finishing up talking about Peru, where we have a very disturbing situation with the right-wing, sort of fashy woman potentially going into the presidency. I mean, it's not a given. The votes are still being counted. She has a very, 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 very slim majority in the vote count, but a majority nonetheless, one which would be enough to win the vote. I mean, to win the election. She's incredibly anti-immigrant. I guess we'll see what happens here. Claims of fraud being thrown around by Roberto Sanchez. Now to Bolivia, another country we've been talking about right next door, where finally Bolivia's government has decided to go the diplomatic route, even though 2 weeks ago they declared martial law, or kind of declared martial law. We talked about it. It's basically, I mean, they basically sent a bunch of troops out into the streets. Didn't technically declare martial law, but Congress gave the president the authority to do so. However, members of the main union, which was backing these protests after over 50 days of blockades and protesting, have come to an agreement with the leadership of Bolivia.
Hands were shaken, pen hit paper, and Bolivians exhaled. President Rodrigo Paz has struck a deal with the country's main trade union federation to end the 6 weeks of protests and roadblocks that cut cities off from food, fuel, and medicine.
I raided you before I got to return the raid? Okay, hell yeah. I mean, I try and spread the love whenever I can. I try to raid out whenever I can. If I can find somebody that's at least tangentially, topically or whatever else. I think in our corner of the internet, I try and spread the love. I think we're fairly good about doing the raids. Honestly, why not use the feature, right? It seems weird to me. Like, you're not streaming anymore. Why gatekeep? Don't be weird.
These 50 days have been hard days. There are people from social organizations with legitimate demands, and I clearly distinguish them from those who try to infiltrate the movement politically. I stand with those organizations, with the Workers' Confederation that's fighting for a future, because our debate is not about the past, it is about the future.
The crisis began with the workers' strike in May, escalating into blockades that strangled access to La Paz and El Alto, plunging the Latin American nation into economic and humanitarian turmoil. The Bolivian Workers' Confederation confirmed pressure measures will be lifted nationwide, with the government committing to honor the agreement immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Outside the palace, flags waved and people chanted that Bolivia won. This woman says they can finally breathe again and that a hard-working country can get back to work.
There we go, Bolivia. Seemingly finally achieving a peace after many, many weeks of unrest. Not sure what the details of the agreement are, and it's not clear that this particular union represents the entirety of those with grievances against the government, but it does seem to mark a turning point in this situation that we've been talking about now for like 2 months almost. All right, let's go to the United Kingdom. A big shakeup. Where better to go than our British transplant here in the United States? Mehdi Hassan, a man who just launched his own British media organization, or whatever you want to call it, Zateo UK. Perfect timing for Zateo UK with all the stuff happening in British politics. Ahem. Here we go.
Hello. Welcome to the first Zateo UK live panel. I am Mehdi Hassan. I'm joined here by my new colleague, our political editor, Shihab Khan. Hello, Shihab.
Hello, thank you for having me.
We are going to be talking for the next 45 minutes or so. We're going to be joined by some guests about what else? The crazy scene in UK politics right now. I am based in Washington, D.C., as many of you know, but I was just in the UK to launch Zateo UK, and I can tell you what, however crazy US politics is, Shihab, British politics is desperately trying to keep up with the craziness. Are we, after yesterday's by-election, which Andy Burnham won big in Makerfield, are we on the verge of a, am I counting right, 7th British Prime Minister in the space of a decade?
Yes, we are. This is a clear signal if we've ever needed one, that Andy Burnham is now on the charge to number 10. No one is trying to hide it. I spoke to a number of Labour MPs this morning. Not a single one of them thinks that Andy Burnham won't be the Prime Minister. It will take a political miracle for it not to happen. It is not a question of whether or not Andy Burnham becomes Prime Minister. The question is when and how soon. The only thing we are talking about now is whether or not Keir Starmer will fight a leadership challenge, whether or not other people, whether Wes Streeting will decide to join the race. That is the only question to be asked here. Ultimately, if there is a race, Andy Burnham is most likely to win it. All the polling suggests that he has the membership on his side. If there's not a race, it will be a coronation. There is no other question in British politics. It is a question of how long it takes for other British politicians to decide or understand that that's where reality is pointing.
Yeah, I feel that thing, it feels a little bit weird, but I guess I understand. I guess it's kind of similar to what would happen if a president resigned, like the vice president would take over. I guess. But it's a little weird because I feel like in most parliamentary systems, if that happened, wouldn't there be a general election? Or am I mistaken about that one?
So we can talk about pros, cons, coronation, other candidates. Let's just deal with the big news from last night. And for those of you tuning in, thank you for joining us here on this Zeteo UK live stream. We're on YouTube, we're on Substack. If you're in the chat, stick your questions. I'll be taking questions for Shihab and for our special guest who'll be joining us in a few minutes. We've got a couple of top political commentators to give us their take, because this is a big day in British politics. Andy Burnham won Makerfield last night, the by-election. He won by an astonishing margin. All the polls and all of the media organisations were telling us this was going to be close, he might lose, if he wins it's going to be narrow. Reform UK, Nigel Farage's party, they're the ones who are surging nationally. This is a seat that they just won in the local elections. Just a couple of months ago, Reform UK got more than 50% of the vote in Makerfield, and yet you have Andy Burnham come in and he got 55% of the vote. He won by 20 points. An absolute, I think that's fair to say, I would call that a landslide victory. The Reform candidate got 35% of the vote. Even if you throw in Restore UK, the other far-right party running in that district, even when you put them together, he still wins by double digits. So it wasn't the right split their vote, that's how he won. No, even with a combined right, he wins, although the Tories, the Lib Dems, the Greens, they got a tiny, minuscule share of the vote, which shows that people are willing to tactically vote to stop Reform from winning some of these seats. But that big margin of victory, Shihab, is that what says, you know what, Andy Burnham can beat Reform UK. He's the guy who should help Labour beat Reform UK at national level. Is it just that simple?
Yeah, it genuinely is that simple for a lot of MPs. There are no caveats here. He won so unbelievably emphatically here. There is nothing that anyone who is opposing him can say about it, even those who...
Yeah, and now, of course, there's multiple things in British politics that are of importance, right? Winning the elections, beating Reform, right? Because they have been seeing quite a surge. But also, there's a lot of things that aren't going well for people living in the United Kingdom. And so policy platform is quite important. And unfortunately, you'll get no policy platform from Andy Burnham if this is, as was just said by Shahab, a coronation of sorts. And there's a lot of questions surrounding what exactly he would intend to do. He's been saying all sorts of stuff, but it's all been pretty vague. So some of it certainly sounds, good enough, I'm sure, to some people, but is lacking a lot of specifics on a lot of important issues, I think, for a lot of people. And so you would have a prime minister who you would not know very much about what, although, what did you get out of Keir Starmer exactly? So, I don't know. Just making the point.
This is classic Labour politics. They are worried that this
no sign of Angela Rayner return.
No, because it seems as though if you believe the rumours that Angela Rayner is well and truly supportive of Andy Burnham. She is the only Labour MP that could have potentially stood and have a conceivable chance of winning. I think in the scenario where Andy Burnham wasn't successful and hadn't won in Makerfield, there would have been a lot of conversation about whether or not Angela Rayner was going to challenge the Prime Minister. I think she is now going to be supportive of Andy Burnham. There was some interesting paparazzi shots of the two of them meeting in secret before the by-election, so they've clearly had conversations. But there's more to it than that, right? There are concerns that Keir Starmer's operation was a bit of a boys' club, and there are worries amongst a number of female Labour MPs that that's the direction that this.
I'll be right back, guys. I gotta grab a drink.
This government under Burnham may go into.
Paparazzi shots of Burnham and Rayner. I'm old enough to remember the Blair Brown Granita deal. Let's bring in a couple of guests, a couple of political experts to give us their take on this historic day in British politics. I'm joined by Ava Santina, political editor at Politics Joe, and John McTernan, former political secretary to Tony Blair, former advisor to several cabinet ministers under Gordon Brown. Thank you, Ava and John, for joining Shihab and I.
Good afternoon.
Great to have you on Zateo UK. We are very new to all this. We are new to the UK political scene. Obviously, I'm not. I'm old and grey. And John, you and I go way back. It's great to see you here. Let me ask you first then, John. What do you make of this as someone who spent a lot of time around Labour Prime Ministers? Tony Blair, Gordon Brown. Does Andy Burnham have what it takes to be Prime Minister of the United Kingdom? And is he going to be Prime Minister soon?
He has got what it takes and he will be Prime Minister shortly. All of the defiance that we hear from Number 10 and from Keir Starmer himself is delusional, utterly delusional. There's no chance of him being Prime Minister. If there's a challenge would be not the way to do it in my mind. I think a more dignified withdrawal of Keir from the field of play would be sensible, because this is an utterly historic by-election. And yet it's not a target seat for reform. Is a seat they should hold. If they're going to form a government, they have to hold a place like Makerfield. And what we've seen is Andy Burnham doubled the Labour vote from 27% of the share to 55% in 6 weeks. And this contrast, doesn't it, with Keir Starmer, who in 2 years has halved Labour's national vote. So the figures really speak for themselves. The question is not whether or if, it's when.
John, can I ask you very quickly? You obviously worked for Tony Blair for a little while, and then you served as an advisor to a number of cabinet ministers under Gordon Brown. You've seen that transition of power, admittedly, probably
at the brutal end.
Yeah, but slightly less controversial than this one, I would suspect. But what is it like for advisors, for MPs within the Labour Party when a leader goes, a new Prime Minister comes in? What is that transition of power like, and how difficult can that be?
So in Number 10, you line up, you line the corridor to the door, and you clap out the Prime Minister, and his partner. If you're lucky, you get a hug. I got a hug from Cherie. And as soon as the PM is out the front door, you are going out the back door, the link door to 70 Whitehall. They take your pass away from you as you leave. And for me, within 5 minutes, I was on College Green doing some commentary.
Immediately,
so that transition for me was
sooner.
really straightforward, from insider to outsider, but commentator.
And you've never looked. And you've never looked back, John.
Never looked back.
Well, there we go. A little commentary over here from Zateo on these, honestly, very small, but very big. Right? This is just a local election, but it is a prelude to a very big and national thing, potentially the premiership. Now, did Andy Burnham win? Yes. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna come out and say he didn't, but there was one man out there, one being of great lineage and great prowess, who really put in the effort, trying to get the vote out for himself. I'm, of course, talking about the great, the one, the only Count Binface. Man, who I seem as I would have voted for Count Binface if I could have legally voted in the UK Makerfield elections.
Right, let's see now the final three manifestos from the other candidates who are standing in this by-election. We've got the independent Paul Gould, independent John Dyer, and Count Binface of the Count Binface Party.
2 years ago, I ran to be mayor of London, and I won 24,000 votes, beating the far-right Britain First Party. And now I'm setting my sights even higher at the galactic hotspot of Makerfield. And I've got the best manifesto in the business. I will cut your taxes and raise everyone else's. I will price cap Wigan kebabs at £2. I will rename HS2 FFS1, and I will rephase the traffic lights on Liverpool Road to ease congestion. Plus, I'll ensure that elected mayors are ineligible for Parliament until they've served their term of office. Cheeky. Now, it's arguably a scandal that this by-election has been called at all, so I say, make your vote count, join me, and make her feel great again.
That was Count Binface.
We've just worked out, haven't we? Austin, Binface, Burnham. We're going to be in the middle of Count Binface at the count.
Makerfield great again. Yes, people had the opportunity to make Makerfield great again by voting for Count Binface here in these elections.
The country's sick of Starmer. He's only in year 2. You voted him in with a crazy landslide. We didn't know what to do. Help! I'm being burning up in West Street. They got it, lost your palace coup. They might be better than Barrage, but so's anything. Now you know what to do. So am I voting for Binface? I'm standing for the people of Makerfield. Voting for Binface. Treat you to a bad piece yet on me. You got Nigel's crypto millions, and the Tories got no chance. As for the Greens, they're really something. If you want to hypnotize your boobs, but boy, you got a friend in Binface.
Yes, you could have ushered in an era of great galactic awesomeness, Makerfield. You had the opportunity. You even had a manifesto. You even had a great manifesto. You could have educated yourself on all the great stuff. You would have cut your taxes and raised everyone else. All Flake 99 ice creams cost no more than 99p, and Wigan kebabs to be price capped at £2. Rephasing the traffic lights on Liverpool Road to ease congestion and corners to be referred properly in football. 5 people who use speakerphones on public transport to be conscripted. And Wi-Fi on trains that works. Also trains that works. $6.6 million Ashton in Makerfield regeneration scheme to be regenerated. Pensions to be double locked with an extra little chain on the side. Cyclists who break the highway code to be forced to ride unicycles instead. Free parking at the General's Gerard Center to be increased to 3 hours. Auto-renewing on all online subscriptions to be abolished immediately. HS2 to be renamed FFS1 and rerouted so it plows through rail executives' homes.
Help! I'm being repressed!
Galloway Baker's full Monty bin lid breakfast to be Britain's new national dish. Tries in Rugby League to be increased from 4 points to 5 points in line with inflation. CFAX to be brought back for the entire Greater Manchester area. MPs to lose their subsidy for cheap food and drink in Parliament. The hand dryer in the Gems toilet at the Crown and Treaty Pub, Uxbridge, to be moved to a more sensible position. Count Binface to be the UK's entrant at Eurovision 27. I mean, so many great policies. I mean, this is only 7 of 11 pages. I won't read the rest of them because it would be superfluous, as these are such great policies at this point. I can't imagine what was going through the minds of Makerfield residents. But I've actually never been to Makerfield. And I'm afraid that never had the honor of visiting this little town in the north. This is the last of Count Binface clips from yesterday.
Oh my goodness. A man with a bin on his head. And it's not the Tory candidate. Looks like something out of Star Wars. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, I better.
Should you talk to him?
No, I'm going to hand you back to. I'm going to. Ah. Oh right. Okay.
You want to talk to me?
Yeah, go on then.
Go on then.
Right.
Back
What?
to the nation.
Who are you?
My name. What kind of journalist is this? You don't know? Have a look.
I've got my list here.
Burnham.
No, I realise that. Oh, you're Count Binface, yeah?
There you go. You did go to journalism school. Excellent. Yes, I.
A long time ago.
I beg your pardon?
I said a long time ago.
Yeah. Oh well, I wouldn't have known.
Why are you standing in this election? Just a stunt?
It's A, because it's happening. B, I was at a loose end. C, because I believe elected mayors should serve out their terms before they're eligible to stand for Parliament.
Oh, you've made a sensible serious political point there.
Well, no, you're supposed to be impartial, mate. So let me carry on. I'm going to rephrase the traffic lights on Liverpool Road. I'll price cap Wick and kebabs at £2. I'll make cyclists who disobey the highway code have to ride unicycles instead. And I will turn HS2 into FFS1 and reroute it.
Not going to swear, are you?
No, I'm perfect. Although we are past the watershed, but don't worry.
No, we don't want you swearing, please.
I promise I won't. I'm a good boy. And no, but I'm going to reroute it to rail executives' homes. I'm going to build at least one affordable house. I mean, I could go on. What's Andy said he's going to do?
Oh, he said lots he's going to do, and he changes his mind from time to time. But anyway, are you going to save your deposit? Probably not.
No, in a word. But if I could beat the Tories or the Lib Dems, that would be quite funny.
Yeah, I suppose they wouldn't find it very funny, though, would they? How many votes do you think you're going to get?
Well, I'd be happy with one.
Do you live in the constituency?
I do tonight.
Well, it sounds though you don't.
What, do you?
No, of course not. I don't live here, no.
So why should I?
Well, a lot of candidates like to boast that they're local. You're obviously not too concerned about that.
Well, I'm looking at the putative Prime Minister Nigel Farage. He spends more time in America than in Clacton. So why should...
You don't think Mr. Burnham's the putative Prime Minister, then?
Well, they both putatas, that they will be the next PM. But I think at least Andy feels like he's slightly local to the area. But that's something. If I was to win...
He used to be the MP for Leeds, just not very far from here.
Exactly. If I win, I swear...
That's not going to happen.
Well, exactly. So I'm going to say, I swear I'll move to Makerfield if I win.
Okay, all right. I'm sure they'll all be delighted. Well, I'm sure there's other people who want to interview you. Thank you for talking to Sky News.
It's my pleasure. Well interviewed. Well done. Hello. Oh, the Manchester Evening News. That's a proper journalist.
It's a proper
journalist. I got the short straw there.
It's a proper journalist. While the Sky News camera is still going, I was like, look, it's a proper journalist.
Proper journalist. Hello. Oh, the Manchester Evening News. That's a proper journalist.
Well, Anna, I think I got the short straw there.
A crowd of people watching that. I mean, people were filming you interviewing Count Binface, and I'm afraid for me, you've lost your by-election king crown because you didn't know who he was, and everybody knows who Count Binface is. Let's be honest about it. But anyway, he's still there. He won't leave you now. Of course, I don't live in the area. Was the mantle.
There you go, Count Binface shredding Fox News Live on air. I mean, not Fox News, Sky News. I mean, it's the same thing, right? It's just Australia's version of Fox News. Well, there you have it. Unfortunately, Binface did not win, as I mentioned, but he did get more than one vote. Not as good as his run for mayor of London. 163 votes. Losing, unfortunately, to the Conservatives and the Lib Dems. Okay. Now, in the wake of this election, ministers are reportedly urging Keir Starmer to step down and make way for Andy Burnham.
Labour Party veteran Andy Burnham celebrates his victory in the Makerfield by-election, winning 55% of the vote in a key battleground against the far-right Reform Party. With the election over, his path could now be open to challenge Keir Starmer for his position as Prime Minister.
We've been on a path for 40 years that simply hasn't worked for people and places in this part of the world, and this now is the change moment. We are going to take that opportunity and we are going to lay out a new path for Britain.
He keeps talking about change and a new path, but I don't actually hear him saying anything specific. Like, I couldn't tell you what his three main policy positions are at this point. All right. Moving it along from the election in the United Kingdom. And the premiership shakeup, whatever you want to call it. Now, of course, as we heard yesterday, if there is going to be anything, it's going to have to be some kind of internal fight within Labour Party, because Keir is not stepping down. He said that he would stand in any race. Last time we were talking about that. What is all this question about space genitalia? I mean, don't humans have weird names for their genitalia? You would assume space beings also probably have, fun names for theirs as well. Like the octagon or something like that. Let's see. What else do I got here? Yeah. Now, if you remember, we had a big geopolitical powwow this week at the G7 summit in Evian, France. All of the leaders of the big G7 countries and others showing up. You know what? Actually, we'll get to that in a second.
Welcome to The World This Week with me, Gavin Lee, and a panel handpicked of 4 distinguished international correspondents stepping back from the immediacy of the breaking news to reflect on the last 7 days in global affairs. In a week, an interim peace agreement was signed between the US and Iran, bringing a temporary end, it seems, to the conflict and the beginning of a 60-day window to negotiate the many unresolved issues. President Trump signing the Memorandum of Understanding over dinner at the Palace of Versailles, and before he had time to digest his dessert of hot chocolate pie and French vanilla ice cream, there were already grumblings within the Republican Party that a military win had turned into a strategic defeat. Iran's supreme leader claimed Trump had made a deal out of desperation, but it was bravo and cheers at the chateau.
Great job. Bravo.
Oil down, stock up, said Trump. It's been a week that's seen the leaders of the
Oil down, stock up. He's a fucking lunatic, dude. God. Now, we talked about all sorts of stuff at this G7. You know what they didn't mention one single time? Climate change. A protest happened outside of the G7, highlighting that issue.
But the purpose of this message is to show that the G7 is going to meet, but at Donald Trump's request, it does not include topics that are absolutely crucial. Crucial. Human rights, gender equality issues, and of course the climate. It is going to be one of the hottest years, and then the next will be hotter. They're not discussing climate at the G7. It outrages us.
Yeah, as you can see here, some fascinating representations. Rather accurate, honestly. The Georgia Maloney looks really good. The Sinai Takeichi also pretty good too. Is that Mark Carney? Yeah, I think it is. Some pretty good masks. And an important message. Things like human rights, gender equality, and climate change completely ignored at this G7 summit. Thrown in the trash. Of course, all this probably, at least much of it, due to the fact that Trump is there. And so everybody knows that Trump doesn't want to talk about that. And we only do things that Trump wants to do in 2026. And nothing else. All right. Let's go now to the country of Albania, which has been protesting for weeks now over a proposed Trump family Epstein-style resort on an uninhabited island in the Mediterranean. Seemingly like millions, like practically like the whole country of Albania has been coming out into the streets to protest.
I'm against this project because it risks the life of endangered species that are protected by laws, international laws, and this is our land, and we do not want to sell it off to outside parties.
You look at the vast crowds going from day to night. People are just so pissed off in Albania over this whole thing. That people would come onto their land, take their land, and then, like beat people for having a problem with it. This is literally the thing that started this off. Now, it was only initially a protest against this project, this Trump family project, which Jared and Ivanka are doing. But that has grown into a more broad criticism of the government itself. A protest movement which is now being called the Flamingo Revolution. Now, we actually saw footage of this island the other day, and it's inhabited by a shitload of flamingos. They apparently have a very, I think, a specific species of flamingo native to this only this region. People are beginning to see that as a symbol of the revolution and of their anger. The anger of the great flamingo. It's got to be one of the best. Like, honestly, like, come on. You can't lie. The flamingo, the anger of the flamingo, it's rising up. It sounds hilarious, but it's also like, I mean, something about it. Something about it does make you want to go out there. Because it's like a combination of, it's like, it's fun, but it also has meaning, right? Because like flamingos are just generally kind of fun animals, I think. But there is a meaning to it because they inhabit this island.
Are demanding more.
These protesters behind me have been out on the streets every day for almost 2 weeks. What began as a demonstration against a Trump family luxury resort has evolved now into one of the biggest populist movements Albania has seen since the fall of the communist regime in 1991.
Kërkesa e protestës është një vetme, është largimi komplet klasës politike në 35 vitet e fundit.
This is a new era of awakening of the people that want to get rid of the old school politics.
They want to change to a political establishment that only benefits the powerful and the rich, one that doesn't serve the public.
I'm protesting because of the lack of public consultation when it comes to public spaces as well.
Did you see the flamingo signs?
And the rich.
Yeah, this is great. Eat the rich. Flamingo is coming.
One that doesn't serve the public.
I'm protesting because of the lack of public consultation when it comes to public spaces as well as construction in protected areas.
People feel that they are excluded from these spaces afterwards in the moment that they are gentrified or transformed.
Gresa Hasa is a researcher at the University of Graz in Austria and writes about Albanian politics and the rule of law. She also organizes protests among the Albanian diaspora in Austria.
You know, like the transformation of giving public land to private investors, to private billionaires, or dubious oligarchs, be them international or be them domestic.
Albanians, in recent years, have seen the emergence of skyscrapers and luxury hotels. They have seen public spaces privatized. And beaches, along with historical and cultural sites, made both physically and financially inaccessible to them. Prime Minister Edi Rama said he wants Albania to become a high-end tourism destination, insisting a luxury resort would bring big capital and big investors.
Yeah. It sounds like the things that people are complaining about. So it's going to bring the things that the people are saying they don't want. Huh. It's a weird thing to tout. Oh, wait, I'm not done with this. Sorry.
That were presented to citizens in Albania as a success story, but they have seen with the passing of time that this is not a success story for them. I mean, they were met with mass unemployment, mass emigration, and Albanians still struggle to make ends meet.
The current average monthly income in Albania is the equivalent of 950 euros. That's lower than the average monthly wage of 1,282 euros in Bulgaria, which according to the most recent figures is the lowest in the EU.
The 1% of the country continues to grow richer and richer, and the gap between that and the rest of the population has grown wider.
Yep, and people here are saying that they've had enough of the democratic backsliding, the continued enrichment of the very few. They're sick of politicians who are enriching themselves, not making things better for them. Sound familiar, anybody? A little bit more from this.
All of the communist regimes. In Albania, you had the creation of the first informal groups, including also first organized crime groups, which, with the passing of time, they were managed to grow, and some of them also became legal and turned into these oligarchic structures and very powerful businessmen.
After the fall of the communist regime in 1991, Albania transitioned into a multi-party democracy. Parliamentary elections are held every 4 years, but the current prime minister and his Socialist Party have been in power for the last 13 years. During this time, they have introduced the Strategic Investment Law that fast-tracks big development projects, allowing quicker approval procedures for projects. They have also made amendments to a nature law to allow exemptions for construction on protected areas.
And therein lies the reason for why this is all happening. The fact that they have opened up these protected lands for these developers. And foreigners like Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump coming in to build their own Epstein-fueled, island resorts. What led to these protests in the first place, right? If they hadn't done that, never would have. Well, maybe not never, but it wouldn't have come to a head like this. It doesn't seem. That was the catalyst that basically drove it. Was this one resort. They wanted to just decimate this pristine island with this like fever dream of a like a beachside resort with we looked at the fucking plans for it. It's ridiculous. Okay, I think that's probably good on this one. Actually, get a little bit more. This is the last portion of this, and then we're gonna move on to a different subject. Jeez, we're almost 6 hours in. Maybe we'll take a break after this one. Actually, no, we'll do a break after the next one. Sense. Do it that way.
And for more now, I want to cross over to journalist Basar Likmeta. He joins us from Tirana. Basar, it's good to have you with us. I just want to ask you, these protests, have they kind of morphed into something bigger? Is this now basically a fight to determine who is going to own the country's future?
Well, these are young people who are rallying up. Thousands of them have been on the streets of Tirana every day. And yes, this resort project was the spark and the treatment of, let's say, environmental activists and local villagers by private security, and their mistreatment served as a spark. But currently, the protesters have widened. They not only are held in the capital of Albania, but in cities across Europe and wherever the Albanian diaspora is present. And they are calling for the resignation of the prime minister, but also they're rejecting also the opposition. So it's an anti-establishment protest calling for major change in the country, and not only toward the way that the government is run, but also toward the economic model, which prioritizes, let's say, this type of project that have an adverse impact on the environment, and particularly in coastal areas.
Yep. Of course. Albania was one of the sort of what do you want to call it? Because it wasn't technically part of the USSR or of Yugoslavia. But it was sort of one of the other sorts of like communist countries that fell around that time in the 90s. That has capitalist system now. I mean, they're not part of the EU, but not going good. It's just enriching one group of people right now. You can see people here, like they just said, are rejecting both the current party, the ruling party, and the opposition party. And they're looking for something new. Whatever that might be, I actually don't, I mean, I'm hearing their concerns. I don't know exactly what that will wind up being at the end of all of this. If there is any sort of change in the government. Because even that is not a given. I don't think there's more elections for like another 3 years in Albania. When's is it? Hold on. '29. Oh, it was 3 years. I was right. Literally 3 years. June 3rd, 2029. Don't ask me how I knew that. You know, like I forget to pay my fucking my Wi-Fi bill or whatever, but I'll remember something stupid. Or I'll you know, I have like stupid facts in here that like don't actually help me in my real life. Just here. Although this is my real life. It's my job, I guess. What's more real life than that? Making serious progress on this list right now, too. Boy, oh boy. Really? Although things are about to slow down drastically in a second, aren't they? Oh yeah, I forgot. I forgot about what we got next. We got Iran next, and I actually have a secret. Oh, I got a secret. Oh boy. I got something waiting for us. It's on the thumbnail. I think people will appreciate this coming up in a little bit. But let's go here. Al Jazeera Plus, down to South Africa. Talk about the group of activists, the community that is living in an abandoned hospital, attempting to repurpose it into a home for themselves in a time where literally nothing is affordable anywhere for anyone.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
That's me exploring a once abandoned hospital in central Cape Town. This is where the ambulances would like come in. X-ray department, physiotherapy. But this hospital is now something else.
This is our home. We've done everything to make it our home.
Activists occupied and then transformed the building into housing for around 1,000 people, many of whom had been evicted from their homes.
Our rent was 600 and then the rent shot up to 3,000. I was evicted.
Cape Town is in the depths of a housing crisis. Folks are being forced out of their homes.
We've got hundreds of thousands of people on the waiting list for houses.
While the city is being transformed into a playground for the rich.
A new, wealthier type of person is moving in. Long-time residents say they're paying the price.
We are fighting for affordable housing. We moved in and we will stay here till death.
Hi, I'm Yar, and I'm in South Africa to unpack how Cape Town residents like these are fighting for a place in their city. Hey, how's it going?
Welcome, welcome.
I'm here to meet Denver, one of the activist leaders at the hospital. This place is massive, and he's going to show me around. This is straight up a hospital corridor. You can even see the hospital doors, like you've kept the same doors.
This area around here was part of the X-rays, the operating rooms.
So this is that hospital light that shines on patients as they're being operated on.
Yep. Every department has been occupied.
Woo! Okay, I'm not great at soccer.
Hello. This is my kitchen area.
Refrigerator, you have your living room area. Wow, very nice, very homey. Activists renamed the hospital Sissy Ghoul House after the anti-apartheid leader, and it's run by the group Reclaim the City.
We work on a monthly contribution of 100 Rand.
That's very fair.
And that 100 Rand goes to the maintenance of the building.
And then there's folks who kind of take care of everything else, running the stores. Oh, you make your own ice cream? Oh, you made these? Wow, that's amazing. After-school programs, faith groups, a library.
There's a cat in my library. She's an educated cat.
Yeah.
Because he's in the library.
And so much more. Oh, you're the tailor. It's a little village. Yeah. But this little village is built on revolutionary politics. It's imperialism, gentrification. You're reading like revolutionary texts.
And then go out and implement it.
Communist! So how did an old abandoned hospital become Sissy Ghoul House? Well, the hospital was first occupied in 2017. It started as a protest against the city's sale of public land to private developers. Most notoriously, this former school right near Sissy Ghoul House.
The provincial government decided to sell the prime land instead of developing it.
The occupation of Sissy Ghoul House led to the courts overturning the sale of the school and put the issue of affordable housing on the public agenda. But in a city like Cape Town, where the cost of rent has shot up in recent years, the Sissy Ghoul House occupation quickly became a lifeline.
We couldn't pay the rent where we lived. We've moved 15 times already.
The hospital stood empty for 20-something years.
It was just rats and dirt.
So the people just cleaned up.
For the first time, I can feel that I don't have to go anywhere anymore.
They think.
Yeah. I thought this was a beautiful fucking story. Sort of uplifting. One of these stories that I usually would say for a Sunday fun day. But I'm sort of doubling down on the fun this weekend with a couple of things like this, the Count Binface thing, whatever else I can manage that are more uplifting, and this one, I mean, this is another one of those. It's not just uplifting, but it's about people actively doing something to change their surroundings, right? Together. You know, there's too many like places that remain empty and unused, right? That for capitalists are worth more empty than to let the poor people, right? Like pay what they could to like occupy it. But that's basically what we should be doing in so many cases, and so many examples of like unused and unproductive properties and whatever else, and allow for people to reappropriate that for more productive uses, not just for the enrichment of capital, because it's just not. We've enriched capital enough. We just minted the world's first trillionaire last week. You know, like I think we're good. Like I think we've really done a great job of enriching capital. Time to go back to thinking about maybe enriching people from time to time. You know, it's just a crazy idea. I think we've done a utterly fantastic job on enriching capital. No reason for us to even really think about it at this point. I think capital will do just fine on its own. Doesn't need any more help. Okay. They take a break right now. 6 hours in. Yeah, I think we'll take one last break here before we move on to the Middle East, which is most of what we have left for today. I'm going to try and go a little longer today than normal, over 8 hours, because yesterday's stream got cut short. Just cut short because I didn't have enough content. Somehow blew through it all really fast. So yeah, last break, and then final half of the show. Okay, hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. Bell icon too, like button perhaps, if you're enjoying the show. And while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. And there's all sorts of ways, of course: Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, and of course Patreon. So many great ways for you to contribute. My God. What way will you decide? Who's to say? Anyway, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. The break is over, and the final half is about to begin. So you better get back in those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it. All right, folks, we are back. Third and final half of the stream. It's about to begin right now.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right, let's get to talking about the Middle East. Now, as we've been witnessing, the meltdown of the right-wing brain has been quite severe. The neocon, war hawk, pro-Israel, and all of the three just listed in some sort of combination within the same people in some cases, but we've been seeing it over and over again. A lot of melting down, a lot of very upset people, including Democrats, I'd point out. Just sort of myriad of individuals who just
the actual document.
Sorry, Republicans, Democrats, all seemingly upset about this Iran deal, which was supposed to be, signed in Switzerland on Friday. That did not happen. But it was technically signed by both sides. People like wasn't it like Ainsley Earhart and that other guy, I always forget his name. This is not Greg Gutfeld or Brett Baer, but it's basically the same guy. All these guys getting very upset.
The actual document of Memorandum of Understanding has been leaked, which is interesting. JD Vance was talking about I would love to release the document. We really can't because of diplomatic things, and but the 14-point draft agreement, or I should say the Memorandum of Understanding, has been released, and it very clearly reflects the fact that the United States lost this war. I don't know if that's necessarily a bad thing, frankly. This is something that should have happened a long time ago. This path has been open with Iran in terms of normalizing long-term for over 22 years when they made a specific proposal to the United States via the Swiss. And the Bush administration was so annoyed that they couldn't maintain their axis of evil that they literally sanctioned the Swiss for delivering the message. Never do that again. And the draft basically calls for obviously the Strait of Hormuz to be opened up. It doesn't say anything about Iran being able to collect fees, which Iran says that it will. It says in the first bullet point, the Islamic Republic of Iran, the United States, together with their allies in the current war, that would be Israel at least, declare upon the signing of this MOU an immediate and permanent end to the war on all fronts, including Lebanon. That is a key point. There will be 60 days to negotiate a final agreement, and it appears that they're trying to do that by Friday. In addition to the Strait of Hormuz opening up, it basically, as far as I can tell, lifts all sanctions on Iran and gives them access on a sort of, it's unclear what the benchmarks.
Oh, it's not Hannity, and it's not Waters. It's neither of those guys. It's the other one. It's the most forgettable one of all of them, who kind of vaguely looks like all those dudes. I can't say the thing I was just thinking. Like all those dudes like had a baby together. It's just I'm never gonna remember his name, I don't think. I watch so much of this kind of stuff, and some people's names just don't stick in there. I think it's just because he's just that unimportant and stupid of a man.
But if they...
Yes, Brian Kilmeade. Yeah, sure. See, like, it'll eventually... Right. Then I'll go back to forgetting it, because he's just so unimportant.
Do certain things, they will be able to gain access to a development fund. From the Iranian perspective, very well done. It was reported, like we said yesterday, by Jeremy Scahill in Drop Site, that the Iranians were using as part of the negotiation team the psychiatrists, some of the top psychiatrists,
to get through to him.
Yes, trying to figure out how you manage someone with his personality disorder. Here is JD Vance.
I'm so glad Sam said personality. Instead of just saying personality, he said personality disorder. I think we all know intrinsically that Trump has at least one, if not multiple, personality disorders. He's a fucking deranged megalomaniac. For a reason. He's got some sort of inherent issues going on in there. Deep-seated ones that will never be solved, seeing as he's an 80-year-old man with billions of dollars. There will be no situations that happen that cause him to have some kind of a, epiphany or something.
Talking to Megyn Kelly on why they haven't released the memorandum of understanding. Of course, it ended up being leaked. This is from yesterday.
Why can't we all see the MOU right now?
Well, yeah. So first of all, the president said by the latest Friday, possibly as early as tomorrow, we're going to release the memorandum of understanding text. The reason why we haven't released it yet is there are some delicate diplomatic things going on where the Iranians, and not just the Iranians, but some of our mediators, the Pakistanis and the Qataris, have asked us to sequence this in the right way. I don't, frankly, fully understand it, but there are sensitivities that exist in the Arab and Muslim world that we're trying to be responsive to. Fundamentally, does it really matter if the deal comes out on Wednesday versus Friday? No. That's why we haven't emphasized it so much, is because at the very latest, the text is going to be out on Friday.
Okay, yeah. And I mean, you've already signed it, but it's not like legally binding to where you can't undo it. It's a diplomatic agreement. So it's if people freak out, there's an utter meltdown here in the United States, it could always be undone if you change your minds.
Exactly. And I could.
Oh, now that last part is really important.
We can just completely undo it. Oh, that's the kind of comment that Iran's gonna hear and go, wait, so this is completely meaningless? Wait, why are we signing? So, like, this is the opposite of fucking competent diplomacy. Okay, as vice president of the fucking United States and the guy who's supposedly going to Switzerland to do the goddamn diplomatic talks, you don't go on the goddamn Megyn Kelly's podcast on YouTube to tell everybody, actually, this meeting, this deal that we're gonna sign, actually, we don't have to follow it. We could just rip it up at any time, no big deal. Just like that JCPOA that Trump ripped up that led to all this. If you're Iran, what the hell do you think when you hear something like that?
Because the reason why it's been leaked is because there are Iran war hawks, both within the administration and within the conservative Republican movement, a significant amount of them. Not to mention some on the Democratic side, folks like Chuck Schumer don't want anything to do with a side deal or anything like that. And the idea is to try and create pressure on the administration to not sign this. And
particularly over Lebanon, particularly over the ensuring of Lebanon's territorial sovereignty, which and integrity, which is basically why all of the Zionists and media are having a total meltdown here, because.
Yeah, and as we've seen in the last 24 hours, that's exactly what's come to fruition. Is that Israel has literally pushed on this Lebanon situation by murdering dozens of people on Saturday. Or, I'm sorry, on Friday. Forgetting what fucking day it is right now. Mostly because, I think partly because I've been preparing for tomorrow's show. Like, I tried to get as ready as I could for tomorrow's show. Like, I already have most of it together. So I don't have to worry too much for Sunday Funday / Father's Day. Since I've already done 6 streams in the last 7 days, I'm a little beat right now. But yeah, it's just insane that anybody is even in favor of this and or upset about the contents of this deal. But I also think it's fucking bonkers that Donald Trump. I'm sorry, not Donald Trump, J.D. Vance would come out and be like, actually, this deal's, like, kind of meaningless. We could totally rip it up, dude. It's like, really? That's the vibe you want to give off going into the talks? Seems kind of stupid. Like, am I wrong? But you don't want your, whatever you want to call it, your adversary going into diplomatic discussions to think that you're not taking them seriously. Like, I mean, we have done everything we can to scuttle these things. Israel has too. It's actually shocking that they're going forward. And it does seem like they're going forward. J.D. Vance left Joint Base Andrews few hours ago. Trying to think of how long it takes to get from there to Switzerland. Probably like 8 hours. No, longer. Half a day. I lost my place. Oh, yeah. Let's go back. Let's continue going through the general freakouts over this deal. Breaking points up next.
All right. Well, that was the Israeli perspective, but why don't we move back over to the United States perspective for a sec? Emily, there are some people in the GOP with for some, the very first time ever, harsh words for our brave president.
Let's pause though. Not the first time ever. The first time since many of them were like virulently never Trump in 2016.
Yes. Okay. Thank you for that timeline correction. But let's start with friend of the show, Batya. Let's take a listen.
Oh, yeah.
Went into this, the president laid out 3 main goals. He said he wanted to get rid of their Navy, he wanted to get rid of their ballistic capabilities, and he wanted to get rid of their ability to achieve a nuclear weapon. I don't see any of that in this MOU. Of course, they promised not to pursue a nuclear weapon. Guess what? They promised that.
I don't see Iran giving up all of it, disarming in this. I don't see the nation state of Iran disarming in this MOU. Why is that? Says Batya. This woman is a fucking deranged lunatic. Oh, why do they still have a military? Says Batya.
to President Obama as well, and then they lied and cheated, right? Their word means
Midi Doctors just cheered 100 bits.
Midi Doctors with the bits once again. Thank you, Midi.
which is the whole point of going after them in this military way. Now, the one thing that I found the most distressing is that Vice President Vance has been the only member of the cabinet who's out there defending this. And he keeps implying that the people who have a problem with it are somehow, war hawks, want an endless, groundswell of ground troops on the ground in order to finish the deal. I find that very insulting. I don't want that. We had them on the ropes. They have never been as weak as they were last Friday, right before the president agreed to this exact deal. And I just do not understand the pressure. In 60 days, when they have all their money back, they're going to be much stronger and much less likely to agree to anything that would make this not just better than the JCPOA, but just as good as the JCPOA.
And I think
nobody was saying
ropes.
Yeah.
I just was nobody was saying
we had them on the ropes, says Batya. She should get out there. She should fight this war. She should enlist, I don't think she's too old yet. Maybe she is. I don't know how old. How old do you think she is? 40? She should get out there, fight this war. If anything, she could start her own army, and then do it. I encourage her to do that. We had them on the ropes. When she says we had them on the ropes, it's the same thing, in my opinion, as when, people watching their favorite sports ball team go, "Oh, we had them on the ropes." It's the same sentence. No, who's we? You weren't out there putting your life on the line in the Middle East on a, in a fucking F-35 or something, flying through the air at hundreds of miles an hour, trying to avoid Shahed drones and fucking whatever anti-aircraft missiles flying your fucking way, Batya. Okay, so I'm talking about we. Okay, you're sitting here nice and pretty, making whoever knows how much fucking as a CNN contributor and whatever else you're up to over there, not in danger with your just ideological fucking delusion and desire for this war to continue. It's just disturbing. These fucking warmongers come out here. And the fact is CNN has been trotting out so many of them. I know they've been taken over by CBS, and I gotta unsubscribe to them too. It's just getting sad. I'm running out of news organizations at this point, it feels like, to utilize.
Trump stacked up from 2018 to 2026.
Mm-hmm.
Unilaterally walking away from a deal that was agreed to in good faith, then twice killing the people that you're claiming to be negotiating with surprise attacks. Twice. And then for Biden to come on the back end of that and say that Iran is duplicitous and can't be trusted, it's almost a Laura Loomer level of just pure racism and Islamophobia, because her only argument would be, well, they're Muslims, Iranian Muslims and evildoers. So therefore they just inherently, as the creatures and monsters they are, can't be trusted, when the actual record is what it is. So just that part alone is what are you talking about?
Well, Ryan, she's not alone, because we have leadership on both the Republican and Democratic side voicing similar concerns. Why don't we take a listen to this next clip?
Millions of dollars to theocratic lunatics who want to murder us is not a good idea. I think the president, unfortunately, is receiving bad advice on this deal.
I was just going to ask you about the Iran deal. What you think about it?
Look at him run
This whole
away.
nuclear deal now, no better than what we had back in 2015, back when.
Oh, I gotta watch Lindsey Graham run away with the hand too. He puts the hand up. He's like, talk to the hand. You talk to the hand. I'm running away. This fucking guy.
I think the president, unfortunately, is receiving bad advice on this deal.
I was just going to ask you about the Iran deal.
Look at him move.
What you
He's
think
never. This guy has never moved this fast in his life. This guy has never moved this fast. He is. This is a sprint for Lindsey Graham. I don't think he's capable of moving faster than this. This is max speed for him.
With this whole nuclear deal now, no better than what we had back in 2015, back when Barack Obama cut the deal. And that's where Donald Trump winds us up after all of this. What an embarrassment.
We went to war.
Who is that?
It was Rand.
The idea of doing something in the Straits of Hormuz. The Straits were being used peacefully before our invasion, and now we have to negotiate they'll be used peacefully in the future.
It's going to get access to its frozen assets. And what is Iran giving up for this? Nothing. Nothing. They're merely reaffirming what they've said before about nuclear weapons.
Well, all I've seen is public reporting about it. But the public reporting to me suggests we're giving up an awful lot more to get a lot less than the JCPOA.
Absolutely stunning to see Lindsey Graham walk away from a camera.
Yeah, I mean, look at the diversity, at least in party from that clip. I mean, everybody. Everybody's in it. Lindsey Graham, Rand Paul. I think I saw Dick Durbin, Tim Kaine, Chris Coons. Everybody having fairly similar reactions, although Democrats weren't running away so much as they were just talking about how terrible the war, like how we didn't achieve the things we were supposed to achieve. I'm kind of, I don't know if I'm the only person, but I'm very tired of talking about the things we didn't achieve, that we were never going to achieve. Like, Trump, first off, just to go through the list quickly, we have had about like a dozen different reasons, supposedly, why we're doing this, right? That have changed from the beginning to now, where we don't even know exactly why we're doing it, but we do know we achieved none of those goals. And the fact is most of those were never going to be achieved in the first place. Certainly not in the way that we were planning on doing it. And it's fucking nonsense that we continue to frame it as if these goals were ever, one, worthy of attempting, and two, would have somehow made up, like for all the money spent, all the lives lost, had we only achieved those goals, right? Like, that's kind of the framing that I feel like we're getting a lot, like right now from Democrats. They're like, oh, he did a terrible job not achieving these very, very, very important goals that we all wanted achieved. You know, like it's a little frustrating. Because, no, we didn't want these achieved. We didn't want to invade Iran. Right? We didn't want to invade Iran, but there's a bunch of war hawks in both parties who are like, actually, we did. We didn't want to talk about it so much, but now that we've done it, I mean, we're not getting all the things that we dreamed of. All those times, you know, I've like sat here in Congress daydreaming about invading Iran. This is not going the way that I pictured it. You know, I mean, this is basically what's happening, right? Am I wrong? They're literally just disappointed that the dream was actually a nightmare. I'm not saying all of the Democrats in there, but most of those guys have voted for military funding over and over and over again. I mean, Dick Durbin's never seen funding for Israel that he wouldn't vote for. Not one time. All right, back to the majority report. There's one guy who we've talked about recently who's having a real struggle sesh over this situation right now. And that man is none other than Ben Shapiro. What's this called? The Matt Jordy report? What the hell is that?
Could you drum up?
That's confusing to my brain. I don't know what this majority even is.
The Republican Party, the broader right wing, the neocons, even the majority of the MAGA cultists have viewed Iran as public enemy number one for America for the longest time. And when Trump became president once again in 2025, after winning the 2024 election, they really, really thought Trump was going to continue his assault on Iran from his previous administration. And it was looking just like that for them. If you'll all recall, just a few short months ago, the foaming at the mouth from the Republicans and the neocons and the MAGA cultists that Trump was carrying out what America has long wanted to do. The retaliation against Iran, and that's how they phrased it. That's how they framed it. Retaliation for decades ago, even though Iran had not attacked us, we had no sort of ongoing dispute with Iran, but Trump declared war on Iran, and they were as happy as can be. This is what we voted for. That was the chant, the cheer, the common rebuttal you heard from the right. Anytime someone said, "Oh, I thought Trump was the peace president." Yeah, who cares about that? We wanted war with Iran. Trump is going to do regime change in Iran. You saw Israel and the pro-Israel factions of the American politics cheering on Trump for going to war with Israel. You saw all these types fully behind Trump. And then the details of the U.S.-Iran MOU come out, and it's a complete capitulation. Trump has basically announced that Iran has won the war by giving Iran everything they want and more, quite frankly. I think when they were going through this, Iran was even like, "Oh, we didn't even ask for this. This is great." But the right wing is now giving everyone who doubted this, everyone who pointed out how ridiculous this war was, the right-wing media outrage at Trump is now giving them, I guess we've won the war too, right? We've won the war.
Everybody's
we
winning.
get these clips. So first up, and there's a bunch. You're going to really enjoy all these. First up, we got to go with this one first, right? Who better to see first in terms of how they're reacting to this than the man himself, Ben Shapiro. Let's go to this clip. Ben Shapiro on Fox News just yesterday, I guess.
That said, this MOU appears to be, just from the text, a disaster that does not achieve any of the actual signal goals that were set by the administration at the beginning. There were effectively 5 goals that were set by the administration at the beginning. One was ending the nuclear program, not just nuclear weapons, no nuclear enrichment, zero enrichment. That is not in the deal. Ballistic missiles ended. That is not in the deal. And the president today suggested that ballistic missiles should actually continue to be held by the Iranians because the Saudis, our allies, also hold ballistic missiles. Then you have the support of terrorism. That is not part of the deal. Anything that looks like an attempt to end terrorism. A permanent opening of the Strait of Hormuz toll-free. Not only is that not in the deal appears to have a provision allowing Iran and Oman to attempt to toll the strait after 60 days. And then finally, the idea that Iran would receive some sort of sanctions relief after all of those things happen. We are already seeing from day one relief in their ability to ship oil out of Iran. In my opinion, the Vice President of the United States, the chief negotiator on this particular project, has not well served the president.
I love how he goes so deep on this thing. He criticizes every single aspect of this. Ben could not make his disapproval with this deal more known. I mean, he must have listed 10 different things just now. But then he stopped short of blaming the president. He's like, J.D. Vance, the vice president, and not Donald Trump, is the reason for all of this. How dare you, J.D., a guy we haven't heard from for the last year and a half, more than 6 times. Oh, J.D., it's all your fault, says Ben. Oh, God. It's brilliant. Thank you, Ben. So great. So great and so good. His meltdowns have been really fantastic. I'm not going to lie. We already did a Batia meltdown, so I'm going to skip the rest of that. Oh, great. Yes, we got to check in with the King of the Roaches. See how he's been doing over there. See if Asmongold has been engaging in any sort of problematic sort of takes. I'm sure he hasn't. That's not his brand.
There is a couple Asmongold takes that I wanted to look at. One was he has now decided, on the one hand, he's like, Nick Fuentes is based, right? And that he's a funnel for Nick Fuentes. On the other hand, he keeps telling his audience that, you know, this Israel stuff is boring and silly and no one should talk about it and no one should consider it. I don't think he's like intelligent enough to recognize what he's doing. So I suspect that he's just seeing on his timeline, like the people that he cribs, the people that he steals the talking points of, that they're also trying to navigate this space where they're like, yo, don't talk about Israel anymore, you know? And I assume that's what's going on here. This is the other take that I saw that is really funny. Let's take a look at what he was saying. It's not the top 2% of wealth that's oppressing you. It's the bottom 2%.
The problem, people are really not going to like this. You're not being oppressed by the top 2% of society. You're being oppressed by the bottom 2% of society.
What now?
And the bottom 2% of society have caused all of the...
This is gotta be one of the most brain dead fucking things. We're gonna skip past this. It's so fucking stupid. We're gonna get to the Iran shit, but oh my god, when I heard this earlier today, I was like, you gotta be kidding me. In what way is the guy living under the bridge, under a tarp and a mattress, how is that guy oppressing you? I don't understand. I don't understand. It's gotta be one of the most brain dead things I've heard all week, if not month, but it is Asmongold after all.
Yeah, it's not the wealthiest that control society.
Okay, hold on. Where does he get to Iran? I remember. Is it here? Oh god, I can't remember now. Son of a bitch. I just can't sit here and watch this whole thing. We got bigger fish to fry than Asmongold. I think it's around, maybe around here.
That we supposedly despise is actually really cooking up a solid take here. Yeah, guy who despises your movement turns around and tells you what's best for your movement that he despises. Ultra right-wing content creator with 95% extremist right-wing audiences for sure worried about the Democratic Party.
Right, okay. This is a little bit behind where I want to be, but this was in response to Asmongold was claiming that Hassan was undermining the Democratic Party, as if Asmongold gives a single fuck about what happens to the Democratic Party. Like, if anything, he would love for he would genuinely, at least from everything he's said in the past, it sounds like he hates the Democratic Party, but maybe not. Maybe he hates Hassan more because he's like, look, Hassan's gonna ruin the Democratic Party, which is like such a weird take from a guy like Asmon. You wouldn't expect him to have any sort of investment in the Democratic Party staying alive and continuing. I don't know what's wrong with his brain. Well,
because he is a idiot, and his audience would probably turn on him after that conversation. They would, okay, fine, that Trump is great. Donald Trump literally made it illegal to be trans and an athlete in the NCAA.
Illegal.
Did your life get better? That was literally a year ago. That was 2 years ago. Did your life get better since then? Did you experience any fucking material improvements in your life? No, of course you didn't. Is that fixing the fucking gas prices? Giving Israel more money, is that going to fix your gas prices? Giving Israel more money, is that going to actually improve inflation? Is the cost of living more manageable? We've been giving Israel $10 billion a fucking year on top of everything else that we've been doing, $300 billion since the inception of the nation state over the course of the last 80 fucking years, right? Have things gotten better in that process, on that timeline, especially in the last 2 to 3 years? Have things gotten better? Has ICE improved your lives? Elon Musk is a fucking trillionaire. What good did that do for you? Did it do anything for you that's positive? No, of course not. Yeah, Twitch streamer Asmongold, also known as Roach King, commented on his live stream that he wants Israel to continue bombing Lebanon. It's awesome. Yeah, why would he care about what helps with the Democrats? He doesn't. He doesn't, actually. He's trying to present the Israel-Palestine issue as an issue that only brownoids care about. He's trying to be the edgy boy that tells his edgy audience, like, this Israel stuff is just like brown-coded. It's only Middle Easterners and brownoids who give a shit about this. Like, you shouldn't fucking care about this. Yeah. MAGA right-wingers, real white guys don't care about this stuff. It's like, do they? Do they not? Because I feel like you're a little terrified. You're a little terrified of broaching that conversation. You keep saying that word. Yes, dude, I'm allowed to say it. He's referencing me in that with that word. What do you want me to shut the fuck up, okay?
Honestly, it does almost seem like he's really worried, though. Makes you wonder if he's as sincere about the things that he says all the time. Because why would he? It seems just sort of contradictory.
Will not pull IDF forces from Lebanon. Netanyahu informed Trump that Israel will not pull IDF forces from Lebanon and does not consider itself bound by the Lebanon clause in the U.S.-Iran agreement. Okay, you know what? Like, the thing is, this has always been my stance on this. You can never negotiate with these fucks. You just go in there, you bomb the shit out of them, and you leave them. If they want to kill each other afterwards, go ahead, be my guest. But the amount of, like, why are we trying to micromanage Israel? Yeah, why are we doing this?
Why are we trying to micromanage
All right,
them?
Yeah, I think he
What
should
does he even mean?
bombing them. But
what does he even mean by that? Micromanaging Israel? We are not I wish. We all wish that we could micromanage fucking Israel. What is he even talking about? Micromanaging.
Brown coded to care about what? Israel's.
Sorry, I clicked back somehow.
if they want to kill each other afterwards, go ahead, be my guest. But the amount of, like, why are we trying to micromanage Israel? Yeah, why are we doing this, base, baby?
So stupid. All right, whatever.
Yeah, I think he should keep bombing them. By the way, I think Israel should keep bombing Lebanon because Lebanon has terrorists in it. They have Hezbollah in it, and they're fighting.
The United States has terrorists in it. Probably a bunch of terrorists who literally watch Asmongold's fucking channel. Does that justify someone bombing the goddamn United States? Of course not. This is a ridiculous baby-brained argument coming from a baby-brained man speaking to a baby-brained audience. It's unfortunate, but real. That's a real guy. Ay, ay, ay. Everything he says is just fucking wrong. It's utterly ridiculous. Like, first off, we're not micromanaging Israel, right? We could sit here and pick a pack. I just want to address this one argument. Why are we micromanaging Israel? First off, we are not micromanaging Israel. Israel is doing whatever the fuck they want. The United States is not dictating shit. We have not prevented them from doing a single war crime. We have not prevented them from annexing more land Like whether in the West Bank, Gaza, or Lebanon, we prevented them. There was a fake red line like a year and a half ago. More than that. 2 years ago now? It's 2 years. It's been like 2 years since that red line existed. And I have no idea what in the fuck he means when he says that. It's like he just doesn't have any concept of how this is all played out. And like he's it's also really weird for him to want this badly. I don't know where it comes from, aside from just being a really racist guy who hates Middle Eastern people. I just can't think of another reason for it. Rafah, right? Exactly. That was the red line 2 years ago. That was gone. That's been gone for 2 years. There has been no red lines. We have not prevented them from doing anything. We have not held up a single bomb or dollar. Right? Like, we don't say, hey, you have to do this, 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 and this before you get the money. We've never done that. It's never happened, and we're not even close to that being the case right now. Oh my God. We should be doing that. That's not micromanaging. I'm sure in a lot of, honestly, and not just sure, I've literally listened to Asmongold make the case that like Doge and everything that Doge did was like super important because we needed to know where our money was going, right? And that it was like going to like immigrants and poor people who didn't deserve it or something. Like, why don't we deserve to know as much about the money that's going to Israel as the money that's going to poor people and immigrants, or like to Africa for Screwworm or whatever else, right? Like, why shouldn't we know as much about that as we do about the other things that these fucking psychopaths have been complaining about for so long? It doesn't make any sense. It's wildly inconsistent. All right, now to the big video here that I've been holding off on telling you all about. Mehdi Hassan held a Al Jazeera tete-a-tete, head-to-head, and it got crazy.
Operation Epic Fury. Donald Trump's so-called little excursion in Iran dragged from days to weeks to months and unleashed death, destruction, and an economic meltdown. After more than 100 days of strikes, retaliation, and escalating tensions, the United States and Iran have agreed to cease hostilities.
We just made a great settlement of the war with Iran.
So, is this really the victory Donald Trump claims, or is it a costly failure? And when it comes to US policy in the Middle East, who's calling the shots? Trump or Benjamin Netanyahu? My guest tonight is a retired US colonel who has spent decades helping shape America's foreign policy in various roles at the Department of Defense. He said that Operation Epic Fury, while imperfect, should be considered a success. I'm Mehdi Hassan, and tonight I'll go head-to-head with David DeRoche, the former head of the Pentagon's Directorate for the Gulf and Arabian Peninsula. In our interview, recorded shortly before the announcement of a deal between the United States and Iran, I challenged him on the consequences of the war, Iran's nuclear ambitions, and the US's role in the region. I was also joined by three experts: Mohammed Ali Shabani, a Middle East scholar and editor of the London-based news outlet Amwaj.media, focused on Iran, Iraq, and the Arabian Peninsula; Barak Sina, an associate research fellow at the national security think tank, the Henry Jackson Society; and Sanam Naraghi Andalini, the British-Iranian founder and CEO of the International Civil Society Action Network. David DeRoche, Thank you for joining me on Head to Head tonight. A lot to talk about. The US war on Iran. It was launched over 3 months ago. It's failed to achieve most of its main goals. Most people think it is a disaster. And yet, in an op-ed for Fox News a few weeks ago, you called it imperfect, but still a success. How so?
Yeah, good question. So we have to recognize that we have a perfect information or semi-perfect information on what's coming from one side, and we only get curious.
We have semi-perfect information coming from what side? What is this fucking guy talking about? Where are we getting semi-perfect from the IRGC?
Information from the other side. We're starting to see more information now that the internet lookout is coming up.
What a wild claim. So he actually thinks that we're getting semi-perfect information from the United States, from the Trump administration, that we're... Wow. What a fascinating thing to think.
But the objectives...
You think the Iranian side is giving curated imperfect information?
Absolutely.
And the Trump administration is giving perfect information?
No, not the Trump administration. The Trump administration is trying to shape the information, but they're in an environment of an open press where there's people asking difficult questions.
So how do you measure it as a success?
So there are 4 objectives going in. I measure it on its own terms. So first off, regime change was not the aim of this campaign. So there were 4 objectives. The first is to destroy the air defense network. That has pretty much been done, and when it was trying to be reconstituted, we saw the Israeli strikes were aimed at that. The second was to set back the nuclear program, preferably destroy it to a point where it cannot be easily reconstituted.
This guy's making up a bunch of shit right now. Trump said he was going to completely decimate. No more nuclear dust. There's no dust. That's literally what he said. And he's like, oh, not be able to be easily reconstituted. Trump does not know the word reconstituted.
The third was to degrade or destroy Iran's drone and missile capability. We have not seen militarily significant missile launches. And then the fourth was to deplete the regime, particularly the internal security aspects of the regime, so that if there is an uprising, it wouldn't go through. So at the time I wrote that, which admittedly was in the 5th week of a 2-week war, most of those objectives, I think, had been achieved.
So you are on record claiming this war has significantly weakened Iran.
Yeah.
But according to US intelligence, Iran still has 70% of its pre-war missile inventory, 90% of its underground missile storage, and of course, almost 1,000 pounds of highly enriched uranium. The US killed Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei and replaced him with, drumroll, Ayatollah Khamenei.
We think.
Well, they did replace him. You can say where he is. We can discuss that. The Iranians, much to Donald Trump's shock and surprise, weaponized the Strait of Hormuz, attacked US's Gulf allies, threw the global economy into disarray. In what fantasy world is this war close to a success?
Okay. So again, the 4 terms, the 4 conditions, let's start with the ballistic missiles. The measure of the effectiveness of ballistic missiles is not how many you have, how many you possess, it's how many you can fire against an enemy in a militarily significant manner.
They just...
I see. It's not how many you have, okay? Look, you have a lot of
bases in Bahrain, in Kuwait, in Jordan.
Yes.
Yes.
And that had almost no effect.
Had no effect in Dubai last week. Wait, I think Mehdi says it.
On the United States' ability to project power in the region. And again, going back to...
Maybe not. In Dubai, in the United Arab Emirates, at the UAE International Airport, like 20 people were injured and like multiple people died as a result of one of those strikes. This guy's like, what does militarily significant mean to him? This guy's a lunatic.
Initial predicate, Donald Trump, at least, he sees defeat, regime change, not coming from military action.
So let's talk about that.
Sure.
Here's what I don't get. You seem to believe, you've made statements that suggest, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that you actually believe that Trump had humanitarian motives for this illegal and disastrous war. You have claimed that Trump's promise in January to help Iranian protesters who were being killed was the real reason for this war. And you said his aim in this war is, quote, punishing the people who carried out the massacres and ultimately avenging them, you said. To be clear, David DeRoche, yes, you think Donald Trump gives a damn about the people of Iran? Really?
Okay, so first off, I'm very impressed that you pay attention to me as a married man. I don't get that very often. But the predicate that you led with is false. What I said is true, that he said he was doing that. But I don't think, and Trump supporters and Trump detractors, I don't think his motivation is necessarily a humanitarian urge. I haven't seen any.
Oh my God, this guy. Is it just me, or does anybody else notice that he just seems kind of disjunct, going from one thought to the next, kind of like sort of like hiccuping almost from like one like one thing he's saying, and then all of a sudden he's over here, and I'm like, wait, what's happening? And I think it's because he is like afraid of saying particular things and having Mehdi crush him on it, and he's walking this fucking incredibly thin tightrope. These guys are like so fucking like lame. What is their deal? How do they not just stop existing at this point? How do these like old, weird, like warmongers still continue to exist at this point, and like continue to remain relevant and in different like positions of power? It's beyond me.
Evidence that exists in it. It is his ego. He made a public statement that he was going to help the supporters. And having made that, he had to take some sort of action, not necessarily out of humanitarian urge, but rather because he did not want to be compared with Barack Obama's red lines in Syria.
But
so the action is the same.
You would agree that you cannot, quote, avenge Iranians by killing more Iranians. 1,700 civilians killed in this US-Israeli war, according to the most credible study. They've hit 12 hospitals, 60 universities, 300 healthcare facilities, 760 schools. They blew up a civilian bridge. On the first day of this war, as you know, the United States carried out what is probably a war crime by massacring more than 120 kids in an elementary school.
Mm-hmm.
Illegal.
So,
oh my God.
Again, we...
Mm-hmm. I love this moment. I mean, he knows what's coming, and just to give himself an extra second to think about what to say here, he takes a sip of water and goes, mm-hmm. It's so awkward. I just gotta watch it one more time.
60 schools. They blew up a civilian bridge. On the first day of this war, as you know, the United States carried out what is probably a war crime by massacring more than 120 kids.
See, he goes for the water. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So first off, again, we will not know for sure what is it. I lived through the period of in the Clinton administration where we.
You see what I mean? This guy has got fucking no answer to this. He just like said 7 different things. He started saying like 7 different things just now. Couldn't stick with one sentence. He's like, well, you know. Oh, it's pathetic. Honestly, Mehdi fucking decimates this fucking guy. He's got nothing.
In fact, here's what you did say, David. You said on Twitter,
yes,
Wikipedia says the Minab School is located 600 meters from the headquarters of the IRGC Navy Asif Brigade and used to be part of the base.
Yes.
Which sounds like you're justifying the massacre of kids by saying, well, the military base was nearby, so it's their fault. I would point out to you that U.S. Marine Corps base in Quantico, Virginia, is very close to the Crossroads Elementary School.
Yeah.
If the Iranians or one of their proxies, God forbid, bombed Crossroads Elementary School and said, well, it was the US Marine Corps' fault for building a base near the school, we would all condemn that. So would you, wouldn't you?
Well, first off, let's
Maybe
take
not.
a step back and assume that the United States deliberately wanted to kill children.
Let's take a step back. Let's take a big step back. He does not want to address that uncomfortable analogy one bit. This guy, like I said, did not come prepared to answer any of these questions.
I never said that.
No,
I said
but
to meet the war
let's
crime
just
level,
let's just
it's
assume
recklessness.
this. Let's just assume this, okay?
Oh, yeah.
Why would you assault a regional headquarters that
Why would
has
you do
no
that?
influence on policy when you
Why
could
would you do
kill the
that?
children of the regime?
What?
Leaders in Tehran. So clearly, it does not make sense if you assume the worst intent. But going forward, the size of the Quantico base or any other standard U.S. versus the size of the MENAP base are fundamentally different.
But all the evidence shows that it was very clear to anyone who bothered to check that this was a school, that it was separate from the base, and that's where the recklessness comes in.
Au contraire. Take a look at the aerial photographs of the base. The difference
Sky
between
News went to the base.
The
New York
difference.
Times looked at
yes.
the base.
So look at the photograph, and what you'll see is that there is a smaller base with a perimeter around it. The school was originally part of that base and was used for military
since
purpose.
2016, it was very clear on satellite imagery it was not part of the base. Let's stay on this subject, because it's an important subject, and let's bring in our panel. And I want to bring in Barak Sina, who's an associate research fellow at the national security think tank, the Henry Jackson Society. Barak, you also seem to have justified this massacre at the school by US airstrikes. I watched a speech you recently gave in London at a Iranian diaspora pro-war rally. You said, quote, the local...
You know what this is like? I watched this really fast. I watched this like 3x earlier today. You know what this was like? This is like watching... Not everybody here was of but like it was like not everybody was adversarial necessarily to Mehdi at all times, but it felt like watching like a grandmaster playing chess against like, you know, 4 different people at the same time. Mehdi's like, oh, let's move away from me demolishing you to debating this guy and demolishing him really quickly. Take a quick little path down ass-kicking lane over here.
Of the Revolutionary Guards base was the real war crime. Yeah. Just to be clear, I just did some checking before I came here, like I did with David. There is a Church of England primary school just minutes away from the Bramcote military barracks in Nuneaton. Is that a war crime by the British Ministry of Defence to put their base near a primary school?
In the context of a conflict, if somebody does their due diligence, they attempt to prevent civilian casualties, and their target is an IRGC base, then it is a legitimate target. The collateral damage may be tragic, but the actual strike is completely legitimate.
Did you really come to a public gathering to refer to 120 dead kids as collateral damage?
Look, that might be it might be, I said the word tragic as well, but that is what it is.
Collateral damage, 120 Iranian kids.
That is
He just demolishes him in the first sentence. It's a goddamn bloodbath in here. Do you see what I'm saying? It's like, did you really just come to a public gathering to say that 120 children dying is collateral damage? Jesus Christ, Mehdi. He did. The guy's like, well, yeah. I mean, I said tragic though. I mean, did you hear the adjective I used? It was oh God.
Holy Toledo. Collateral damage means the unintended consequences of a strike.
But you do realize, as I explained to David, it can still be a war crime.
I said in the very beginning that if you don't take your due diligence to attempt to take every measure to prevent civilian casualties, then it would be a war crime. I would assume that every attempt would have been taken to prevent that from happening.
So how do they end up killing 120 kids
Yes,
on what day?
I don't know why you would want to. You would want to assume that that was the intent.
I never said a word about intent. I've been very clear. It's not about intent.
But
it's about reckless behavior.
But if you use the word massacre, you do assume an intent. If you use the word massacre, you do assume an intent.
That's not true at all.
Recklessness is intent.
I want to bring in Sanam Naragi Andalini, who's a British-Iranian founder and CEO of the International Civil Society Action Network. A lot of this war was sold as a way of freeing the people of Iran, as saving them after many of them were killed in January. And then we had this incident on day one.
I'm trying to think of like a real life situation where you could use the word massacre without intent. I think there's definitely like I'm like trying to have like real examples in which this has occurred. But like you could certainly take an action which led to the massacre of a bunch of people, and you could describe it as such, even if it wasn't intentional, right?
What do you make of it? And what do you make of what you've heard so far?
So first of all, I think what we know is that it was also a double tap incident. So let's say that they didn't know that it was a school. Let's assume that it was AI that told them that, you know, with old data that this was 10 years ago was an IRGC base. Let's just give you that. But it was a double tap, meaning that they hit one missile, people came to save the kids, and then the second missile went in. So it is a massacre. It is a war crime. Whether it was intentional or not, let's hope it wasn't, although your missiles...
Yeah, I'm just looking at the definition of it, and it's clear that it's not, there's nothing about intent in here, right? Like, you look here, I mean, cruel or wanton murder, right? Like, you can kill somebody and with wanton disregard, like in this particular instance, right, with these schoolgirls, right, who were killed with wanton disregard. Perhaps it wasn't intentional. We can't say for sure right now, although it doesn't look good. But even without intent, you still have a massacre, right? Because a whole group of people died or murdered by someone else through violence. And and that's a textbook fucking massacre. I don't know why I'm laughing, because it's horrible.
Very targeted from what we understand, and it was reckless. Now, the other thing that we don't talk about, and I think it's important in terms of whether civilians were deliberately targeted or not, is that 2/3 of the targets in Tehran, which is a city of 9 million, were civilian targets.
Let me bring in Mohammed Ali Shabani, who is a Middle East scholar, editor of the London-based news outlet Amwaj.media, which focuses on Iran, Iraq, the Arabian Peninsula. What do you make of David's key argument, I think, at the start of this show, that the war is a success because Iran has been degraded, has been weakened? You are someone who studied Iran and Iran's government for a long time. Do you share that view?
I think all the data that's out there shows that there's a level of resilience in Iran, not just reference to the military, also the political leadership. You have a new supreme leader, another Khamenei. You have intact government, you have continuity of governance. You see continued retaliatory attacks against the US military after 3 months of war. Iran's military's budget is 130 times less than the United States. It's not even up here. It's not even anything close to up here.
Wait, hold on. We can't watch this whole thing. It's like an hour long. Well, this is a great discussion. Honestly, Mehdi is such a talented, like, rhetoricist, right? Like, his ability to, like, use words, like, and communicate issues in the ways that he does are pretty impressive when you think about it. I mean, he's not only hosting, he's like debating multiple individuals, including people in the crowd at some point here, which I'm trying to get to, because people do start chiming in at this thing on a number of occasions. Can't remember where it happened, though.
And that we did not use it to force the Soviet Union to abandon the colony it established in Kaliningrad. We didn't use it to insist they leave Poland. We did use it for one thing. We've threatened the Soviet Union to get them to leave the parts of Iran that they occupied. The Iran, at the time, it owes its existence as a unitary nation to American action.
I'm pretty sure Iranians would disagree with that description. But since we're going back in time further than the 1980s, let's go back to 1953. You know the
Indeed.
Iranians often start the clock in 53 compared to
And Ben
Americans
Affleck
in
as well.
79. Ben Affleck did a great job with that. When the CIA and the MI6 here from the UK overthrew Iran's elected Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh in 1953, the US then supported 26 years of a brutal dictatorship under the Shah, who had a secret police that tortured people, as you know, disappeared opponents. How can the US claim, as you suggested in part one, to want democracy and a better government in Iran when we helped get rid of the only democratic government they had?
Well, first off, not a democratic government. If you look at the nature, there wasn't a popular referendum on Mossadegh.
Mossadegh was an elected prime minister.
Mohammad Mossadegh was an appointed prime minister.
Sorry?
An appointed prime minister served at the pleasure of the Shah, according to the Iranian constitution.
Do you know what country you're in right now?
Yes, I do.
Do you know how Keir Starmer became prime minister of the UK?
Yes, I do.
He was appointed by the king. Does that mean we don't have a democratic government?
I think
parliamentary systems. That's how it works.
Are you claiming that the electoral system in Iran in 1953 is the same as in the UK
No,
today?
I'm suggesting that you as an American are not understanding that parliamentary systems don't require a direct election to be democratic. He was elected to parliament in 1923. He served in the Majlis, the Iranian parliament.
Yes.
When he became prime minister, he was an elected member of parliament. It was a democratic government by the definition of that time. Was it a liberal democratic government? We can argue about it. But it was clearly elected by the people. And we overthrew it in a coup that the CIA long ago admitted to. Or are you going to deny that as well?
Do you accept that the king can dismiss the prime minister?
Do I accept that the
king of England can dismiss the prime minister?
He could, but it would be very awkward because it's a constitutional king,
1953,
not an absolute king.
1953 was very awkward. Look,
hold on. Let's keep. I love this. Let's keep going down this analogy.
Your use of words.
King Charles,
I'm sorry. Your use of words.
Charles,
yes.
If we know this show requires many dictionaries and thesauruses, if the
you
King
have
of
an
England,
educated audience.
if the King of England dismissed Keir Starmer because the CIA helped him do it, yes, it would be a real problem, I assume, for the people in this room.
Okay.
The
king's mother dismissed the prime minister.
Whoa, dude. Omegastar just gifted 13 subscriptions to the community. To all live followers. Everybody who's currently a follower of the Galactic News Network who's watching the show just got a gifted sub. If they didn't have one already. Orca Yacht Party. I still love that name. Grumbleworks. Cat Hostage. Jabo. MJJ. Dat. Neem False Pass Rear. Oh, ne me fais pas rire. I just realized that's in French. I just realized that's in French. Ne me fais pas rire. Peter Parker, 55. Why am I speaking with a French accent now? CJ from the 6. Mr. Turtlebruh. Happy Bean. Runaway Train Crash. I love that name, too. That's a great name. And Radiant Art, my God. Omega, is this a new thing? The gift to all followers option on like current watching followers? Did they just introduce this? Is there like a discount on these subs or what? I love this. I do love this, though. It incentivizes people to follow the stream. They can get themselves subs. Some number of people just now watching did not get subs because they were not following. This was a very silly life decision. This is a very silly life decision. I guess you can follow now and hope for more gifted subs to followers in the future.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Probably not that soon.
Of Australia. It has happened.
Many people object to
and
that.
it is extraordinary. But first off, when you
Right,
say
we've gone off track
when
now.
you said democratically elected, that implies that there was a nationwide popular vote that
No, it
evaluated
doesn't.
Mossadegh.
It doesn't imply that.
Is that on Twitch? Do I need to join Twitch? You should join. Everybody should follow on Twitch. I say it all the time. Like I say it like 5 times a show. Every like hour, 2 hours. I'm like, hey, follow on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube. Do both of them. And I mean it. You could be getting sweet perks over on Twitch that we don't have on YouTube anymore since we're demonetized on YouTube. We still have galactic emotes on Twitch. You could be getting perks over there. You'd be having a multi-stream experience. As I've mentioned, there's all sorts of things people can do. I don't talk about them very often, but there's a bunch of shit you can do over on Twitch that you can't do on YouTube. Not just because we're demonetized. Something I hope to solve soon, the demonetization part. But, yeah. I don't know what you're doing.
That there was a parliamentary democracy with a government that was elected to parliament, and we came along, and when I say we, I'm British and American, the British and the Americans came along and toppled that prime minister in a coup, which the CIA has admitted to, which then led to the Shah taking absolute power, torturing people, killing people, which then led to the Iranian Revolution, which we then complain about. We helped set that all in motion. It's called blow.
Look at his face. He looks like a child. He's having some sort of like flashback to grade school or something.
You're a little baby.
Mehdi Hassan schooling this sucker. There's a link to the Twitch. It's also easily findable if you search GalacticStreamLord or Galactic News Network. I have a page called Galactic News Network that I created after we first got taken off of YouTube for people that I would hope would find it. Because it, follow both. But like I automatically host content over there in case somebody searches for one and not the other. Because technically you go by both GSL, GNN, which makes it so difficult to share a link. It's true. 'Tis true. All these people are making things more complicated than it needs to be. Skip towards the end here.
Other countries to settle in southern Lebanon.
First of all, many Israelis have called for that. But if
Yes.
but that's your definition of ethnic cleansing?
but this-
that is
no,
not the
no.
definition. I think.
What happened
They've driven millions of people out of their homes and said you can't come back. That is ethnic cleansing, especially based on their religious identity.
What happened in the western suburbs of Syria,
gonna go
where
back
people were
slightly.
moved out, and then other people who fought for the Iranian were moved in and took over their houses.
I'm just wondering, where is your passionate denunciation?
Proportionality than, for example, I would allow a U.S. Army soldier to do with it. I think that questions hard.
David,
Yes.
the question was about southern Lebanon. I noticed a moment ago you were very passionate about how the JCPOA enabled Iran to do ethnic cleansing in Syria. Those were your words.
Yes.
We all heard you say them.
Right.
Israel is ethnically cleansing Shias in southern Lebanon. Right now, 1 million people displaced from their homes. I don't see the passion or condemnation from you on that.
Because
Why?
because Israel is not moving in other people to take those places.
They want to.
I
They've
don't.
said so.
No,
They have. Many Israeli
in
government
Lebanon.
ministers have said this.
In
Yes.
Lebanon, they're importing people from other countries to settle in southern Lebanon.
First of all, many Israelis have called for that. But if
Yes.
but that's your definition of ethnic cleansing?
but this-
that is
no,
not the
no.
definition. I think.
What happened
They've driven millions of people out of their homes and said you can't come back. That is ethnic cleansing, especially based on their religious identity.
What happened in the western suburbs of Syria, where people were moved out, and then other people who fought for the Iranian were moved in and took over their houses.
I'm just wondering, where is your passionate denunciation for ethnic cleansing in southern Lebanon, where our ally does it?
Because I don't see ethnic cleansing. What I see is
When they call up
evacuation.
Christian villages and say you cannot have any Shias in your villages, as the New York Times and Drop Site both reported, that is not ethnic cleansing to say you cannot have any Shias in this part of the country.
The issue is...
Seriously, and I don't know if Mehdi caught it in there, but did you hear what he said? He basically just said that like Iran invaded Lebanon and like took over everyone's houses, and like basically suggesting like Israel's like liberating those houses from Iran or something. Like what a dumb fucking claim.
How is that not ethnic cleansing?
The issue is permanence.
Yes,
I think
they've
that
said
what-
you
what
cannot
is-
come back ever. That is what the Israeli foreign minister said.
I do not accept that will be the policy. If it is
That
the
is the
policy, let's wait for a time and see what happens. I do not think that will happen.
It is
I'm going
happening
on
right now.
record now in front of this.
It's happened right now, David.
I'm
You
going
can't
on
just wait
record right
and
now.
see. There are a million people who've been
When combat
moved from their homes.
operations are over, the Shia will return to southern Lebanon, and Israel will not have objections to that.
Okay, last question of the night. No pressure. It's going to be amazing.
I want your opinion on the fact that the next, presumably, the Prime Minister of Israel, Naftali Bennett, I'm from Turkey, I'm a lawyer, and he clearly stated that Turkey is the new Iran. If Israel does a preemptive strike against a NATO ally like Turkey, what would be the, obviously we know what would be the US's stance, but in that situation, what is your military background and what do you think about this whole notion of the fact that preemptive strike and basically who calls the shots at this moment?
Yeah, I do not think Israel would do a military attack against Turkey, and I think that the United States would disapprove of it. Since Erdogan took over in Turkey, the tone has shifted. So there is a less positive view towards Turkey. It's generally not seen as a noble ally to be supported, rather as a problem to be solved.
Not really dealing with
but
this question.
that will not affect, I think that it is just inconceivable.
It's interesting. You mentioned a moment ago that Israel's had nukes for a while. It hasn't made other people.
This guy's like, I'm from Turkey. This dude's response, you're a problem, dude. You're a problem that needs to be solved. It's a little rude.
How rude.
It's a little rude.
Get nukes. Lots of countries in the Middle East are now talking about nukes and beyond the nuke because of Israel. If you're in the Turkish government, wouldn't you want to get nukes now when Naftali Bennett is openly threatening you?
Turkey has a nuclear capability. It's joint with the United States. They've had it since the 1960s.
You think the US is going to rescue Turkey from Israel?
I mean, this is beyond insane, but if there was the contemplation of some sort of action of that sort, that the United States would point out that there exists a joint nuclear capability in Turkey.
Last question from me before we wrap. There's a poll done of 40,000 people regularly across 15 Arab states, and they asked them last year, who is the biggest threat to the region? 44% said Israel in number one place. 21% said the United States in second place. These are Arab countries. Yeah. And at 6% in third place, way behind, was Iran. That is a damning indictment of US and Israeli foreign policy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Damning indictment.
Well,
from the people on the ground.
Well, you know, one of the burdens of the superpower is we're assumed that we run the global order like a Swiss watch, and if something bad happens, we either did it or we failed to prevent it. So we get blamed for a lot of things. We abandoned U.S. information services in the 90s, and that was a foot shot of unimaginable magnitude. We basically have ceded the global information space. So honestly, I'm surprised that we got 21%. I think that's a better output than I was expecting.
The United States ceded the global information space. What does he fucking mean? What the hell does he mean by that? It doesn't make any sense.
Well, on that very positive note about the reputation of the United States, we'll have to leave it there. Thank you to our audience here in London's Conway Hall. Thank you.
Okay, well, there you have it. A quick look at this tete-a-tete hosted by Mehdi Hassan and Al Jazeera. Utterly decimating David DeRoche. I don't know how you say his name. I don't know how he says it. But putting the hammer down over here, Mehdi Hassan, as usual. The debate king, really. He's made it clear. Just he's become basically viral for his debating skills at this point. I mean, he was always well known for it, for people who were like really focused on politics, but because of the Jubilee thing, I feel like he really, do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like, I hate to say that. I hate to say it, but like winning a debate on, like decimating on Jubilee is somehow more relevant than doing like thoughtful debates in that setting. Although that got like 400,000 views in a day over at Al Jazeera. That's not bad. For an Al Jazeera vid, I mean, that's not bad. All right. What are we doing on time? 7 hours and 15 minutes. Doing pretty good. Actually, doing too good. I think somehow we can maybe get it up to 8 hours. A little longer. I've somehow oversold how long I can drag this out for. Okay, let's go to JD Vance, man of the hour. Let's see what he had to say regarding this deal, which he's heading off to negotiate and sign in Switzerland as we speak. He's literally on the plane. Probably he'll be landing fairly soon. In fact, I got a live stream outside of the talks ready for the end of this discussion. We'll see. He was like leaving right before the stream started. He had this to say about the funds being released to Iran. Here at a White House press briefing.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. As you know, because you were involved in this process, the MOU allows for Iran to sell its oil right away, which means that Iran can take in on a monthly basis tens of millions of dollars. Iran's economy was in tatters. How is this not essentially giving a lifeline to Iran economically? And what's to prevent Iran from using all of that money, all of those millions of dollars, to prop up its proxies in the region?
Well, the number one thing is that we actually see where the money moves now because of what we've done with the financial sanctions. We actually know where the money is going to move. And so we have great confidence that we're going to be able to see if they try to fund terrorist organizations, we're going to be able to see that. But you said that millions of dollars is a lifeline. Right now, the Iranian nation is a nation of 94 million people. Their economy is in a free fall. They have sky-high inflation, and fundamentally, about $1 trillion of damage to their industrial base was caused.
Of course, the United States has sky-high inflation, too. Well, it's not as high as Iran. But one thing I did when I was watching this, I thought to myself, look at, if you notice at this this press briefing, he's out here alone. Yeah, like JD is standing out here by himself, and I think they are trying to pin this on him right now. That's why Trump is not going to do the big signing. You know how much he would love. I mean, he did an entire. Remember the Egypt, Middle East peace summit that he did last year? I mean, you know how much he loves these things. And he would be there if he thought this was a win. But instead, JD is getting stuck with it. And now he's doing a press conference all alone in the, in the fucking Ministry of Truth. By the way, where the hell is Carolyn Levitt? I haven't been seeing her very much lately. Seems like everybody's been kind of avoiding the cameras. Well, in the last 24 hours, this deal was on the brink of collapse J.D. Vance's trip to Switzerland canceled, even with both sides of the document supposedly signed. A lot of questions surrounding this situation as Israel murdered dozens of Lebanese people in clear violation of the deal. Yeah. Let's hear what Kyle Klinsky was saying yesterday. Actually, is this Kyle? No, it's Kyle and wife. Kyle and Crystal. KKF. Kyle, Crystal, friends.
Welcome, everybody, to Crystal, Kyle, and Friends. Today, we are joined by Murtaza Hussain. He's, of course, DropSite's national security reporter, and he has a great Substack, Maz M. Hussain. Thanks for joining us, man. We appreciate it.
My pleasure.
So, a lot going on in terms of this memorandum of understanding that Trump made with Iran. Of course, Netanyahu and Israel are sort of already balking at it. In fact, there's some preliminary reports that there was already attacks in southern Lebanon, which is an attempt to blow up the deal. I'm sure they're going to try in like 17 other ways to blow up the deal. But before I get into any specific questions, just give me your general breakdown of this memorandum of understanding and where we're at with it.
Sure. Well, I think it's a tremendous development, to be honest. This memorandum, if you compare its terms to what Trump was saying or what his demands were on February 28th when the war began, he was asking for basically what he said, the unconditional surrender and total capitulation. He wanted to choose Iran's next leaders. Basically, he wanted no negotiation at all. He wanted to impose terms onto Iran entirely. And this memorandum could not be more of a contrasting outcome. Basically, it seems like it's Iran that's actually dictating the terms of the future relationship between itself and the United States and the rest of the world. If you look at the 14 points, effectively, the U.S. is committing itself to lifting sanctions on Iran, allowing Iran to sell oil, forswearing future intervention in Iranian affairs or future attacks against Iran. And, really giving quite a lot up front, including promises of helping to put together many $100 billion reconstruction plan for the country to ameliorate the damages done during the war. And Iran, for the time being, all they have to do is reopen the Strait of Hormuz, and they promise not to develop a nuclear weapon. And
Yep. I mean, that does seem to be all that is being asked of Iran right now. It's quite a shift from where we were at 3 months ago, if you recall, like 4 months ago, before any of this happened. I was saying that I mean, we were shocked. I was shocked that Iran was giving concessions that beat the JCPOA deal that Trump ripped up, like that somehow he had lucked into this potentially really good deal, and it seemed like all but signed at that point. And then February 28th came. You all know what happened then.
in the region itself.
So I just saw this just now from Amit Segal. He says, Trump to Khan News, it's very likely I'll support Netanyahu in the elections, but I need to see who's running. He needs to be more rational. And so I wonder if you could talk a little bit about the Israeli side of this, because it is a disaster for them. It's an unmitigated disaster for not just Netanyahu, but, his primary political opponents are actually running to his right on this, saying we should be more hawkish, we shouldn't bend to what the Americans want. He is going to have both a personal and ideological interest in trying to undermine the deal. They have come out and said, we don't think we are bound by these terms with regard to Lebanon. So what do you expect the Israelis to do to try to avoid, God forbid, that we have an actual deal and that we have peace?
Well, it's funny because Netanyahu, he really has done something quite remarkable in the context of the U.S.-Israel relationship over the last 10 years, which is at first, it used to be a bipartisan relationship. Now, if you look at polls, 80% unfavorable towards Israel among Democrats. And I think if you look at the age brackets of that, too, as it goes even higher, it's very, very warped towards people who are older, who are the remaining supporters of Israel and the Democratic Party, or people who are being paid off, I guess. It's really unpopular in most of it, and that's a change. And that actually, it was accelerated during the genocide in Gaza, but it didn't begin there. It began with Netanyahu's insertion of himself into American domestic politics in opposition to the Obama nuclear deal. He basically became a Republican political operative very overtly in America at that time. He was being referred to, ironically, as the Republican senator from Israel. He was lobbying against Obama. He was basically humiliating Obama in public. He was catering to the Republicans, trying to help them get elected to defeat Obama. That was what he was doing, and he really pissed a lot of people off in the Democratic Party, in the more liberal left-wing centers of American life. That's where this all started, and now he's thoroughly succeeded in making it a very partisan issue. It's Democrats are against Israel, and Republicans are in favor of it. But even within that, on the Republican side, you see these huge shifts and cracks opening up, because it's not just all Republicans who are in favor of Israel now. There's a divide again among younger people, and it's really the MAGA movement that Netanyahu went all in on. He went all in on the MAGA movement for support of Israel. Even the more isolationist, J.D. Vance type people, he alienated them in the course of all this. And now, the center of gravity of the MAGA movement is kind of like cult-like a little bit, but it's really...
Okay. Yeah, I mean, the political situation between the United States and Israel, which we have talked about so much over the years, has suddenly been thrust into the wind as a result of all of this. And where everything is going to land is quite unclear. There's an election that's supposed to be happening in Israel soon. Benjamin Netanyahu has to try and defend his leadership at a moment where he is losing the support of a huge portion of Americans and potentially of the supreme leader.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Now, whether or not Benjamin Netanyahu is removed from power, it's not clear to me that would at all guarantee more rights for Palestinians or for Israel to withdraw from Lebanon or any number of things happening. I don't really expect that, because you look at Israeli society, you look at like the things that are supported right now, and it's none of it's really not good. It's not some sort of like consensus, let's end the fucking genocide and withdraw from all of these. No, it's actually quite the opposite. And that is an unfortunate aspect of this situation that's really not going to... I don't think it's not going to improve just magically. There's... I don't know exactly what needs to change in Israeli society. What I do know is that there needs to be some kind of intervention at this point, because we can't wait for Israeli society to democratically decide to stop doing a genocide. And the United States is the best bet, if you will, to be able to do anything, enact any amount of pressure on Israel. So long as we're the ones that are continuing to fund this. Now, fresh Israeli strikes hit Lebanon in the last 24 hours. These are different than the ones that killed 50 people on like Friday morning. Here's France 24.
In Nabatea, the buzzing of drones echoes through columns of smoke. While US officials announced a ceasefire between Hezbollah and Israel on Friday, Lebanese authorities blamed the Israeli military of carrying out a series of strikes in the hour after it was supposed to come into force. Before the latest violence, Lebanese civilians had begun fleeing north.
Sorry, this is the old one. This is the new one. I messed up. This is BBC. Right? This is BBC? Al Jazeera.
Despite an agreement between the US and Iran and a reported ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah, Israeli airstrikes continue to bombard areas across southern Lebanon.
Yeah, this is the one.
This was the scene in Nabatea overnight, where there have been dozens of strikes and artillery fire, and at least 5 people have been killed on Saturday so far. The US-Iran agreement insists the fighting must stop on all fronts, including Lebanon. But Israeli troops have continued to expand their occupation of southern Lebanon. Shelling there has caused widespread destruction, and the Israeli army is continuing its campaign of demolishing homes, with new detonations reported in Kunin.
Yesterday, they said there is a ceasefire. We went to the south. At 4 o'clock, we left here. Today, at 6 o'clock, we were back here. The shelling...
That's fucking ridiculous, dude. Displaced twice in a 24-hour period. Fuck off.
Come on!
That is such fucking garbage. Why does everybody have to keep living through this? Why are we still funding all of this garbage? When will it end? All questions I keep asking myself. Israel continued to try and scuttle this deal by waging...
The Iran deal is signed and...
waging attacks throughout the last 24 hours in Lebanon, the exact place that they know that Trump does not want them to attack. Can't possibly making Donald Trump very happy. Here's a question that I find fascinating. But could Israel lose Donald Trump's support by continuing to do just that?
Well, a ceasefire in Lebanon supposedly came into effect on Friday afternoon, but Lebanese state media now say 5 people were killed in Israeli strikes on the south of the country overnight. That follows authorities on Friday saying a drone strike in the south killed 2. And in the very first hour of the ceasefire, Reuters reported a dozen Israeli strikes, citing Lebanese sources. We got the latest from Renee Davis in Beirut. Well, I'm afraid we don't have that for you, but we'll move on. It looks like talks in Switzerland between the US and Iran are happening after all. The two signed a memorandum earlier this week to stop the war.
Okay, hold on. At some point, I'm pretty sure they do wind up talking about this thing that I wanted to talk about. I think around here.
I think definitely they do. I think what Donald Trump cares is he cares mainly about the Strait of Hormuz. He wants to stop the war. This is a very Trump thing. He, together with Israel, start a war that couldn't achieve the objective they set themselves from the beginning, had no political horizon, no strategy, exit strategy in all of this, and then stop the war abruptly. So now he wants, for him, the most important thing is to ease the domestic pressure and the international pressure when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz. Israel, also because this is the election time, and Netanyahu probably ask himself, what can I show to the voters? Probably not much. And we are 2-3 months before election, and as a result, he would like to continue because himself has no strategy in Lebanon, for instance, of moving and negotiated with the Lebanese government. So their interests don't diverge, and I think yes, Netanyahu is running a serious risk of clashing with Washington.
And our correspondent earlier, Noga Tarnopolsky in Jerusalem, mentioned the scheduled talks in Washington between Israel and Lebanon. Of course, two sides that never used to talk. It has been a historic rapprochement, at least somewhat, but is that now at risk as well?
I think that's at risk as long as Israel keep this massive bombardment, as long as civilians are killed, because it's not only Hezbollah.
But that's literally what Benjamin Netanyahu is hoping to do. Because he's been getting utterly decimated back home over the war. Not the war happening, but the deal. When that deal was announced, the Israeli public fucking, just started giving it to fucking Benjamin Netanyahu so hard that, he can't allow it to go through. He's doing everything he can think of to try and prevent it from happening right now. And before, honestly, this is really the I was about to say it one way, but I realized that's not true. With all this stuff going on, Iran's military announced that it had closed the Strait of Hormuz after claims of violations of the ceasefire.
Our diplomatic editor, James Bays, and I'll preface this with saying that we've got some very new and important developments. James, it's going to be one of the very few times that I know something you don't yet know. Look, we're hearing from the Iranians, and I think to some extent we saw this coming. The Iranians say, and this is being reported by the Iranian news agency Mehr, that they're going to take action over what's happening in southern Lebanon. They see it, as you know, as the United States' responsibility to end Israeli military raids. And they say that because that hasn't happened, in response to that, Iran is going to close once again the Strait of Hormuz. So that's where we are. Let me look at the language.
If not sooner.
In view of America's blatant breach of promise and breach of contract regarding the failure to implement the very first paragraph of the Memorandum of Understanding. That's something you and I have talked about extensively. Back to this language from Mehr News. And in response to the ceaseless and continuous violation of the ceasefire by the Zionist regime in southern Lebanon and the merciless killing of hundreds of thousands of the oppressed people in this land, it is announced that the Strait of Hormuz will be closed to vessel traffic. So,
yeah. Now, what's fascinating is that within 7 or 8 hours after this announcement from Iran's military came out, negotiators set off for Switzerland. Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? But if I were, I don't know, a conspiracy theorist, the sort of guy who'd wear a tinfoil hat, something like that, I'd be like, it sounds like the closing of the Strait of Hormuz has somehow expedited, expedited these talks, if you will. Sort of. So it's all of a sudden, because they got canceled, right? Friday, no show. JD Vance is actually not going. Screw it. See, Trump administration is no, we're not doing this anymore. And then all of a sudden, Strait of Hormuz closed. It's almost like that's all they care about.
A high-level Iranian team made its way to Switzerland on Saturday for talks with the United States, Iranian state media reported, as Tehran closed the Strait of Hormuz over alleged truce violations. The closure appeared to raise the stakes ahead of the talks, which...
Yeah. So Iran sent its team, and Vice President J.D. Vance, representing the United States, departed for Switzerland. Same time. Same time. Everybody rushing off to Switzerland. Well, let's talk about it. Al Jazeera English 10 hours ago. Let's get inside these high-level talks.
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just crazy enough
Strict
to
security
work.
is in place here in Bergenstock, where possibly the most consequential meeting for the Middle East is about to take place. This place is owned by the Qatari government and has been previously home to a similar diplomatic meeting during the Ukraine war. I'm about to take you into the media center where it is completely empty. There's very few media personnel who've been able to gain access. That is why this is such prime location for these meetings, because it is secluded and the entry to this place can be controlled quite effectively. This is the Iran-US 14 points that are going to be coming under discussion. What an extraordinary turn of events here on Saturday as the entire situation was about to fall apart. Then we saw the Pakistani Interior Minister making his way to Tehran, the Qatari Foreign Minister and Prime Minister here in Bergenstock. Both sides, the mediators who've been crucial in bringing these sides together, have been able to bring it closer one more time. The biggest sticking point remains the first point of the Memorandum of Understanding, which stipulates that both sides need to abide by the agreement and respect each other's territorial integrity and sovereignty.
Oh, respect. Yes, that's Trump's #1 skill.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Yes, I'm sure there'll be some very serious respect going on here. Yes. Let's see what J.D. Vance said right before he got on that plane. I can't remember if we caught this or not. I don't think we did.
Which headlines, things are actually getting better there. Things have calmed down a little bit. It's going to be something where it's going to happen to continue to manage. Been sure that, Israel and Lebanon are both safe and secure. That's fundamentally the goal of this, is to make the region safe and secure.
I have no idea what he just said. The audio is so fucked up just now. What words did he just say? I'm pretty sure it didn't make sense even if it had been good audio, but the audio really killed it for me. All right. This is from like an hour ago. Pakistan's Prime Minister, Shehbaz Sharif, departing for the talks. Now, some very serious shit that's supposed to go down here this Sunday. What's next? I think this is the next one's the live stream. Yep, here's the live stream. Is this the live stream? 24 seconds long? No. It can't be possible. Oh no, this is the package. Oh no. Okay. Wow, they got there quick. Or the Pakistani delegation. They released the video late. But this is the Pakistani delegation arriving in Switzerland. This is the live stream. I don't know if it's still live or not. Oh, yeah, looks live still. The Palace Hotel. Let's see. Who is here? Bunch of police dudes. More police dudes. Diplomats? Can't tell who that guy is. More police dudes. A lot of police dudes. Okay, nothing exciting happening here at the live stream. Let's tune in with Al Jazeera English's live stream. See what they've got. See what they know about what's happening with these goddamn talks.
Indefinitely to any American administration. So they're accusing Netanyahu of failure, accusing him of strategic failure in Iran and in Lebanon without offering any alternative scenario to how they would be dealing with this conundrum. In the meantime, the Israeli Prime Minister insists that he's achieved a lot of important goals in Iran and in Lebanon, that he won't withdraw from the so-called buffer zones in Lebanon. That's 20% of the country.
And Noor Day reporting from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Thank you very much, Noor. Bringing in now Wolfgang Puschtai, security policy and defense analyst, former defense attaché for Austria. You're joining us, sir, from Vienna. Thanks for being with us. So
people are meeting in Switzerland for peace talks, and Israel's continuing to strike Lebanon right now as we speak. Wow. Wow. Shouldn't be shocked, but really, they just don't. I expect them to eventually find some kind of... What's the word even? Not shame necessarily, but like find reason or something. I don't know the word, because it's like it's like what word do you ascribe to a genocidal fucking actor that is not responsive, finally realizing it should stop doing any of the things that it's been doing lately. I don't know. I can't think of the word. Realization feels wrong somehow.
Agreement that we have that will impact the future of the Middle East between the United States and Iran. This memorandum of understanding that is supposed to lead to a bigger peace deal. All of it hinges on Article 1, or rather, let me rephrase. Article 1 of that agreement is that there needs to be a ceasefire between their allies. That means Israel and Hezbollah. Now, Israel in the last 2-3 years has had ceasefires with Gaza, ceasefires with Lebanon, and it hasn't respected them. I'm well aware that the Israeli argument would be that they're defending themselves. But the fact is that the ceasefires Israel has been involved in with various countries and various parties, those ceasefires have all been broken.
Yeah, they've all been broken by Israel to the tune of like 1,000 to 1. That's not an exaggeration. Look at the first ceasefire from last year until, or was it last year? Yeah, I think it started last year until it fell apart in the end of February. Ay, ay, ay. Well, I'm afraid that situation doesn't seem to have any real upbeat anything upbeat to it. I mean, we have the peace talks right now. It's just I don't know how optimistic I feel about it. We have JD going out there. And maybe he'll actually pull this across the finish line. I mean, he didn't do a good job the last time. He's the one who left the talks in Pakistan back in April or whatever it was. March? April? I can't remember what it was. Fucking hell. Alright, well, it's been another crazy one. Sorry it didn't go longer. I thought I would be able to draw this out a little bit more. Well, we got through another stream. It was quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Until I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Owen Nadia, Choki, Scout, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, D-Cypher, Icebreaker, Columbia, Riga, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Dask, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl, Gaslight Docracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Benny Honda 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the 6, The Reference Frame, Witchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, PerfXL, Winnie and Robin, Young Chris, Echios, Emily S, and Decate. That's right, all of these people here help produce the show, which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too. Just a few US dollars a month.